This is Audible.
Time Warner Audiobooks presents The Camel Club, written by David Baldacci and read by James Naughton.
The Chevy Suburban sped down the road, enveloped by the hushed darkness of the Virginia countryside. 41-year-old Adnan al-Rimi was hunched over the wheel as he concentrated on the windy road coming up. He lifted a gloved hand from the steering wheel and felt for the gun in the holster under his jacket. A weapon was not just a comfort for Adnan, it was a necessity. He suddenly glanced out the window as he heard the sound overhead. There were two passengers in the back seat. The man talking animatedly in Farsi on a cell phone was Muhammad al-Zawahiri, an Iranian who had entered the country shortly before the terrorist attacks on 9/11. The man next to him was an Afghan named Gul Khan, who'd been in the States only a few months. Adnan kept glancing in the rearview mirror. He didn't like a man with a machine gun sitting behind him, fellow Muslim or not. Muhammad finished his phone call, wiped a smudge of dirt off one of his American-made cowboy boots, checked the time on his very expensive watch, and lay back against the seat and smiled as he lit a cigarette. He said something in Farsi, and Khan laughed. Seconds later, Adnan looked out the window again. Muhammad had clearly heard it too. He rolled down his window and poked his head out, looking up at the cloudy sky. When he saw the wink of red lights overhead, he barked to Adnan, who nodded and hit the gas. Both men in the back strapped on their seatbelts. The Chevy flew along the snaking country road. Yet even the fastest car in the world couldn't outrun a helicopter on a serpentine track. Speaking again in Farsi, Muhammad ordered Adnan to pull off under some trees and wait to see if the chopper kept going. Adnan drove under a cluster of trees, and all three men got out and crouched down by the vehicle. Khan pointed his machine gun at the sky. The bullet hit him in the back of the neck, snapping Khan's spine like a twig, and the big Afghani fell dead. Adnan swiveled his pistol away from his first victim and pointed it at Muhammad, who, seeing this traitorous attack, had started to run. Adnan caught up to him when Muhammad fell over a rotting tree trunk. Muhammad looked up at his colleague as Adnan pointed his pistol at him. "Adnan, please, why? Why?" In Arabic, Adnan answered, "It is your sacrifice for a greater end." Adnan fired a contact shot into the man's left temple. Adnan pressed Muhammad's hand around the gun, then set it down and made his way quickly back to the clearing, where the chopper had landed and one of the passenger doors was now opening. Two men got out. They were Westerners wearing grim features and carrying something between them. Adnan led them back to Muhammad's body after stopping to retrieve a shotgun from the Suburban. The object the men toted was a body bag. They unzipped it. Inside was a man who looked remarkably like Adnan and was dressed identically to him. The man was unconscious but still breathing. They set him up against a tree near where the dead Iranian lay. Adnan handed his wallet to one of the men and he placed it in the unconscious man's jacket pocket. Then the other man took the shotgun from Adnan, pressed Muhammad's dead hands around it, pointed it at the unconscious man, and fired a blast into his head, instantly wiping away part of his face. He was running hard, bullets embedding in things all around him. He couldn't see who was shooting, and he had no weapon to return fire. The woman next to him was his wife. The young girl next to her was their daughter. A bullet sliced through his wife's wrist, and he heard her scream. Then a second bullet found its target, and his wife's eyes widened slightly. As his wife fell, he raced to his little girl's side to shield her. His fingers reached for hers, but missed. They always missed. He awoke and sat straight up, the sweat trickling down his cheeks before finally creeping onto his long, bushy beard. As he got up from the bed, his leg brushed against the old box he kept there. He hesitated and then lifted the top off. Inside was a ragged photo album. One by one, he looked at the few pictures of the woman who'd been his wife. Then he turned to the photos of his daughter, of the baby and toddler she'd been. Never a day went by that he didn't wonder what might have been. He looked around the cottage's sparsely furnished interior. Looking back at him were dusty shelves crammed with books covering an array of subjects. He checked his watch, took a pair of binoculars from the rickety wooden table next to his bed, and grabbed a frayed cloth knapsack off his desk. He stuffed the binoculars and a few journals in the knapsack and headed outside. He walked through the large wrought-iron gates where the scrollwork announced that this was Mount Zion Cemetery, located in northwest Washington, D.C., and owned by the nearby Mount Zion United Methodist Church. He'd been engaged as the cemetery's caretaker some years ago. The cottage that came with the job was his first real home in a long time. He walked south on 27th Street, caught a metro bus, and was soon dropped a block or so from his second home of sorts. As he passed the small tent that at least technically belonged to him, he pulled the binoculars out of his knapsack and, from the shadow of a tree, used them to eye the building across the street. He had taken the government-issued binoculars with him after serving his country proudly before completely losing faith in its leaders. His real name he had not used in decades. He had been known for a long time now as Oliver Stone, a name he'd adopted in what could only be termed an act of cheeky defiance. Taking the irreverent film director's name as his own seemed appropriate, since this Oliver Stone was also very interested in the real truth. Through the binoculars, he continued to study the comings and goings at the mansion that never ceased to fascinate him. Then Stone entered his small tent, and using an old flashlight, he carefully noted down his observations in one of the journals he'd brought in his knapsack. Returning outside, he watched the guards who holstered semi-automatic pistols and held machine guns, or occasionally spoke into walkie-talkies. He made eye contact with one of the guards, who called out, "Hey, Stone, I hear Humpty Dumpty was pushed. Pass it on." Some of the other men laughed at this remark, and even Stone's lips curled into a smile. "Duly noted," he answered back. He hitched his frayed pants up tighter around his slender waist, smoothed back his long grayish-white hair, and stopped for a moment to retie the string that was trying and failing to hold his right shoe together. "It is new clothes that you need," a female voice said in the darkness. He looked up to see the speaker leaning against a statue of Major General Comte de Rochambeau, an American Revolutionary War hero. "It really is the new clothes that you need, Oliver," the woman said again. "And the haircut, too, yes. Oliver, it is a new everything that is needed." "I'm sure that I do," he replied quietly. "Yet it's all in one's priorities, I suppose, and fortunately vanity has never been one of mine." This woman called herself Adelphia. She had an accent that he'd never been able to exactly place, although it was definitely European, probably Slavic. She was tall and spare, with black hair shot through with gray that she wore long. The 6-foot-long, freestanding banner outside her tent proclaimed, "A fetus is a life. If you don't believe it, you're going straight to hell." There was very little that was subtle about Adelphia. The small sign outside of Oliver Stone's tent read simply, "I want the truth." He had yet to find it after all these years. "I go to get the café, Oliver. Would you like some? I have money." "No, thank you, Adelphia. I have to go somewhere." She scowled. "Another meeting is where you go? What good does it give you? It is not young you are no more, and you should not be walking in the dark. This is dangerous place." He glanced at the armed men. "Actually, I think it's fairly secure here." Then Stone's attention was caught by the sudden activity across the street. Policemen and marked cruisers were assembling in groups. Across the street, the imposing black steel gates opened, and a black Suburban shot out, its red and blue grille lights blazing. Knowing instantly what was happening, Stone hurried down the street toward the nearest intersection. As he watched through his binoculars, the world's most elaborate motorcade streamed out onto 17th Street. In the middle of this imposing column was the most unique limousine ever built. It was a Cadillac DTS model, loaded with the latest in navigation and communication technology, and it could carry 6 passengers very comfortably in rich blue leather with wood trim accents. The exterior of the vehicle was constructed of anti-ballistic steel panels, and the windows were phone-book-thick polycarbonate glass that no bullet could penetrate. It was known affectionately as the Beast. The limo had only 2 known weaknesses. It could neither fly nor float. A light came on inside the Beast, and Stone saw the man perusing some papers of enormous importance, no doubt. The limo slowed as it passed through the intersection, and Stone tensed a bit as he saw the man glance his way. For a brief moment, the President of the United States, James H. Brennan, and conspiracy-minded citizen Oliver Stone made direct eye contact. The President grimaced and said something. The man next to him immediately turned the light out. Stone smiled again. "Yes, I will always be here. Longer than both of you." The man seated beside President Brennan was also well known to Stone. He was Carter Gray, the so-called intelligence czar, a recently created cabinet-level position that gave him iron-fisted control of a $50 billion budget and 120,000 highly trained personnel in all 15 American intelligence agencies. Stone checked his watch. The meeting would be starting soon. The black sedan crept down the one-lane road that was bracketed by thick walls of trees, finally easing onto a gravel path branching from the road. 100 feet later, the car came to a stop. Tyler Rinke, tall, blond, athletically built, and in his late 20s, climbed out of the driver's side, while Warren Peters, early 30s and barely 5'7", extricated himself from the passenger seat. Rinke unlocked the car's trunk. Inside, lying in a fetal position, was a fellow in his mid-30s, his arms and legs bound tightly with rubber straps. A heavy cloth covered his mouth, and a plastic tarp had been placed under him. Yet, unlike most people bound and stuffed in car trunks, he was still alive, although he appeared deeply sedated. Using the tarp, the men lifted him out of the trunk and set him down on the ground. 15 minutes later, they reached the end of the dirt and rock. The water was not deep here, and flat boulders could be seen in several locations, poking through the surface of the slow-moving river. "All right," Peters said, "this is the place." Rinke opened a duffel bag, pulled out 2 objects, and set them down on the ground. Squatting next to the larger object, he felt along its contours. Seconds later, his fingers found what they were searching for. A minute later, the dinghy was fully inflated. The other item he'd pulled from the duffel was a small engine prop that he attached to the boat's stern. Peters said, "We'll keep to the Virginia side. This engine's pretty quiet, but sound really carries over the water." "We have to dunk him," Rinke pointed out. "Right. Figured we'd do it by the shore here." Carrying the captive, they stepped along the soft dirt and rocks, lining the water's edge, and then waded in up to their knees and lowered him into the warm water until his body, but not his face, was submerged, and then quickly pulled him up again. They did this maneuver twice more. "That should do it," Peters said as he looked down at the soaked man, who moaned a bit in his sleep. They hadn't dunked his face because they thought that might rouse him and make it more difficult to transport him. They waded back to shore and then placed him in the inflatable dinghy. The men made one more careful sweep of the area and then carried the small boat to the water and climbed in. Peters started the engine, and the dinghy sped out into the river at a decent clip. The 2 men fell silent as the tiny craft headed into a gathering fog bank. Alex Ford stifled a yawn and rubbed his tired eyes. A clear voice shot through his ear fob. "Stay alert, Ford." He gave a barely noticeable nod of his head and refocused. He touched the pistol in his shoulder holster. Alex reflected on his career for a moment. How many doorways had he stood post at? The answer was clearly etched in the wrinkles on his face and the weariness in his eyes. Even after leaving protection detail and being reassigned to the Secret Service's Washington Field Office, or WFO, to do more investigative work at the tail end of his career, here he was again, taking up space between the door jambs. Tonight was foreign dignitary protection at the low end of the threat assessment level. He'd been unlucky enough to draw the overtime assignment to protect a visiting head of government, finding out about it an hour before he was about to go off duty. The veteran Secret Service agent had already done 3 of these extra-duty soirees in the past week. The months leading up to a presidential election were a manic swirl of parties, fundraisers, and meet and greets. Alex glanced at his partner for the night, a tall, beefy kid out of WFO with a Marine Corps buzz cut who'd been called in at the last minute, too. Alex had a few more years until he could retire on his federal pension, but this kid was looking at more than 2 decades of riding the Secret Service's career roller coaster. "Simpson got out of this again," the kid muttered. "Second time in a row. Tell me this, whose ass is getting kissed upstairs?" Alex shrugged noncommittally. The thing about duty like this, it gave you time to think. In fact, way too much time. Right now, though, at age 43, after spending most of his adult life on constant high alert amid numbing tedium, a typical Secret Service agent's daily existence, he seriously wondered just how demented he'd been to keep going. Hell, he could have found a hobby, or at least a wife. Alex bit his lip to mitigate the smoldering heat in his neck, and stoically watched the Prime Minister's wife cramming foie gras into her mouth. What a gig. Oliver Stone walked toward a small park next to the Georgetown waterfront complex and glanced down at the brownish waters. The Potomac River was quiet tonight. The police boat that regularly patrolled the waters must have headed south toward the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. That was very good, Stone thought. Thankfully, he didn't pass any police officers on land either. This was a free country, but somewhat less free for a man who lived in a cemetery, wore clothes only a couple of levels above rags, and was out after dark in an affluent area. Stone walked along the waterfront. He could feel the thick ground fog rolling in. Soon he would be lucky to see a foot in front of him. He was drawing near to a gaudily painted building owned by one of the local rowing clubs when a familiar voice called to him from the darkness. "Oliver, is that you?" "Yes, Caleb. Are the others here?" A medium-sized fellow with a bit of a paunch came into Stone's line of sight. Caleb Shaw was dressed in a suit of clothes from the 19th century, complete with a bowler hat that covered his short graying hair. "Reuben's here, but he's relieving himself. I haven't seen Milton yet," Caleb added. When Reuben joined them, he didn't look well. He was pressing one of his hands into his side. Reuben was prone to kidney stones. "You should go to the clinic, Reuben," Stone implored. The big man scowled. "I don't like people poking around inside me. Had enough of that in the Army. So I'll suffer in silence and in privacy if you don't mind." As they were speaking, Milton Farb joined them. He stopped, pecked the dirt with his right foot 3 times, then with his left 2 times, and finished this off with a series of whistles and grunts. Then he recited a string of numbers that obviously had great significance for him. The other 3 waited patiently until he finished. They all knew if they interrupted their companion in the midst of his obsessive-compulsive ritual, he would have to start again, and it was getting rather late. "Hello, Milton," Stone said after the grunts and whistles had ceased. Milton Farb looked up from the dirt and smiled. Milton patted his backpack. "I have some good stuff, Oliver." "Well, let's get going," said Reuben, who was still holding his side. "I've got the early shift at the loading dock tomorrow." As the 4 headed off, Stone studied each of his companions, men he'd known for years, and who'd been with him through both good and bad times. Reuben had graduated from West Point and served 3 distinguished tours in Vietnam. After that, he'd been assigned to the Defense Intelligence Agency, essentially the military counterpart of the CIA. However, he eventually quit the DIA and became a vocal protester of war in general, and the Vietnam War in particular. When the country quit caring about that little skirmish in Southeast Asia, Reuben found himself a man without a cause. Reuben was currently on the payroll of a warehouse company where he unloaded trucks, exercising his muscles instead of his mind. Caleb Shaw had twin doctorates in political science and 18th century literature, though his bohemian nature found comfort in the fashions of the 19th century. Despite his academic prowess, his eccentricities had long since banished him from the mainstream of scholarship. He currently worked in the Rare Books and Special Collections Division at the Library of Congress. Milton Farb probably possessed more sheer brilliance than the other members put together, even if he often forgot to eat, thought that Paris Hilton was a place to stay in France, and believed that so long as he possessed an ATM card, that he also had money. A child prodigy, he had the innate capacity to add enormous numbers in his head, and a pure photographic memory. He could read or see something once and never forget it. After completing graduate school in record time, he was employed at the National Institutes of Health, or NIH. The only things that had prevented him from having a successful life were his worsening obsessive-compulsive disorder, or OCD, and a strong paranoia complex. Unfortunately, these twin demons tended to erupt at inappropriate times. After sending a threatening letter to the President of the United States decades ago, and being investigated by the Secret Service, his NIH career quickly came to an end. He now had a thriving business designing corporate websites. They headed down closer to the water where there was an old abandoned junkyard. At a spot nearby, there was a great clump of ragged bushes, half in the water. From this hiding place, the four managed to pull out a long, crusted rowboat that hardly looked seaworthy. Undaunted by this, they carried the boat down to the water and climbed in. They took turns at the oars, with Big Reuben pulling the longest and hardest. "The police boat's up near the 14th Street Bridge," Caleb reported. "The threat level was elevated this morning," Reuben informed them. "Friends of mine in the know say it's all bullshit campaign posturing. President Brennan waving the flag." Stone turned around and stared at Milton, who sat impassively in the stern. "You're unusually quiet tonight, Milton. Everything all right?" Milton looked at him shyly. "I made a friend. A female friend." Reuben slapped Milton on the shoulder. "You old dog, you!" "That's wonderful," Stone said. "Where did you meet her?" "At the anxiety clinic. She's a patient, too." "I see," Stone said, turning back around. "That's very nice, I'm sure," Caleb added diplomatically. They moved slowly under the Key Bridge, keeping to the middle of the channel, and then followed the curve of the river south. Stone took comfort that the thickening fog made them practically invisible from shore. The boat made its way around the western side of the island and into a small strip of water known appropriately as Little Channel. It was so isolated here that it seemed impossible that they'd glimpsed the U.S. Capitol dome just minutes ago. Reaching shore, they climbed out and hauled the boat up into the bushes. As the men trudged single file through the woods toward the main trail, Oliver Stone carried an extra spring in his step. He had a lot he wanted to accomplish tonight. The Latvian entourage finally retired, and Alex immediately hitched a ride to a federal cop hangout, not far from the Secret Service's WFO. The establishment was called the Leap Bar. The acronym LEAP probably meant nothing to the layperson, but was very well known to federal law enforcement types. LEAP stood for Law Enforcement Availability Pay. In exchange for being available at least 10 hours a day for work that required a badge, a gun, and more than a modicum of guts, federal officers received from their respective agencies a 25% bump in their base pay. Alex passed through the front door and edged up to the bar. When Alex saw her, he grinned, in spite of wanting to remain cool and unaffected by her presence. "Beefeater martini on the rocks, with not 2 or 4, but 3 plump olives," she said, eyeing him with an accompanying smile. "Good memory." "Yeah, it's really tough, considering you never order anything else." "How's DOJ treating you?" Kate Adams was the only bartender of his acquaintance, who was also a Department of Justice lawyer. She handed him his drink. "Hunky-dory? How's the service treating you?" "The paychecks keep coming, and I keep breathing. That's all I ask." "You really should raise your standards." Kate mopped up the bar as Alex kept shooting discreet glances her way. She was 5'7", with slender curves and shoulder-length blonde hair curling around a long neck. She had high cheekbones with a slim, straight nose between, leading down to a shapely chin. In fact, everything about her was cool and classical, until you got to the eyes. They were large and green, and to Alex evidenced a fiery, passionate soul lurking within. Single, a GS-15, and in her mid-30s, he checked on the government database, Kate looked 5 years younger than that. It was a pity, Alex thought, since he looked every bit his age, though his black hair had not yet started to thin or gray. Why, he didn't know. "You're getting skinny," she remarked, breaking into his thoughts. "Being out of protection, I'm not standing around shoveling in hotel food. And I actually get to work out instead of sitting on my butt on a plane for 10 hours at a crack." He'd been coming here for over a month and chit-chatting with the woman. He wanted to do more than that, though, and now tried to think of something that would hold her attention. He suddenly glanced at her hands. "So, how long have you played the piano?" "What?" Kate said in a surprised tone. "Your fingers are calloused," he observed. "A sure sign of a piano player." Kate stared at her fingers. "What are you, some sort of hand expert?" "All Secret Service agents are. I've spent a good chunk of my adult life looking at hands in all 50 states and a bunch of countries overseas." "Why?" Because people kill with their hands, Kate. Oh. He was about to say something else when a group of FBI agents who'd just gotten off the last shift burst in, strode en masse to the bar, and started ordering in loud voices. Alex, pushed away by their sheer number, took his drink and sat alone at a small table in a corner. However, his gaze remained fixed on Kate. The bureau boys were giving the lovely bartender their fawning attention, which irritated the hell out of the Secret Service agent. Alex finally turned his attention to the TV bolted to the wall. It was tuned to CNN, and a number of bar patrons were listening intently to the person speaking on the screen. Alex carried his drink over near the set so he could hear better and watched a repeat of an earlier press conference held by Carter Gray, the nation's intelligence chief. In rural southwest Virginia, 3 alleged terrorists were found dead by a farmer, the Secretary of Intelligence said. Forensic evidence suggests these men had been dead for at least a week, and perhaps longer. Using the information database at the National Intelligence Center, we have confirmed that one of them was Mohammed al-Zawahiri, who we believe was connected to the Grand Central suicide bombing and is suspected of running an East Coast drug ring as well. Also killed were one Adnan al-Rimi and a third man whose identity is still unknown. Gray continued. One of the most interesting facets of this incident is that, based on the investigation so far, it seems that al-Zawahiri killed his 2 companions and then committed suicide, although it may turn out that his death was somehow related to his drug trafficking. Alex turned his attention back to the bar and the lady there. He knew that a woman like Kate Adams probably had 20 guys gunning for her, and most of them were probably better prospects than he was. He squared his shoulders and made up his mind. Well, there's no reason I can't be the one guy out of 20 who sticks. However, halfway to the bar, he stopped. Another man had come in and walked right up to her. The immediate smile on Kate's face was enough to tell Alex that this person was special. Alex finished his drink and was about to leave when he heard his name. He turned and saw Kate motioning to him. He reluctantly walked over. "Alex, this is Tom Hemingway." "Tom, Alex Ford," she said. When they shook hands, there was such strength in Hemingway's grip that Alex, who was pretty strong, felt a pain shoot up his arm. He stared down at the man's hand, amazed at the thickness of the fingers. "Secret Service," Hemingway said, glancing at Alex's red lapel pin. "You?" Alex asked. "I'm with one of those places where I'd have to kill you if I told you," Hemingway replied with a knowing smile. Alex could barely conceal his contempt. "I've got buddies at the CIA, DIA, NRO, and the NSA. Which one are you?" "I'm not talking anything that obvious, Alex," Hemingway answered with a chuckle. Alex glanced at Kate. "Since when is DOJ mixed up with funny guys like him?" Hemingway said, "Actually, we're working on something together, my agency and DOJ. Kate's the lead counsel. I'm the liaison." "I'm sure you couldn't ask for a better partner than Kate." Alex put his empty glass down. "Well, I'd better get going." "I'm sure I'll see you in here soon," Kate said quickly. Alex didn't answer her. He turned to Hemingway. "Hang in there, Tom." As he strode off, Alex felt the man's gaze burning into him. What he didn't sense was Kate's worried look following him out. The presidential motorcade was returning to the White House after the fundraising event, passing swiftly through empty streets and closed intersections. Now, in the back seat of the Beast, Brennan was intently studying some poll results, while Gray stared straight ahead, his mind, as always, juggling a dozen things at once. Finally, Gray glanced at his boss. "With all due respect, sir, going over the polls every 5 minutes won't change the result. As a presidential candidate, Senator Dyson's not in your league." Gray added diplomatically, "Thus you have the luxury of focusing on other concerns of critical importance." Brennan chuckled and put the poll results away. "Are you on to any more al-Zawahiris out there?" "That incident was a very rare thing, Mr. President." Gray still wasn't sure why al-Zawahiri had seemingly turned like that. The NIC chief wanted to assume that his strategy of infiltrating terrorist organizations and employing other tactics to turn them against each other was really starting to pay dividends. However, Gray was far too suspicious a man to rule out alternatives. "Well, it got us some great press." As he had in the past, Gray mastered an urge to say what he really thought about such a comment. The veteran spy had served under several presidents. and they were all much like Brennan. They were not inherently bad people. However, considering their exalted status, Gray found them far more prone to traditional human failings than their fellow citizens. At their core, Gray considered them to be selfish and egotistical creatures, formed and then hardened in the heat of political battle. All presidents could claim it was about doing good, about furthering the right agendas, about leading their political party. But in Gray's experience, it really all came down to the throne of the Oval Office. Power was the greatest high in the world, and the presidency of the United States represented the greatest power there was. Its potency made heroin seem like a placebo. However, if Brennan dropped dead tonight, there was an adequate vice president ready to step into his shoes, and the country would continue to run. In Gray's opinion, if Brennan somehow lost the upcoming election, his opponent would simply move into the White House and America wouldn't miss a beat. Presidents weren't indispensable, the NIC chief knew. They only thought they were. Rest assured, Mr. President, you would know of any more al-Zawahiris the moment I did. Brennan was far too wily a politician to accept that statement at face value. It was a Washington tradition that intelligence chiefs kept things from their president. Yet Brennan had every incentive to allow the very popular Gray free rein to do his job. And Carter Gray was a spy, and spies always held things back. It was apparently in their genes never to be entirely forthcoming. It was as though if they did reveal all, they'd disappear. "Get some sleep, Carter. I'll see you tomorrow," the president said as they left the beast. 45 minutes later, Gray sat back against the worn leather of the Suburban he was riding in, while the armed guards all around him kept a close lookout. Gray closed his eyes for 15 minutes until he felt the vehicle slow. Then came the familiar rattle as the motorcade rolled across the gravel drive, leading up to Gray's modest home. Gray lived alone, but not by choice. He went inside, allowed himself a beer to unwind, and then headed upstairs to sleep for a few hours. As was his habit before retiring, he picked up the 2 pictures on the fireplace mantel across from his bed. The first was his wife, Barbara, a woman who'd shared most of his adult life. The second photo was of his only child, his daughter, Margaret, or Maggie as everyone had called her. He had never grown comfortable referring to his family in the past tense. Yet how else did one refer to the dead and buried? He kissed both of the pictures and set them back down. After he had climbed into bed, the horrible weight of depression lasted 30 minutes, less than usual, and then Carter Gray fell into an exhausted sleep. In 5 hours, he would rise and again engage in the only battle he now considered worth fighting. Alex Ford's walk that night took him east, and he soon found himself in familiar territory. 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. "Hey, Alex," a man in a suit said, as he walked out of the front security gate. "You going on or off duty, Bobby?" Bobby smiled. "You see an ear fob sticking out my ass? I'm going home to the little woman and kids. What brings you back here?" Alex shrugged. "You know, once you get POTUS duty inside you, you can't get it out. You on the campaign travel team?" Bobby nodded. "We leave day after tomorrow. I don't know if you heard, but the man's hometown in Pennsylvania changed its name to Brennan. He's going up there during the campaign to attend the dedication. Talk about your ego trips." As he headed off, Alex glanced over at Lafayette Park, where the remaining White House protesters were located. Or at least that's how Alex and other Secret Service agents politely referred to them. During his stint at the White House, Alex got to know some of the protesters. Most were certifiably crazy and therefore closely watched by the Secret Service. Yet not all of the protesters were asylum candidates, including the man he'd come to visit. Alex stopped by one tent and called out, "Oliver, it's Alex Ford. You there?" "He no here," a female voice said contemptuously. Alex glanced over at the woman as she walked up with a paper cup of coffee in hand. "How's it going, Adelphia?" "Doctors are immorally killing babies all over this country. That's how it goes." "Yeah, that's what I hear." He paused respectfully. Where's Oliver?" "Not am I his keeper." She turned away. Alex smiled. When he'd been on presidential protection detail, he'd always suspected that the lady had a thing for Mr. Stone. Most of the agents who knew Oliver Stone had written him off as a harmless crackpot who adopted the name of a famous film director for some ridiculous reason. Alex had taken the time to get to know the man, however, finding Stone erudite and thoughtful, and more in touch with the political and economic complexities of the world than some wonks who worked across the street. In particular, the man knew by heart every detail of seemingly every conspiracy ever reported on. Some of the agents called him King Khan for this attribute, and Stone played one hell of a game of chess. "If you see Oliver, tell him Agent Ford was looking for him. You remember me, right?" Adelphia made no sign that she'd heard him, but then again, that was just Adelphia. Stone, Milton, Reuben, and Caleb walked along the main trail on Theodore Roosevelt Island, a 90-acre memorial to the former president and Rough Rider that sat in the middle of the Potomac River. They soon reached a clearing where an immense statue of Teddy Roosevelt stood with his right arm raised to the heavens. Oliver Stone sat cross-legged in front of the statue, and the others joined him there. He announced in a solemn voice, "The regular meeting of the Camel Club is officially called to order. In the absence of a formal agenda, I move that we discuss observations since the last meeting, and then open the floor for new business. Do I have a second?" "I second the motion," Reuben said automatically. "All in favor say aye," Stone added. The ayes carried the motion, and Stone opened the notebook he pulled from his knapsack. "Brennan went out late tonight," Stone reported. "Carter Gray was with him." "Those two are joined at the hip," Reuben noted hotly. Milton broke in excitedly. "I've compiled facts on several conspiracies of global proportion that have not been reported by any news media." Before Stone could reply, all four of them had turned their heads in the direction of the sounds filtering through the woods. Stone instantly put a finger to his lips and listened. There it was again, a boat's engine, and it sounded as though it was right at the edge of the island. They all took their bags and made their way quietly into the surrounding brush. Oliver Stone eased a branch out of the way and peered through this small gap toward the paved area in front of the Roosevelt Monument. His companions were also riveted on what was happening nearby. Two men appeared on one of the gravel paths, carrying something on a plastic tarp. One man was tall, lean, and blond, the other short, thick, and dark-haired. When they laid the tarp on the ground, Stone could see that they were carrying a man bound with straps. They slid the plastic from under him and then swept the area with their flashlights, going grid by grid. Satisfied that they were alone, the men turned back to their captive. One of them removed the cover from his mouth and placed it in his pocket. The man made a few sounds, none of them coherent. He appeared drunk. The short man put on a pair of rubber gloves and pulled a revolver from his coat, while the other man undid their captive's bindings. The short man took a nearly empty bottle from the duffel bag and pressed the semi-conscious man's hands around it, and then splashed a bit of the remaining liquid on his clothes and around his mouth. Reuben was about to charge out of the bushes, but Stone put a hand on his arm. The other man was also armed. A pistol was clearly visible in his belt holster. The Camel Club stood no chance. To reveal themselves now would mean a death sentence. Meanwhile, the man holding the gun knelt down next to the captive. He took the man's right hand and placed it around the gun. Perhaps because of the touch of the cold metal, the captive opened his eyes. As he stared up at the other man, he suddenly cried out, "I'm sorry, please don't, I'm sorry." The short man slid the pistol into the man's mouth, pushing it against the roof of the mouth. The captive choked for an instant, and then the short man forced the trigger down. At the sound of the shot, all four members of the Camel Club closed their eyes. A minute later, the killers trudged off. As soon as the sounds of their footfalls disappeared, the Camel Club let out a collective sigh of relief. Holding his finger to his lips, Stone quietly led the way out of their hiding place and into the clearing. Reuben squatted down next to the body. He shook his head and said in a very low voice, "At least he was killed instantly, as if that somehow makes up for being murdered." "Is there any ID on the body?" Stone asked. "This is a crime scene," Caleb said shakily. "We shouldn't touch anything." "He's right," Reuben agreed. He glanced over at Milton, who was making frantic motions with his hands as he sped silently through his OCD ritual. Stone knelt down beside him and spoke quietly but urgently. "Those were professional killers, and I'd like to know who the target was and what he knew that led to his death." As he was speaking, he wrapped a handkerchief pulled from his pocket around his hand, searched the dead man's pockets, and slid out a wallet. He nimbly flipped it open, and they all gazed at the driver's license in the see-through plastic. "Patrick Johnson," Stone read. "He lived in Bethesda." Stone put the wallet back, searched the other pocket, and pulled out a piece of paper the killer had placed there. He read the contents of the letter in a soft voice. "I'm sorry. It's all too much. I can't live with this anymore. This is the only way. I'm sorry, so sorry." And it's signed Patrick Johnson. Stone continued. "The writing is very legible. I suppose the police will assume it was written before he supposedly drank himself into a suicidal stupor." Reuben said, "He said he was sorry right before they killed him." Stone shook his head. "I think he was speaking about something else he was sorry for. The note's words are just a subterfuge, a typical suicide's last plea." Stone put the note back and felt Johnson's clothes. "They're soaked through." Reuben pointed to the plastic baggie. "What do you make of that?" Stone thought for a moment. "I think I understand its purpose and the soaked clothes as well. But we should leave." They set off down the path, leading to their boat. Warren Peters, who'd fired the shot that killed Patrick Johnson, was walking along the trail back to their dinghy when he stopped short. "Shit," he whispered. "What?" Tyler Rinke asked as he nervously looked around. "Police boat?" "No, almost a big mistake." Peters scooped up some dirt and pebbles in his hand. "When we dunked him, it cleaned his shoe soles off. If he walked here through the woods, his soles wouldn't be clean. The FBI won't miss that." The two men hurried back along the path and over to the body. Peters squatted down next to the murdered man's shoes and pressed dirt and pebbles into the soles. "Good catch," Rinke said. "I don't want to even think about what would have happened if I'd blown that." He finished his task and started to rise, but his gaze caught on something. "Son of a bitch!" Peters exclaimed between clenched teeth. He pointed to the note he had pressed into the victim's pocket. A corner of it was sticking out. "I shoved that all the way in because I didn't want it to look too obvious. So why is it visible now?" Rinke said, "You must have made a mistake with the paper. You probably didn't push it in as far as you thought." Peters continued to search the area and then stiffened. "What now?" his companion asked impatiently. "Listen, do you hear that?" Rinke remained still and silent, and then his mouth gaped. "Somebody running, that way!" He pointed to the right, down one of the trails in the opposite direction they had come. The two men pulled their weapons and sprinted toward the sound. Stone and the others had just jumped into their boat and pushed off. The fog was now dense enough to make navigation tricky. They were perhaps 10 feet from the island in the little channel when the two men burst out of the trees and saw them. "Pull as hard as you can and keep your face turned down," Stone said to Reuben, who needed no such prompting. The two men on shore took aim at their quarry, but the fog made their targets very elusive. They both fired. A shot hit right next to Caleb, and he joined a cowering Milton in the bottom of the boat. Stone ducked down as another shot passed by, and then he heard Reuben cry out. "Reuben?" He turned to look at his friend. "It's all right, just a glance, but I'd forgotten how much they burn." Stone looked toward the wispy lights of sleeping Georgetown. With the fog, they were still too far away for anyone on shore to see what was going on. Reuben was staring back toward the island as he heard a boat engine coming. "The police boat," Stone whispered, pointing south of their position and cupping his ear. In a relieved voice, Caleb cried out, "The police? Quick, get their attention." "No," Stone said firmly. "I want everyone to remain as silent as possible. Reuben, stop rowing." Reuben looked curiously at his friend, but stopped pulling at the oars and just sat there. "We'll be damn lucky if they don't run right into us," he complained in a low voice. All of them could now clearly hear the whine of the big engine. Through the fog they saw the green starboard side running lights of the patrol boat passing by, less than 30 feet away. The members of the Camel Club held their collective breath and watched as the patrol boat slowly glided along. When it was finally out of sight, Stone said, "Okay, Reuben, get us to shore." A few minutes later, they pulled the boat ashore and hid it in an old drainage ditch near the seawall. "So now what?" Reuben asked, as they trudged along through the quiet streets of Georgetown. Stone ticked the points off on his fingers. "We find out who the murdered man was, we find out why someone would want to kill him, and we find out who killed him." Reuben looked incredulous. "Jesus, man, do you understand what you're saying?" "Yes, I do," Stone replied impassively. "But why do we have to do anything?" Caleb asked. Stone stared at him. "Men who kill like that tend to clean up all loose ends, which means they'll do everything they can to track us down and kill us too. We can't go to the police for the reasons I've already outlined. So my very strong suggestion is," Reuben broke in, "that we get them before they get us." Stone walked on, the rest of the Camel Club hurrying along in his wake. As the van passed around a bend in the road, the elaborate sign, set in foot-high reflective letters, came into view. "Welcome to Brennan, Pennsylvania, birthplace of President James H. Brennan." A rendering of Brennan had been carved into the wood beside these words. It was a good likeness. The man in the van's passenger seat looked at his two companions and smiled. Then he raised an imaginary gun, pointed it at Brennan's head, and fired, placing 3 shots right into the brain of the most powerful man on earth. The 3 men were tall and possessed the leanness of people unfamiliar with a Western diet of saturated fat and sugar. 2 were Arab and the other Persian. When they reached their apartment, a block from Main Street, someone was waiting for them. The man didn't look at them when they entered, but continued gazing out the window. He was nearly 60, though as lean and wiry as the younger men. He was Caucasian and an American, although from the immediate deference paid to him by his companions, he was clearly the leader of this small band. The Muslims referred to him, with respect, as Captain Jack. He had given himself this title based on his preferred brand of liquor. They did not, nor would they ever, know his real name. Captain Jack was looking through his binoculars at Mercy Hospital across the street. It was the only hospital in the immediate vicinity, which was why it had attracted his interest. He sat down and watched as one of the men worked away on a laptop, while the other 2 went over some equipment manuals. "Current status?" he asked. The Iranian on the laptop answered, "We've switched to another chat site." He glanced at a piece of paper taped to his screen. "Tonight, it's Gone with the Wind." They had chosen a movie chat site listing the 50 greatest American movies of all time. It was highly doubtful that law enforcement agencies would be monitoring people's cybergabbing about films, so their method of encryption was relatively simple. And then they would move on to another film the next day. "Everyone progressing on schedule?" Captain Jack asked as he scratched his trim beard. "All accounted for and all on schedule." He added with an element of disbelief, "Even the woman is progressing well. Very well." Across the street at Mercy Hospital, an emergency room doctor was walking down the hallway with one of the hospital administrators. The physician was a recent and welcome addition to Mercy, since the hospital was habitually understaffed. As they walked along, the doctor glanced nervously at an armed security guard posted at a doorway. "Armed guards? Is that really necessary?" he asked. The administrator shrugged. "Afraid so. Our pharmacy's been burglarized twice in the last 6 months. We can't afford another hit." As the men passed down the hallway, a uniformed Adnan al-Rimi, his appearance much changed since his death in rural Virginia, walked off to patrol another part of the hospital. There were many such dead men walking the streets of Brennan right now. On the outskirts of Brennan, Pennsylvania, was a faded strip mall. In the far back room of one of the shops, behind a makeshift plywood partition, were 2 Arab men and a third fellow. One of the Arabs was an engineer specializing in medical devices, the other a chemist, though both men had other skills as well. The third man, a former U.S. National Guardsman, was sitting in a chair, looking nervously at the various pieces of equipment stacked neatly on a long table against the wall. The former National Guardsman was looking at where his right hand had been. A cast had been made of the stump, and a shiny metal socket with metal fingers had been attached to this spot. The engineer lifted an object out of a long box and held it up. It looked like a human hand. "It's made of silicone, and we have copied your vein patterns and simulated your natural skin color. The metal socket and inner hand attached to your wrist are internally wired with powered movement and flexibility in all 5 fingers." He held his hand up against the prosthetic one. "You can see that it's barely an inch longer than normal." The man nodded and smiled. His thoughts were obvious. It did look like a real hand. "We will be in touch in the usual way." They shook hands. "Feels good to finally be able to do that," the ex-National Guardsman said. After he had left, the 2 men went back to work. There was another box on the table that was marked in Arabic. One of the men opened it. Inside, wrapped in plastic, was a stainless steel canister. Inside the canister was a bottle filled with liquid. He lifted out the bottle and held it up to the light. He well knew that, according to the FBI, the 3 deadliest substances in the world were, in descending order of lethality, plutonium, botulism toxin, and ricin. The liquid in the glass vial was not nearly as deadly as any of those poisons. However, in its own way, the substance was still very effective. The hand he had just placed on the former National Guardsman had a pouch inside. When a tiny release button built into the skin was pushed, and the wrist bone was flexed in a very special way, the pouch opened, and any liquid inside it would be secreted through the artificial pores. Tom Hemingway sat in his modest apartment near Capitol Hill. Though it was very late, he was not tired. In fact, adrenaline was ripping through his veins. He had just received the news. Patrick Johnson was dead. Hemingway felt no remorse. The man had no one to blame but himself. He went into his bedroom, unlocked a hidden floor safe, took out a folder and sat down at his kitchen table. Inside the folder were photographs of over 24 men and 1 woman. All were Muslims. The authorities would classify them as enemies of America. The assembling of these people represented 2 full years of Tom Hemingway's life. And for those in the group who had run afoul of the law in some way, Hemingway had achieved a miracle. He had made the living appear to be dead. Hemingway's father, the Honorable Franklin T. Hemingway, had been a statesman, when that word still carried some actual meaning. He had risen through the ranks to become ambassador to some of the most diplomatically challenging countries on earth. Before his untimely death, he had been hailed as one of the great peacemakers of his generation, a dedicated and honorable civil servant. Tom Hemingway had not gone the route of his diplomatic father, however, because Tom Hemingway didn't believe he had the temperament for such a career. He had instead entered the spy world, beginning with the National Security Agency before transferring to the CIA and working his way up. Ultimately, it had been for nothing. The precious work that he'd performed was a sham, fueled more by business interests than national ones, accomplishing nothing other than making a bad situation worse. The world was as close to destruction as he had ever seen, and Tom Hemingway had seen a lot. There were many reasons, beginning with critical shortages of water, oil and gas, steel, coal, and other natural resources. Rich countries like the United States, Japan, and China took the lion's share of these precious commodities, leaving scraps for the poorest nations. But it was more than the historically complex issue of the haves and the have-nots. It was a fundamental question of ignorance and intolerance. Hemingway had always considered ignorance and intolerance to be like commas, because you often found them in pairs, and almost never did you find one, ignorance, without its evil twin, intolerance. At age 40, Hemingway's father had helped create peace in lands that had known only war. At the same age, his son had helped to rip peace from lands all over the world, leaving much of it in shambles. It had been a devastating revelation, given his provenance. And then he had sat down and looked at his options, and a plan had slowly coalesced. There were many who would have looked at what he intended and called him hopelessly naive. That was not the way the world worked, they would have argued. You are doomed to pitiful failure, they would have pronounced. And yet these were the same people who had performed atrocities in certain parts of the world under the pretense of helping them. They committed these crimes for reasons as crude as money and power, and expected to have their own way without ever being seriously challenged by those they had so clearly wronged. Now, who was the naive one, Hemingway thought? His official occupation, had allowed him to crisscross the Middle East over the last few years. During that time, he slowly formed the pieces to his puzzle, meeting with people he needed assistance from. He found skeptics aplenty, but then one man, someone he deeply respected and a longtime friend of his father's, agreed to help. The man gave Hemingway not only access to people, but the necessary funds to construct an elaborate operation. Hemingway did not believe for an instant that this gentleman didn't have reasons of his own to do so. However, Tom Hemingway, American-born and bred, even with all his contacts in that region and familiarity with its language and culture, couldn't have possibly pulled off something this monumental on his own. And if he suffered from a certain idealism that bordered on naivete, he was brutally realistic about how best his plan could be successfully carried out. He often wished his father was still alive so that he could ask for his advice. He knew, though, what Franklin Hemingway would say: "It is wrong, don't do it." But the son was going to do it. And what was his true motivation? Hemingway had asked himself that question often as the process was unfolding. He had come up with different answers at times. He had finally concluded that he was not doing this for his country, and he was not doing this for the Middle East. He was doing this for a planet that was quickly running out of second chances, and perhaps also as a tribute for a father who was a man of peace, but who died a violent death because people patently refused to understand each other. Perhaps it was as simple and complex as that. The body of Patrick Johnson was discovered early the next morning by a group of fifth graders and their teachers from a Maryland elementary school who wanted to learn more about Teddy Roosevelt. Unfortunately, they learned far more than they'd bargained for. Later that morning, Alex Ford was driving his creaky government Crown Vic into work and thinking about what he'd be doing that day. If nothing else, duty at the Washington field office provided a lot of variety. He parked his car, walked into the WFO, nodded to a broad-hipped female guard in the lobby, swiped his security card in the slot in the elevator, and rode up to the 4th floor where the Metro Area Task Force was located. For part of his work, Alex was assigned to the task force, as were many of the more veteran agents at WFO. The service had 3 floors in the building, and he headed to his wall-less work cubby in a large open area of the 4th floor. There was an email from Jerry Sykes, his ATSAC, or assistant to the special agent in charge, telling him to come up to the 6th floor as soon as he got in. Okay, that was a little out of the ordinary, he thought. Alex rode the elevator to the 6th floor, got off, and walked down the hallway, nodding to people he knew along the way. He passed the duty board that hung on one wall in the corridor. It had magnetic pictures of all the agents at WFO arranged in clusters according to their current assignments. It was a good, if not exactly high-tech way of keeping abreast of people's whereabouts. There was also an electronic backup duty roster, because some pranksters would switch the pictures of agents on this board to other assignments. So an agent tasked to criminal could suddenly find himself, at least according to the board, being in the desk-bound insomniac land of the recruitment division. A few of the pictures were hung upside down. That meant that an agent was leaving the WFO for an assignment elsewhere. There were also red or blue dots on many of the pictures. This didn't designate whether an agent was a Republican or a Democrat, though some agents tried to sell that line to their friends and families who visited here. It designated whether the agent lived in Virginia or Maryland. Sykes rose from his desk when Alex appeared in the doorway. "Have a seat, Alex," Sykes said, motioning to a chair. Alex sat and unbuttoned his suit jacket. "So, am I in trouble, or is this just a fun date?" Alex smiled, and thankfully, Sykes grinned in return. "In your dreams. Got a brand new toy for you, something really hot." He tapped a file lying on his desk. "This came on a slingshot from HQ to the SAC here, and then on to me." Alex looked doubtful. "My load's pretty full, Jerry. So long as people use money, other people will try and steal it or forge it. Forget that for now. How about making a run at a homicide? A man named Patrick Johnson was found this morning on Roosevelt Island with a gunshot wound in his mouth and a suicide note in his pocket." "And he is?" Alex asked. "Employed at NTAC," Sykes replied, referring to the National Threat Assessment Center. "In other words, he's one of us. That's where you come in." Since it occurred on federal property and he was a federal employee, the FBI and Park Police are investigating. But we want somebody looking out for our interests, too. If it was a suicide, we can handle the spin okay. But if it's something else, well, then we need to run that down. So why am I so lucky, Jerry? Alex asked. I mean, isn't this something for the inspections division to do? Yes, but I like you, Sykes replied sarcastically. Take Simpson with you. Rookie needs some breaking in. I'm curious, Alex said. Has Simpson got any strings upstairs? Why? Sykes asked, although Alex thought he saw a smile flit across the man's face. Because the crap duty doesn't seem to stick to that rook, that's why. All I can say is Simpson's the blessed relation of some big mucky-muck, and people tend to give that rook a little slack. Do not feel so inclined. Here's the file. The crime scene awaits you. Go get him. As Alex rose, Sykes added, The 90-day report cycle is out on this one. We want daily detailed emails. And just so you know, they'll be going directly to the SAC and HQ. Alex grabbed Simpson on the way out. Jackie Simpson was petite and dark-haired. When she spoke, no one could miss Miss Simpson's southern origins, in her case, Alabama. Like many people in a new job, she was full of bountiful enthusiasm, as well as a startling lack of tact. When told of their new assignment, she responded, Sweet. Wasn't too sweet for Patrick Johnson, Alex pointed out. I didn't mean it that way. Glad to hear it. Let's go. Alex walked off fast, leaving Simpson to scurry after him. Jamila, the nanny, changed the diaper of the youngest boy, then turned her attention and considerable patience to feeding the 1-year-old's 2 brothers, aged 2 and 3. After she'd finished this task, she played with them and then put the boys down for naps. She took her prayer rug out of the bag she brought with her to work and prepared to perform the salat, or prayer. It was a ritual she did 5 times each day, beginning 2 hours before sunrise and ending with the last prayer at nightfall, when the twilight disappears. This was Jamila's second prayer of the day, performed at noon, when the sun begins its decline. A few minutes after she'd finished, the boy's mother, Lori Franklin, came downstairs and gazed admiringly at her well-kept house, and then looked in at her sons, sleeping very soundly in their respective berths in the large playroom. Franklin was barely 30 and very attractive, with a slim yet curvy figure and well-toned muscles. She carried a small bag with her. "Going to the club, miss?" Jamila said. "Yes, Jamila. A set of tennis, and then who knows?" She laughed lightly and drew a contented breath in the way that young, well-off people often did. She nodded at her sons. "I see you have the army down already." "Yes, they are good boys. They play hard and sleep harder." "They're good boys with you. They aren't so good with me or the 3 nannies that came before you. Now I can actually have a life, even if my husband works 20 hours a day. Men, Jamila. Can't live with them, can't live without their W-2s. "In my country, a man, he is head of the home," Jamila noted as she put some toys away in a storage box. "A woman's duty is to help her husband, keep the home in a good way, and to take care of the children. But you must marry a man you respect and whose wishes you can carry out with good conscience. Your husband is not your master. Only God is." The American rolled her eyes. "Oh, men are kings here too, Jamila, at least in their own minds." She laughed again. "And I gave George the family he wanted, and I give him his wishes when he really needs me to. It's not such a bad bargain." "So you won't be back this afternoon," Jamila said, frowning, as she hurriedly changed the subject. She had found her employer far too frank sometimes. "I'll be here in time to make dinner. George is out of town again. You can eat during the day now, can't you? Your fasting thing is over?" "Ramadan has passed, yes." "I can never keep the dates straight." "That is because they change. Ramadan is celebrated in the 9th month of the Islamic year. It was then that Muhammad received the first revelation of the Quran from the angel Gabriel. But Muslims use the lunar calendar, so Ramadan comes earlier every year. My parents have celebrated Ramadan during winter and also during summer." "Well, I wouldn't want to celebrate Christmas in July. And I can't imagine fasting like that. Jamila, it can't be healthy for you." "Actually, it is very healthy. And the women with child or nursing, they do not have to fast. The psalm, the fasting, it purges the body of bad thoughts. It is a cleansing, focusing time of life. I enjoy it very much, and I do not feel hungry at all. I eat the sahur before dawn, and after sunset I can eat the meal. It is not much of a sacrifice. Jamila didn't add that one American meal typically equaled 3 of hers. Then at the end of Ramadan we celebrate. It is called Eid al-Fitr. We wear new clothes and exchange nice meals and visit with our friends and family. It is very much fun. Well, I still think it's unhealthy. Laurie Franklin looked out the window. It's a beautiful day, so why don't you drive the boys to the park and let them burn some energy up? That way the house will be a little quieter when I get home. I will take them, miss. I like to drive very much. Women aren't allowed to drive in your country, are they? Jamila hesitated and then said, It is true that a woman cannot drive a car in Riyadh, but that is just a local law that has nothing to do with Islam. Franklin looked at her with pity. You don't have to make excuses. There were lots of things you weren't allowed to do over there. I know, I watched the news. Forced marriages, and men having lots of wives, and you had to wear all those veils and things to cover up your body. And no education. You have no rights at all. Jamila looked down for a moment so Franklin wouldn't see the resentment reflected in her features. When she looked back up, she forced a smile and said in a positive tone, What you say is not Islam that I know or that most Muslims know. Muslim women are not forced to marry. It is a contract between man and woman and also between their families. If a divorce happens, God forbid, the woman she is entitled to much property from the man. This is her right by the law, you understand. And a man may have more than one wife, but only if he can support them all equally. Unless a man he is very rich, he only has one wife. And Islam says all should learn, men and women. I receive a good education. As for dress, the Quran does not say wear this or that. It tells both men and women to be modest and righteous in their dress. God is loving. He knows if one believes in Him, that person will make the right choices. Some women choose the veil and the abaya, what you call a body cloak. Others do not. Well, it's very different here, Jamila. In America, you can do anything you want to. Anything. That's what makes this country so great. Yes, I have heard that. And yet sometimes is doing everything you want to do really that good? Franklin smiled. Absolutely, Jamila, especially if you don't get caught. If you say so, Jamila replied, but she didn't believe any of it. Women really run this country, Jamila. We just let men think they do. But women in America, they were not allowed to vote until the 20th century. Is that not so? Franklin looked a little put off by this comment, but then waved her hand dismissively. That's ancient history. Let's just say we've made up for lost time. And the sooner the Muslim women figure that out, the better. Jamila chose not to respond to this. She had been instructed not to address such issues with her employer, and yet sometimes she could not help herself. Franklin said, I wish you'd reconsider and come live with us. This house is huge. Thank you, but for now I would like to keep our arrangement the same. Okay, whatever you want. I can't afford to lose you. She blew kisses at her sleeping family and left. Jamila went to the window and watched her employer drive away in her little Mercedes sports car. On one afternoon, when George Franklin took the day off to spend some time with his sons, Jamila followed Laurie Franklin to the country club, where she got into the car of a man who was not her husband. Jamila followed them to a motel. She suspected that that was where the woman was heading now. After all, it was a bit difficult to play tennis without a tennis racket, and Franklin's was still hanging on a peg in the garage. Jamila would report in tonight on her computer at the movie site. According to her memorized schedule, the chat room for this night dealt with a film called To Kill a Mockingbird. It was a strange name for a movie, but Americans, she knew, were strange. Yes, strange, violent, and most frightening of all, completely unpredictable. Oliver Stone had returned to his cottage and attempted sleep, but the night's extraordinary events rendered that act impossible. He built a small fire to battle the chill in the air and sat and read until dawn. though his thoughts continually wandered to the death of Patrick Johnson, or rather, murder. As morning came, Stone made a decision, only he didn't have the necessary tools to implement that decision. "Adelphia?" Stone called out. It was 45 minutes later, and he was standing outside her apartment, which was situated over a dry cleaner's. Adelphia opened the door, dressed in a pair of black pants and a long sweater, her hair pulled back in a bun. She looked at him crossly. "How you know where I live?" she demanded. "You told me." "What is it you want, Oliver?" Stone cleared his throat and launched into his lie. "I was wondering if you could give me a haircut. I suppose I could do it myself, but I'm afraid the result would be worse than how I look right now." She motioned him into her apartment. Come, we do it now, before your mind it is changed." Stone followed her in and looked around. The inside of Adelphia's apartment was very clean and organized, which surprised him. The woman's personality seemed far too impulsive and fractured to manufacture such order. She led him into the bathroom and pointed to the toilet. "Sit." He did so while she busied herself with getting the necessary instruments. She draped a sheet over him and knotted it behind his neck. "How much cutting is it you want?" "Over the ears and off the neck'll do nicely." She started clipping. When she finished, she combed his hair into place, gelling down a few stubborn cowlicks. Next, she attacked his thick beard with her shears, whittling it down quickly, then picked up another object. "It is this I use on my legs," she said, holding up a lady's razor, "but it will do too for your face." When he saw what he looked like in a small mirror Adelphia handed him after she'd finished, Stone almost didn't recognize his reflection. "You have visitor last night." Stone glanced up at her. "A visitor? Who?" "A man in suit. His name it is Fort, or is something like that. I not remember exactly. He say to tell you of his coming by." "Fort? Do you mean Ford? Agent Alex Ford?" Adelphia pointed at him. "That is it. A big man he is, taller than you." "Did he say what he wanted?" "Only that he say hello." "What time was this?" "Do I look like keeper of time?" His mind now preoccupied with this latest news, Stone hurriedly rose and took off the sheet. "I would like to pay you," he began, but she waved this offer away. "There must be something I can do to return this kindness." She glanced at him sharply. "There is a thing you can do." She paused, and he stared at her curiously. "We get the café sometime," she added with a scowl, "when you not have big meeting in middle of night." Stone headed to a nearby Goodwill store. There, he purchased 2 pairs of dungarees, a pair of sturdy walking shoes, socks, shirts, a sweater, and a faded blue blazer. The clerk, whom he knew well, threw in 2 pairs of brand-new underwear. He returned to Lafayette Park with his purchases. He slipped inside his tent, changed, and put the rest of his newly acquired clothes in his knapsack. He wandered through the park and called Caleb in his office at the Jefferson Building of the Library of Congress. "Have you heard anything, Caleb?" "I've had the news on all morning. All they're saying is that Roosevelt Island is closed due to an investigation of an undisclosed nature. Can you come down here around 1 o'clock so we can talk about it?" Stone agreed and added, "Caleb, you might not recognize me immediately. I've changed my appearance somewhat." "I understand, Oliver." Alex pulled his car off the George Washington Parkway before it ascended sharply along the Potomac River and parked in the lot for Roosevelt Island. The parking lot was filled with police cruisers and unmarked federal vehicles. A team from the D.C. Medical Examiner's Office was here, as well as an FBI forensics squad. Alex knew he'd be running a gauntlet of suits and uniforms by the time their visit was over. "Busy place," Simpson commented. "Yeah. It'll be fun to see the Bureau and the Park Police fight out jurisdiction on this one." They stepped onto the bridge and flashed their credentials at a guard posted there. "Secret Service?" the uniformed cop said, looking a little confused. "President sent us. Top secret stuff," Alex answered, and kept on walking. They quickly made their way to the crime scene along the marked paths. The 2 agents stepped into the paved area in front of the TR statue, where Alex looked around, mentally assembling the players working the homicide. He stepped toward what he'd picked out as the ranking park policeman. Getting the uniforms on your side was a very good rule to live by. Alex Ford, Secret Service. This is Agent Simpson. The policemen shook their hands. Alex inclined his head at the body. What do we have so far? The cop shrugged. Probable suicide. Looks like the guy shot himself in the mouth. We won't know for sure until the ME does the post. The guy's in full rigor. We can't get his mouth open without screwing things up for the autopsy. Alex grinned and said, You mind copying us on whatever you find? My boss is one of those real anal retentive types. Sure thing, though we don't have much interest in the case so far. His wallet's still on him, and there's a suicide note and a handgun with 1 round fired. Gunpowder residue on the hand? Simpson asked. None that we could see, but the weapon looks very new and well-maintained, and even with a revolver you may not get residue. Any sign of a struggle? Alex asked. The cop shook his head. One thing, Simpson said. Did he drive here to do the deed? No car in the parking lot, the cop said. Well, somebody could have shot him and driven off, said Simpson. But if it was a suicide, how else could he have gotten here? The cop hesitated. We have another theory. His clothes are soaked, too much for it to be just dew. Alex finally got it. What, you're saying he swam here? Looks that way. Why? If he was in the water already and wanted to commit suicide, why not just go out by sucking in a bunch of the Potomac? There's something else. We found this. He held up a plastic evidence baggie with another plastic baggie inside it. Alex and Simpson studied it. Alex got the answer first. He used this to put his gun in so his ammo wouldn't get wet while he was swimming here. You win the prize. It was a .22 revolver with jacketed rounds. I understand there was a suicide note, Alex said. The cop pulled out his memo book. I wrote it down verbatim. He read it to the 2 Secret Service agents, and Simpson copied it down in her notebook. Do you have the original note? Alex asked. And you are? A strident voice asked. Alex turned and was confronted by a short, compact man in a 2-piece Brooks Brothers, muted tie and shiny banker wingtips. Alex flashed his creds and introduced himself and his partner. The man barely glanced at the creds before announcing, I'm FBI Special Agent Lloyd. We already have agents from NIC here to represent the service's interests. Alex assumed his beleaguered federal lawman pose. Just following orders, Agent Lloyd. And, quite honestly, the service likes to rep its own interests. Fine, go play Sherlock Holmes. The body's right over there. Just don't contaminate the crime scene. I really appreciate it, Agent Lloyd. I was asking about the note that was found. Lloyd motioned to one of the other FBI suits, and the note was brought over. Lloyd said, They're going to fume the clothes and other stuff for latent prints, but I'm not confident they'll find much. It's a suicide. You'll need to confirm it's his handwriting on the note, Alex added. I'm aware of that, Lloyd said. I can get the service's lab to run it, and whatever fingerprints that might be there. The FBI lab has no peer, Lloyd shot back. But our lab has less of a backlog. We are on the same team here, Agent Lloyd. This comment seemed to strike some cooperative nerve buried deeply within the stubborn FBI man. After a few moments, his manner totally changed. I appreciate that, Agent Ford. Make it Alex. She's Jackie, Alex said, inclining his head at Simpson. Good enough. I'm Don. We'll actually take you up on that offer. The FBI lab is pretty full with terrorist-related matters. You'll have to sign for it for chain of custody. The ME's a stickler for that. Alex did so and then examined the paper closely through the plastic before giving it to Simpson to hold. So, we have any motive for the suicide? I heard he was getting married. Lloyd said, Too early to tell. We'll investigate, but it certainly looks like Patrick Johnson killed himself. No signs of anyone else having been here? Simpson asked. The cop answered, There might have been, but then 50 school kids came marching through. What path did he use to get here? Alex asked. Probably that one, the cop pointed to his left. If he swam across Little Channel, that path would have been the one he'd use after he walked through the trees and crap. The police boat usually runs through here, Simpson noted. Lloyd nodded. They did, in fact, come by here last night, but the fog was so thick they didn't see anything, certainly no swimmer in the water. Any thoughts on why he picked Roosevelt Island? It's private, quiet, but still close to everything. And maybe he was a Roosevelt groupie, And maybe he was a Roosevelt groupie, Lloyd added. The FBI agent glanced over at the men from NIC, frowned, and then turned back to Alex. We'll be heading over to NIC to ask some questions, see if we can find out why Johnson would want to kill himself. What we learn might get those guys, he motioned to the NIC folks, a little more paranoid than they already are. Meaning Johnson might have been doing something at NIC he shouldn't have, Alex said. Hard for me to say, since I'm not really sure what it is they do over at NIC, Lloyd commented before walking off. Join the club, Alex muttered. He motioned Simpson to follow him over to the body. So, what do you think? Simpson asked him. Alex studied the ground for a long minute, and then looked up at her. Not to sound too selfish about it, but I think this is going to be a pain in my ass that I don't really need at this point in my career. As Alex and Simpson were leaving Roosevelt Island, the two men who'd been identified as being with NIC hustled over to them. We understand you're Secret Service, the tall blonde one said. That's right, Alex replied. Agents Ford and Simpson out of WFO. I'm Tyler Rinke, and this is Warren Peters. We're with NIC. Since Johnson was a shared employee between our two agencies, it'll probably be best if we work together. Well, it's pretty early on in the game, but I don't mind sharing so long as I get something in return, Alex answered. Rinke smiled. That's the only way we play the game. Okay. So can you arrange for us to interview the people Johnson worked with? Peters said, I think so. Here's my card, Alex said. Let me know when you got it set up. He pointed to the bagged note in Simpson's hand. We'll also run a comparison on the handwriting on the note to make sure it's Johnson's. Peters said, I actually wanted to talk to you about the note. We've got lots of handwriting experts on staff. They can turn that around pretty fast. The service can get it done quickly, too, Alex countered. But NIC has 100 samples of Johnson's handwriting at work. I'm just offering to help make things go faster. Cooperation's the key these days, right? Simpson piped in, That note is evidence in a homicide investigation. The ME might have a problem letting you take it. It's one thing to give it to the FBI or Secret Service. We're sworn law enforcement. Actually, we are too, Rinke said. And I've already talked to the ME and pointed out that there are national security interests here. He was fine with us taking custody of it so long as the chain of evidence was properly maintained. Well, I'm sure that scared the hell out of him, Alex said. He pondered for a moment and then shrugged. Okay, let us know ASAP. And check it for prints, too. After the NIC men had left them, Simpson asked, So, what do you really think? I think they're assholes who are going to pitch my card in the nearest trash can. So why'd you give them the note, then? Because now that they have control of material evidence in a homicide case, that gives us a great excuse to go to NIC and see things for ourselves. Carter Gray had risen at 6:30 and arrived back at NIC 45 minutes later. He rode the elevator up and entered a conference room. In here were 5 men and 2 women seated around a rectangular table. Gray sat and opened a laptop in front of him. Okay, give me the latest. The man charged with responding to this query was the youngest person in the room. However, in many ways he had more experience in the field than most agents far his senior. Tom Hemingway looked just as dashing and was dressed just as impeccably as he had been last night at the Leap Bar. For the next 2 hours, Hemingway brought up one potential crisis after another, and each was carefully dissected. Gray was about to adjourn when one of the women, who'd left the room in response to a hurried summons, returned and handed him a new file. Gray took 2 minutes to scan the 4 pages. When he looked up, he was clearly not pleased. This happened last night. The police and FBI have been investigating since 8:45 this morning, and this is the first I hear of it? I don't think its potential importance was appreciated as quickly as it should have been. Patrick Johnson? Gray asked. He's an analyst with... I know that, Gray said impatiently. It's in the report you just handed me. Regardless of how he died, does it have something to do with his work? The FBI's heading up the investigation. That gives me no comfort whatsoever, Gray said bluntly. Do we at least have people on the scene? This report was inexplicably silent on that. Yes. I want Patrick Johnson's entire life history in 1 hour. Get on it. The Rare Books Division at the Library of Congress Jefferson Building holds more than 800,000 precious volumes. Although the reading room is open to the public, security is very tight. The entire area is monitored 24/7 by closed-circuit cameras with timestamp. No bags or notebooks that could be used to secrete the precious tomes are allowed, nor are pens, as they could smudge the ancient pages. Oliver Stone made his way to the reading room on the second floor and passed through the large leather and brass inner doors with porthole windows. Caleb Shaw was working at his desk at the far end of the room. When Caleb saw his friend, he came forward to meet him, buttoning up his cardigan as he did so. The room was very cool. "Oliver, you're right. I'm not sure I would have recognized you," he said. "It actually feels good." Stone eyed one of the security cameras. "This place seems very well guarded." "It has to be. The collection is priceless, the only one like it in the world. The safeguards they go through to make sure nothing is lost, you wouldn't believe it. If a book gets misplaced, no one leaves until it's found. The person who buys the books for the collection can't access the database and alter the descriptions in the catalog, and the person who accesses the database can't purchase books. Because otherwise a person could buy a book for the collection and make it disappear on the database, and then take the book and sell it and no one the wiser?" "Exactly." Caleb and Stone took a staff elevator to the lower level, where they walked through the tunnels that connected the Jefferson, Adams, and Madison buildings of the Library of Congress complex, arriving at the cafeteria in the lower level of the Madison. They purchased lunch there and carried it outside, where they ate on a picnic table. Stone leaned toward his friend. "Patrick Johnson? I looked him up in the government database, but found nothing. I don't have the security clearances to make a really thorough probe. Law enforcement and librarians don't share the same databases, I'm afraid. There's a new development. That Secret Service agent I'm friendly with, Alex Ford, he came by to visit me last night at my tent." "Last night? Do you think there's a connection?" "I don't see how there can be, since he came by before the murder even happened, but it is troubling." There was a buzzing sound, and Caleb pulled out his cell phone and answered it. His features became very animated as he listened. When he clicked off, he said, "That was Milton. He was able to hack into the Secret Service's database." Stone's eyes widened. "He was able to do that already?" "Milton can do anything with a computer, Oliver." "What did he find?" "Johnson worked as a data management supervisor at NIC." "NIC? Carter Gray." "Exactly." Stone rose. "I want you to call Reuben and Milton and tell them to be ready to go out tonight. And we'll need your car. You can pick me up at the usual spot. We'll meet Reuben at Milton's house. It's closest to where we're going." "And where is that?" "Bethesda, to the late Patrick Johnson's home. Oh, and Caleb, bring Goff." As his friend walked off, a puzzled Caleb stared after him. Goff was Caleb's dog. However, Caleb was well acquainted with his friend's odd requests. He threw his trash away in a garbage can and headed back to his world of rare books. As soon as Tyler Rinke and Warren Peters left Roosevelt Island, they headed directly back to NIC. They dropped the suicide note off to have it compared against samples of Patrick Johnson's handwriting and to have it checked for fingerprints. They instructed the labs that there might be useful latent fingerprints on the paper that would rule out suicide. That's what they said, but not, of course, what the NIC men intended. If any of the witnesses last night had touched the note, and they were on a database somewhere, Peters and Rinke would have a golden opportunity to tie up the loose ends. Patrick Johnson's fiancée had finally stopped sobbing long enough to answer a few standard questions posed to her by Alex and Simpson, who sat across from the devastated woman in her living room. "As I'm sure you know, your fiancé was found on Roosevelt Island." Jeffries took a deep breath. "That was where we had our first date." "So he maybe committed suicide at the site of your first date?" Simpson asked. "That might be symbolic." She and Alex exchanged glances. "We weren't having problems," exclaimed the woman, who'd sensed their suspicion. "Maybe from your perspective you weren't," Simpson said in a blunt tone. "His suicide note said that he was sorry," Alex interjected, shooting Simpson an angry look. "Any idea what he was sorry about?" "No." "Was he depressed about anything? Any change in emotions?" Alex asked. "Nothing like that." The gun he used was a Smith & Wesson .22 caliber revolver. It was registered to him. You ever see it around? No, but I knew he'd purchased a gun. There'd been a couple of break-ins in his neighborhood. He got it for protection. I hate guns personally. After we were married, I was going to make him get rid of it. When was the last time you spoke with him? Alex asked. Yesterday afternoon. He said he'd call me later if he got the chance, but he never did. The two agents rose to leave, but Jeffrey stopped them. We were really very happy together. I'm sure you were, Alex said as he walked out the door with Simpson. Outside, he faced off with his partner. Is that what the hell you call effective interrogation techniques? Simpson shrugged. I was the bad cop and you were the good cop. It worked pretty well. She's probably telling the truth, and she doesn't know zip. Alex was about to respond when his phone rang. He listened for a minute and then turned to Simpson. Let's go. He started walking off fast. Where to? She asked, hustling after him. That was Lloyd from the FBI. They think they just found out what Patrick Johnson was sorry about. When Alex and Simpson arrived at Patrick Johnson's Bethesda residence, they were surprised for two reasons. One, there was no visible police presence, not even a marked vehicle or yellow police tape. A couple of Suburbans in the driveway were the only evidence of someone being on site. The second surprise was the house itself. Alex stopped on the front sidewalk, put his hands on his hips, and surveyed the single-family home. It wasn't huge, but it wasn't attached to another house either. And the upscale neighborhood was within walking distance of the thriving Bethesda downtown area. Inside, Agent Lloyd was waiting for them. Alex said, Where'd you get the money for this place? Lloyd nodded. And it's not just the house. There's a new Infiniti QX56 in the garage, runs over $50,000. And we found his other car. He left it on the Virginia side of the river before he took his last swim. Lexus sedan, another $40,000. Selling secrets? Simpson asked. No, we think it's a more reliable source of illegal cash. Drugs, Alex said quickly. Come up and see for yourself. In the master bedroom closet there was a set of drop-down stairs leading to an attic access panel. On the floor of the closet they saw bundles of something stacked in clear plastic. Coke? Simpson asked. Lloyd shook his head. Heroin. That brings 10 times the return Coke does. And his fiancée knew nothing? Where'd she think he got all this money? I haven't asked her that yet because we interviewed her before we found this. But I will, Lloyd added. At the NIC helipad, Gray boarded a Sikorsky VH-60N chopper. It was the same model the president used as Marine One. Gray usually rode the Sikorsky to the White House for his meetings with Brennan, causing some understandably anonymous souls to snidely dub it Marine 1.5. At a speed of 150 knots, the ride was quick and uneventful, though Gray was too busy to have noticed. Gray's daily visit had already been scheduled and approved. No one went into the Oval Office unannounced, not even the First Lady. Brennan always received Gray in the Oval Office, and not the adjacent Roosevelt room, as he often did visitors and other underlings. Brennan looked up from his desk. Gray had had his antennae on high since he stepped inside the West Wing. As befitted any respectable spy master, Gray had eyes and ears in the White House and had already been warned that Brennan was concerned about the Johnson matter and its possible negative effects on his re-election campaign. Therefore, he did not let his boss initiate the discussion. As soon as the two men sat down across from each other, Gray said, Mr. President, before we go into the daily briefing, I'd like to take up the unfortunate issue of Patrick Johnson's death on Roosevelt Island. I'm surprised you hadn't called about it, Carter. There was an edge to the man's voice that Gray understood, but didn't particularly like. I wanted to have a firm grasp of the facts before I did, sir. The last thing I wanted to do was waste your time. You certainly wouldn't be the first one to waste it today, the president snapped. This is the president, and I serve at his pleasure, Gray reminded himself. Gray gave the president a brief background on the matter, information that doubtless the man already knew. When Gray got to the drug discovery, Brennan put up his hand. Are there any others involved? He asked sharply. Good question, Mr. President, and not one that's been answered to my satisfaction. I will personally conduct an internal investigation of this matter. What exactly did he do for you? He oversaw our electronic intelligence files containing background information on terror suspects and other targeted individuals and organizations, both outstanding and those that had been apprehended or killed. Johnson actually helped to design the system. Worth selling? It's hard to see how. It was basic info. A lot of it is contained on our public website. The president nodded, sat back, and rubbed a kink out of his neck. To put it bluntly, Carter, I'm not happy about this at all. The last thing I need right now is some damn scandal. I will do everything in my power to prevent that from happening, sir. Well, vetting your employees a little better would have been good, the president admonished. I absolutely agree with that. Brennan sat back and took off his reading glasses. Before we start the briefing, I want to run something by you, Carter. I'm heading up to New York on September 11th to give a speech at the memorial site. Gray knew where this was going, but stayed silent. I wanted to know if you'd like to accompany me. After all, you've done more than almost anyone to ensure something like that never happens again. It was unheard of to decline an invitation by a United States president to travel to an event. However, Gray really didn't care about protocol or tradition with this particular subject. That is a kind offer, sir, but I'll be attending a private service here. I know it's painful for you, Carter, but I just thought I'd ask. You're sure? Very sure, Mr. President. Thank you. All right. Brennan paused. You know about my hometown renaming itself after me? Yes, sir. Congratulations. Brennan smiled. It's one of those things that come along that's both flattering and embarrassing at the same time. My ego's not so large that I can't see that the town's hope in profiting by the change is at least equal to their wanting to pay homage to a local boy made good. I'm going up to give a speech at the dedication and shake some hands. Why don't you join me? If the most important rule was you never declined a president's invitation, the second most important rule was you never turned the man down twice. Thank you. I'd like that very much. After searching the banks of the river for some time, Warren Peters finally found the boat where the Camel Club had hidden it. He immediately called Tyler Rinke, and the man joined him quickly. You're sure this is it? Rinke asked as he gazed at the boat. Peters nodded. There's blood on the gunwale, so I was right. I hit one of them. If they took the boat and brought it back, someone might have seen them. Peters nodded and then stared out at the water. But there might be an easier way to track them down. Johnson had ID in his pocket. Right, so? So what if our witnesses saw where he lived and get curious? It might save us a lot of legwork, Rinke agreed. We'll go there tonight. Choosing his words with care and hedging as much as he possibly could without drawing the ire of his superiors, Alex wrote up his report and emailed it to Jerry Sykes. He finished up some other paperwork and decided to call it a day before someone grabbed him for post duty. Alex had no desire to spend another evening watching a king or prime minister stuff his face with crab dip. He passed an agent who was stashing his pistol in a wall locker before going in to interrogate a subject. Hey, Alex, hear you and Simpson make a nice team, the man commented, barely suppressing a grin. We have our moments. The agent walked off, laughing. As luck would have it, Alex ran into his partner on the way out of the building. Going home? He asked. No, I'm going to see if I can find any friends. I can't seem to dig up any here. She started to walk off, but Alex put a hand on her shoulder. You're not doing your career any favors by letting yourself be treated differently from everybody else. Simpson's face flushed. I can't help it if people are treating me with kid gloves. Alex shook his head. Wrong answer. You can help it. In fact, you better make damn sure it stops. He paused and then asked, Who is your guardian angel? Simpson didn't appear to want to answer. Look, just spill it. It's not like I can't find out. She snapped. Fine. My father is Senator Roger Simpson. Alex nodded, impressed. Chairman of the Intelligence Oversight Committee. That's a pretty big angel. In a flash, Simpson was right in Alex's face, almost stepping on his size 13 loafers as she attacked. My father would never use his influence to help me. And for your information, being his only child didn't make my life easier. I had to fight for every damn thing I got. I've got the bruises and thick skin to show for it. Alex backed up a step and put out a hand to keep her at bay. This town isn't built on fact. It's based on perception. and the perception is that you get out of the crap work more than you should." Alex turned and walked off. He'd had enough of the rookie for one day. The Leap Bar was seriously calling his name. Kate Adams had just come on duty after a full day at Justice when Alex walked in. It was relatively early yet, so the place was mostly empty. Alex marched up to the bar, a man on a mission. She'd seen him coming and had the martini with 3 fat olives waiting for him by the time Alex's rear hit the stool. "My imagination, or are you a little upset about something?" she said in a teasing manner that immediately eased the tension from him. "Just work. It'll pass." He took a sip of his drink, popped one of the olives into his mouth, and chased it down with a handful of peanuts he grabbed from a bowl next to him. "How goes it with you? Your super spy friend Tommy come calling?" She raised her eyebrows at this comment. "Hemingway? I wouldn't exactly call him a friend." He gave her such a skeptical look that she put down the glass she was drying off and leaned across the bar. "You have another opinion you'd like to express, Agent Ford?" He shrugged. "None of my business, really." "A girl can flirt and not mean anything by it." Alex took another hit of his martini. "That's good to know." "You have to admit he's very cute, well-traveled, intelligent. The man's the whole package, really." Alex started to launch a blistering rejoinder, but then realized she was just pulling his chain and enjoying herself immensely. "Yeah, he is. Hell, I was thinking about asking the guy out myself." She leaned across the bar again and grabbed his tie so hard Alex was jerked toward her, spilling part of his drink. She said, "Well, since you can't seem to get around to it, I will. Do you want to go out?" Alex felt his mouth hanging open, but had the good sense to shut it a second later. "You're asking me out?" "No, I'm asking the guy behind you. Yes, I'm asking you out." "Yes, I want to go out with you." See, that wasn't all that hard, was it? Now, since we've finally gotten that settled, why don't we negotiate a date? Because you seem a little slow on the social uptake. I'll go first. I'm assuming you enjoy eating as well as drinking? How about dinner?" "Dinner sounds fine with me," he managed to say without mangling the words too badly. "Okay, let's set a date and time. I'm into instant gratification. Are you free tomorrow night?" Even if he'd been assigned to guard the president on his deathbed, Alex would have found a way to be available. "Sounds good." "Say around 6:30. I'll make dinner reservations, unless you'd care to." "No, go ahead." "Do you want to meet at the restaurant or pick me up at my place?" "Your place is fine." "My, you're so agreeable, Agent Ford. I can't tell you how refreshing that is for me after being around lawyers all day. Lawyers don't agree on anything." "Yeah, I've heard that." "Why don't you come by around 6? She wrote her phone number and address down and slid it across to him. He handed her one of his cards with his home address and phone number penciled in on the back. "You like it out in Manassas?" she asked, eyeing his card. "My wallet likes it a lot." He glanced at her address and got a funny look. "R Street, Georgetown? Don't get your hopes up, mister. I'm not an heiress masquerading as a DOJ do-gooder. I live in the carriage house behind the mansion. The woman who owns the place is a widow and likes having someone around. She's really nice. Quite the pistol, actually." They both turned to the TV when they heard a familiar voice. The man was articulating NIC's official response to the tragedy, and it wasn't Carter Gray, who probably didn't want to make this an ongoing national story by lending his considerable presence to it. However, Tom Hemingway was polished and efficient, the total package, as he presented NIC's spin to the country. Alex looked back at Kate, who for the first time seemed at a loss for words. He smiled triumphantly. "Busted." Caleb picked up Oliver Stone near the White House in his ancient pewter-gray Chevy Malibu with a fidgety tailpipe. They headed to Milton Farb's house near the D.C. and Maryland line, where Reuben would meet them. As they pulled up in front of Milton's modest but well-kept home, Reuben jumped up from the front steps, walked over to the car, and climbed in. He looked in surprise at Stone's new haircut and clean-shaven appearance. "Don't tell me you're rejoining mainstream America." "Just trying to remain incognito and alive. Is Milton ready?" "Our friend will be delayed a bit," Reuben said with a wink. "What?" Stone said. "He's entertaining, Oliver. You remember, his new lady friend?" They all looked over as the door to Milton's house opened. "She is good-looking," Caleb said, peering around Stone. Milton and the woman kissed lightly on the lips, and then she walked down the steps to her car, a yellow Porsche that was parked in front of Caleb's Malibu. "I wonder if Milton's OCD creates a problem for her," Caleb said thoughtfully. They had all spent hundreds of hours of their lives wading through Milton's rituals. Yet they'd accepted it as an element of their friend's personality. "I don't think that'll be a problem for her," Reuben said, pointing. They all watched as the woman tapped the pavement with her high heels and then pecked on the car window with her finger, silently counting and muttering before opening her car door. She left a considerable amount of rubber on the pavement as she hit 60 miles an hour 6 seconds later. Milton closed his front door, went through a brief ritual, and came out to join them carrying his knapsack. He climbed into the back seat next to Reuben. "She's a real looker," Reuben said. "What's her name?" "Chastity," Milton replied. Reuben snorted. "Chastity? Well, for your sake, I hope she doesn't live up to her name." Traffic was fairly heavy, and by the time they got to Patrick Johnson's neighborhood, it was quite dark. This suited Stone well. The nighttime was where he was most comfortable. He checked house numbers as they drifted down the street. "All right, Caleb, it's coming up in the next block on the left. Park the car here." Caleb pulled the Malibu to the curb and looked at his friend. "Now what?" he asked nervously. "We wait. I want to get the lay of the land a bit, see who's coming and going." Stone pulled out his binoculars and gazed through them up the street. "Assuming that those Suburbans parked out front are bureau cars, I'm guessing that the third house up on the left is Johnson's." "Nice digs," Reuben commented, following his friend's gaze. Meanwhile, Milton had been studying his laptop computer. He said, "It was reported that they found heroin in the house, and Roosevelt Island was where Johnson spent his first date with his fiancée. They're theorizing that he killed himself there symbolically. With his upcoming marriage, he couldn't live his double life anymore." "How can you be on the internet in a car?" Caleb exclaimed. "I'm pure wireless," Milton replied. "Let's try to keep the discussion relevant to our mission tonight," Stone said calmly. "You know, you would have thought that an NIC employee would have been vetted well enough that his drug dealer status showed up," Reuben said. "Well, presumably, he was clean when he signed on with them, but turned dirty sometime after," Milton replied. "Look at Aldrich Ames. He had a big house and drove a Jaguar, and the CIA never even thought to ask him how he could afford it." Caleb said, "But apparently Johnson was selling drugs, not secrets. He ran afoul of his business associates, and they killed him. That seems pretty clear." "Do those two gentlemen look like drug dealers to you?" Stone asked. "Since I don't know any drug dealers, I'm not in a position to really answer that question," Caleb said. Finally, Stone said, "All right, here's what I want each of you to do." After laying out his plan, Stone put on an old hat he pulled from his backpack, placed Goff on a leash, and got out of the car. Milton's spare cell phone was in his pocket. Reuben and Caleb would stay in the car and keep watch, while Milton walked on the other side of the street toward Johnson's home. His task was to note anyone who was paying Stone too much attention. Stone strolled slowly along the street, stopping to bag some waste that Goff deposited next to a tree. "Good dog, Goff," Stone said, petting him. "That's very helpful in keeping up our cover." When he reached the front of Johnson's residence, a man wearing an FBI windbreaker came out carrying a large box wrapped with police evidence tape. "A terrible tragedy, officer," Stone said in an inquiring tone to the man. The man didn't answer, however, hurrying past Stone and handing the box to a woman who sat in one of the Suburbans. Stone let Goff sniff around a tree in front of Johnson's house. While the animal did so, he was able to take in many details of the house and the adjacent properties. As he continued down the street, he passed a sedan that was idling at the curb. He managed not to even flinch when he saw who was sitting in the driver's seat. Tyler Rinke's gaze bored into Stone briefly before returning to his surveillance of Johnson's house. He obviously didn't recognize the man he had come close to shooting the night before. Stone inwardly said thanks for his prescience in radically altering his appearance. Now the question became, where was the other man? Stone continued down the street, turned left at the next corner, and immediately called Caleb, relaying what he'd just seen. He then phoned Milton, who joined him a minute later. "You're sure it's him?" Milton asked. "No doubt. And now I want to know where the other one is." His cell phone buzzed. Caleb's voice was taut. "Reuben just spotted the other man." "Where is he?" "Speaking with one of the FBI agents outside of Johnson's home." "Come and pick us up," Stone said, relaying to Caleb where he and Milton were. As the two men were waiting at the arranged spot, Stone watched as Milton picked up a page from a newspaper that had blown across the street. He folded it neatly and deposited it in a trash can that sat in front of a driveway. Stone said, "Milton, did you touch the note in Patrick Johnson's pocket last night?" Milton didn't answer right away. However, his embarrassed look was all the response Stone really needed. "How did you know, Oliver?" When the Malibu pulled up, Stone and Milton climbed in. Caleb drove ahead a bit, found a parking spot on the crowded street, and wedged in. "Do we risk following them?" Reuben asked. "Unfortunately, Caleb's car rather sticks out," Stone said. "If they pick up that we're following them and run the license plate, they'll be at Caleb's house waiting before he even gets back there." "Oh, dear God," Caleb said, as he gripped the steering wheel and looked like he might be sick to his stomach. "So what do we do?" Reuben asked. Stone replied, "You said one of them was talking to the FBI. But the FBI wouldn't be talking to just an ordinary citizen. I know, I tried. That could very well mean they're law enforcement." "Which means they could be with NIC," Milton chimed in. "That's where Johnson worked." "A thought that had occurred to me," Stone replied. "Carter Gray," he muttered. "Not a man you take on lightly," Reuben commented. "Oh, shit," Caleb whispered. He was staring in the rearview mirror. "That might be their car coming up behind us." "Don't look in that direction," Stone commanded sharply. "Caleb, take a deep breath and calm down. As soon as they pass, I want you to wait 10 seconds and then pull out and turn in the opposite direction from them. Milton, you're pretty well hidden from view in the back seat. I want you to very carefully glance over and see if they look at us, and I want you to get a good look at them." Caleb took a deep breath and then held it as the car passed by slowly. "Don't look over, Caleb," Stone said. As the car headed on and turned left at the next intersection, Stone said, "Milton, they didn't look over." "Okay, Caleb, go ahead." Caleb slowly pulled his car out and turned right at the next corner. "Everyone keep a sharp lookout to make sure they don't return," Stone said. Stone looked back at Milton. "What did you see?" Milton gave a fairly complete description of both men, as well as the Virginia license plate number of the car. At NIC headquarters, there was a state-of-the-art gymnasium in the lower level that virtually no one used for lack of time. However, in a small room off the main area, there was one person working out. Tom Hemingway wore only a pair of loose-fitting shorts and a white tank shirt, and his feet were bare. He sat cross-legged on the floor with his eyes closed. A moment later, he rose and assumed a martial arts stance. During his years in China, Hemingway had found himself drawn to the internal martial arts, if for nothing more than to create a sense of identity that blended better with his surroundings than his blond hair and blue eyes did. Hemingway had become proficient in the Shangxi House of Xing-Ai. Prior to starting his practice forms, Hemingway had sat motionless for almost an hour, meditating. This exercise allowed one to intuitively take in his surroundings, sensing presence long before anyone could actually be seen. This talent had served Hemingway well in the field. He now picked up a pair of crescent swords, the traditional Nei Jia weapons of the Pa Kui internal martial art. They were his favorite form of practice weapon. He flew around the room using highly intricate bilateral movements of the curved swords, coupled with astonishingly tight footwork and tremendous centrifugal force that were characteristic of the Pa Kui discipline. After he had finished his workout, Hemingway showered and changed into his street clothes. As he was dressing, he unconsciously rubbed at the tattoo that he carried on the inside of his right forearm. It was composed of 4 words in Chinese. Translated, it meant ultimate loyalty to serve country. He'd gotten the tattoo when a particularly troubling mission he performed for the CIA caused him to consider quitting. Instead, he had the words engraved on his skin and went on with his work. Hemingway drove to his modest apartment on Capitol Hill and went into the kitchen to make oolong black tea, his favorite. He brewed a pot and placed 2 cups on a tray and carried it into the small living room. Hemingway poured the tea and then called out, "Cold oolong isn't very good." There was a stirring in the next room, and the man walked out. "Okay, what gave me away? I'm not wearing anything scented. I took off my shoes. I've been holding my damn breath for 30 minutes. What?" "You have a powerful aura that you can't hide," Hemingway said, smiling. "You scare me sometimes, Tom, you really do." Captain Jack tipped back his head and laughed, and then accepted a cup of tea. Captain Jack set his teacup down on the table. "So what was so important that it had to be done in person?" "Carter Gray will be going to the dedication in Brennan." "Damn, I'd say that was worth a face-to-face. How do you want to play it, then?" "The exit strategy has always been problematic. No matter how we tried to tweak it, there was too much uncertainty. Now with Gray coming, we have certainty." "How exactly do you figure that?" Hemingway explained his plan, and his colleague looked suitably impressed. "Well, I think it'll work. In fact, I think it's brilliant. Brilliant and ballsy." "Depending on whether it succeeds or not," Hemingway replied. Hemingway opened his briefcase. Inside was a DVD. He tossed it to his companion. "I think you'll find what's on there helpful." Captain Jack fingered the DVD and watched Hemingway closely. "I did over 20 years with the company, quite a few under Gray. And you did what?" 12, all in the field, with 2 years at NSA before that," Hemingway answered. "I hear they're grooming you for the top spot. Interested?" Hemingway shook his head. "There's little future there that I can see." "Back to the CIA, then?" "It's a useless anachronism." "Right. There'll always be a CIA, even after the Iraqi WMDs that never were." "We can't win this particular fight with soldiers and spies," Hemingway said. "It's not that simple." "Then it can't be won," Captain Jack answered bluntly. "Because that's the only way countries know to settle their differences." Dostoevsky wrote that while nothing is easier than to denounce the evildoer, nothing is more difficult than to understand him. You really think you'll ever understand the evildoer mentality of the Middle Eastern terrorist? How do you know that's the evildoer I'm referring to? We certainly don't have clean hands when it comes to events overseas. That's why there's only one sensible motivation these days: money. As I've told you before, I don't care about anything else. I will go back to my beautiful little island, and I will not stir again. This is it for me." "That's being brutally honest," Hemingway remarked. "Would you rather I tell you that my twitching ideology is screaming for me to help make the world better?" "No, I'll take the brutal honesty." "And why are you doing it?" "For something better than what we have." "Idealism again?" "I'm telling you, Tom, you'll live to regret it. Or die." After he'd left the bar, Alex Ford grabbed a bite to eat at a nearby diner and headed back to WFO to check his emails. Sykes still hadn't responded, although Alex had received an electronic receipt that the man had opened the email report. He killed some more time at his desk and then decided that if Sykes really wanted to talk, he'd find him. Out on the sidewalk, he sucked in a chestful of crisp night air and smiled as he thought of Kate Adams. And then he walked down the street with a lift in his step that had been absent for a long time. He was standing on a corner, deciding what to do with the rest of his life, when his cell phone rang. At first the name and number on the caller ID screen didn't register, but then it clicked. It was Ann Jeffries, the late Patrick Johnson's fiancée. "Hello?" "You don't think I would know if the man I was going to marry, the man I was going to spend the rest of my life with, was a damn drug dealer?" She screamed this at him so loudly that he jerked the phone away from his ear. "Miss Jeffries, I'm going to sue. I'm going to sue the FBI and the Secret Service and you, and that bitch of a partner of yours." "Whoa, hold on now. I can understand that you're upset." "Upset? Upset isn't even in the universe of what I'm feeling. It's not enough that Pat had to be murdered. Now his reputation is being destroyed, too. Miss Jeffries, I'm just trying to do my job." "Save your pathetic excuses for my lawyer," she snapped, and then hung up. Alex put his phone away and took a deep breath. He wondered whom the woman might call next. The Washington Post, 60 Minutes, every boss he'd ever had. He called Jerry Sykes' private cell number. It went into voicemail, but Alex left a detailed message about his brief but explosive conversation with the bereaved fiancée. Okay, he'd done what he could. The shit was probably going to fly anyway. He definitely didn't want to go home now. He wanted to walk and think. His wandering took him, as it often did, to the White House. He passed into Lafayette Park and was surprised to see a light on in Stone's tent. Maybe he'd finally found somebody he could really talk to. "Oliver?" he called out softly while standing next to the lighted tent. The tent flap fell open, and he stared at a man he didn't recognize. "I'm sorry," Alex said. "I was looking for—" "Agent Ford," Oliver Stone said as he stepped outside. "Oliver? Is that you?" Stone smiled and rubbed his clean-shaven face. "A man needs a fresh start every once in a while," he explained. "I came by looking for you last night. Adelphia told me." While Alex was on presidential protection detail, he'd visited Stone as often as his busy schedule allowed. At first it was to check up on potential problems near the White House. Back then, Alex considered anyone within a square mile of the place who didn't carry a Secret Service badge as the enemy, and Stone had been no exception. What had really intrigued Alex about Oliver Stone was that the man didn't seem to have a past. Alex had heard rumors that Stone had one time worked for the government, so Alex went on every database he could think of looking for some history on the fellow, but there was simply none. He didn't search under Oliver Stone, an obviously fake name. Instead, he surreptitiously got Stone's fingerprints and ran them through AFIS, the FBI's massive automated fingerprint identification system. That came back negative. Then he passed them through the military databanks, the Secret Service's own computer files, and through every other place he could think of. They all came back zip. As far as the United States government was concerned, Oliver Stone didn't exist. He'd once followed Stone to his caretaker's cottage at the cemetery. He checked with the church that owned it, but they would tell him nothing about the man, and Alex had no probable cause to force the issue. He'd watched Stone working in the cemetery a few times, and when he'd gone off, Alex considered searching the cottage. Yet there was something about Stone, an intense measure of dignity and also a profound sincerity, that caused Alex to finally reject this idea. "So what did you come to see me about?" Stone asked. "Just passing through. Adelphia said you were at a meeting. She likes to embellish. I met some friends over on the mall. We like walking there at night." He paused and added, "So how are things going at the WFO?" "It's nice working cases again. I heard that an employee of yours was killed." Alex nodded. "Patrick Johnson. He worked at the National Threat Assessment Center. That's really been blended with NIC now, but I'm involved because Johnson was still sort of a joint employee of ours." "You're involved?" Stone said. "Do you mean that you're working the case?" Alex hesitated. There didn't seem to be any reason not to acknowledge his involvement. It wasn't exactly confidential. "I was assigned to poke around, although it seems to have been solved." "I hadn't heard." "They found heroin in Johnson's home. They think whoever he was dealing with killed him. He didn't mention Ann Jeffrey's call. That part wasn't publicly known." "And what do you think?" Stone said, eyeing him keenly. Alex shrugged. "Who knows? And we're just really piggybacking on the FBI. And yet a man has been killed." "I've covered the bases, Oliver. If it wasn't drugs?" "Exactly. If not drugs, what?" "I think someone should answer that question very thoroughly. Perhaps the answer lies with his work. Consider that planting drugs at his home would be an easy way to cover something up." Alex looked doubtful. "That's highly unlikely. And quite frankly, NIC is a big can of worms to open for a guy looking to retire in 3 years. 3 years isn't such a long time, Agent Ford. Not nearly as long as the years you've already served your country. And unfortunately, fair or not, the end of one's career is what a person is usually remembered for. And if I make a misstep on this one, maybe I don't have a career left. But the other important point to realize is this. The end of one's career is also what you remember most vividly. And you'll have decades to possibly regret. And that is a very long time." Leaving Stone, Alex slowly walked back to his car. What the man said made sense. There were issues that were not clear in Alex's mind about Patrick Johnson's death. The drug discovery did seem a little too convenient, and other details just didn't add up. In truth, he had been only half-heartedly investigating the case, more than ready to follow the Bureau's lead and its conclusions. Oliver Stone watched Alex pass out of sight and then quickly walked to his cottage at the cemetery. From there, he used the cell phone Milton had given him to call Caleb and tell him of this latest development. When Stone clicked off, he remembered he hadn't eaten any dinner, went into his kitchen and made some soup, which he ate in front of a small fire he'd built. Cemeteries always seemed to be cold, no matter the season. After that, he sat down in his old armchair next to the fire with a book that he'd been reading from his very eclectic collection that Caleb had helped him assemble. That's all he had left: his friends, his books, some theories, a few memories. He glanced at the box with the photo album again, and despite intuitively knowing it would be a bad thing, he put his book down and spent the next hour drifting through his past. Stone lingered over the pictures he had of his daughter. At last, his mind went back to that final night. Their house had been situated in a very isolated area. His employer had insisted on that. It was only after the attack that Stone understood the reason for this requirement. He remembered the creak of the door as it was opened. Cut off from their child, he and his wife barely slipped through the window when the muffled shots commenced. That night was the last time Stone saw his wife or his daughter. The next day it was as though they'd never existed. The house had been emptied, and all signs of the murderous attack obliterated. When he eventually learned the truth of what had happened, Stone was consumed with the idea of revenge. And then something happened that struck those thoughts from him. He read in the paper of the violent death of a man, an important man, in a country overseas. The killing was never solved. The man left behind a wife and children. Stone recognized the fingerprints of his former employer all over that killing. It was a scene personally very familiar to Stone as well. That's when he realized he was not a man who deserved revenge, even for his wife being murdered and his child taken from him. His past sins were many, piled high under the dubious cloak of patriotism. For Stone, it effectively disenfranchised him from seeking justice for the wrong committed against his family. In the center of downtown Brennan, Captain Jack closed on the purchase of his new property, an automobile repair facility. Dressed in an elegant two-piece suit, the distinguished-looking entrepreneur took the keys, thanking the seller and his agent as he drove away in his Audi convertible. They had smiled and counted their money and wished him luck. "Good luck to you, too," he wanted to say. "And good luck to the town of Brennan. It's certainly going to need it." A few minutes later, Captain Jack parked his car at a curb, flipped open his iPack, went online, and entered the chat room. Today's film was The Wizard of Oz. He left his message arranging a meeting at the park. The auto repair facility would be one of the most critical elements of this operation, and that was where the woman came in. If she didn't come through, none of his work would matter. Some things a person couldn't get from faceless emails, like whether someone had the will necessary to do the job. Sometimes you had to go see for yourself. The day was overcast and a bit chilly, so the park was nearly empty. Captain Jack sat on a bench, read his newspaper, and drank his coffee. He heard the children first, but didn't look in that direction. Next, he listened to the swing being swung, and then the whirlings started going round and round. He smiled at the screams of delight from the young ones. Finally, the sounds of the children quieted down. More minutes passed, and then he heard car doors open and close. Next, he listened to the footsteps coming toward him. They were measured, calm treads. Then came a slight squeak from the bench directly behind his as the person sat down. "I think the Steelers could go all the way this year, don't you?" he said. "No, my money is on the Patriots," the other replied. "Are you sure?" "I am very sure of what I say. If I were in doubt, I would say nothing." With their identifying code out of the way, Captain Jack got down to business. "Things are good with the Franklins?" "Yes, very good," Jamila replied. "Routines all square, no curves thrown at you?" "Their life is simple. He works all the time. She plays all the time." He caught the edge behind her words. "Oh, you think so?" "I know so." She paused and added, "Americans disgust me." Do they now? They're pigs. They're evil, all of them. He said one word in Arabic that froze Jamila. Listen to me, Captain Jack said firmly. A few Americans are bad and a few Muslims are bad. But most want to live in peace and relative happiness, make a home, have a family, pray to God, and die with dignity. Captain Jack's voice was calm, but still very firm. The anger you mistake for passion could destroy all that we've worked for. I need you to focus, not hate. Hate makes you do irrational things. I do not tolerate irrational thinking. Do you understand me? There was silence. Do you? Jamila finally said, Yes. The plan has changed. It's actually a little cleaner now. I want you to listen very carefully, and then you will practice this new routine over and over until you can do it in your sleep. When he finished telling her of the new details, she said, Like you say, it is easier. It is the way I would go to the Franklin's house. Exactly. But we have to account for everything. On that day, if the Franklin's routine varies for any reason, and it may, because presidents don't come to town every day, someone will be standing by. You remember what you have to say? A storm is coming, Jamila answered. But I do not think it will be necessary. But if it is necessary, then it will be done. He said this sternly, in Arabic. I thought this case was closed, Jackie Simpson said as she and Alex drove away from WFO in his car. I never said that. The Bureau found the drugs. You filed your report. I got a call from Ann Jeffries last night. She said the drugs were bullshit. She threatened to sue us. She's full of crap, and she can't sue us for doing our job. Hell, it's not like we planted the heroin in Johnson's house. Alex glanced over at her. But what if someone else did? She stared back at him skeptically. Planted drugs? Why? That's for us to find out. Right from the get-go, this case hasn't made sense. So, where are we going? Remember the two guys we met out at Roosevelt Island? Rinke and Peters? I called them. They've finished the handwriting analysis. And I thought we could go learn those results, get our note back, and then snoop around. She exclaimed, Snoop around? Did you know that when the president goes to NIC, the Secret Service isn't even allowed on certain floors with him because our security clearances aren't high enough? Yeah, I know. That still pisses me off, Alex said. When they pulled up to the main security entrance at NIC, Alex surveyed with awe the sprawling complex that lay ahead. What the hell is NIC's budget? It's classified, like ours, Simpson answered. It took them nearly an hour to clear security, and even then, despite their protests, they had to turn over their weapons. They were deposited in a small room and told to wait. And they waited. And waited. Is it my imagination, or did we cross into a foreign country back there? Alex said sourly as he balled up a piece of paper and missed a three-pointer aimed at the wastebasket. Before Simpson could answer, the door opened, and in walked Tyler Rinke, followed closely by Warren Peters. Long time no see, Alex said, as he made a protracted show of checking his watch. I'm glad you two could finally make it. Sorry about the wait, Rinke said casually. He pulled out a piece of paper, and they all sat at the small table in the center of the room. The handwriting on the note matches Johnson's, Rinke said. No doubt about it. He passed across the analysis for the Secret Service agents to examine. No surprise there, Alex said. Where's the note? In the lab. Okay. Alex waited, but neither of the men said anything. I'll need it back. Right. Fine, Peters said. It might take a little time, Rinke added. I was hoping you'd say that, because we wanted to look around Johnson's office and talk to some of his co-workers. Get a feel for the stuff he was working on. The men looked at him blankly. I'm afraid that's not possible, Peters said. Guys, this is a homicide investigation. I need a little cooperation. Patrick Johnson's work area is restricted to the highest security clearance levels, Rinke said firmly. No exceptions. Your clearances aren't good enough, I checked. Then we have a big problem, Alex said, because I've been assigned to investigate this case. Now we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Meaning what? Peters asked. Meaning I can get a warrant to search Johnson's workplace and talk to his colleagues, or you can just let me do it, security clearance inadequacy notwithstanding. Rinke smiled and shook his head. There's not a court in this country that would issue a search warrant for these premises. What, you're playing the national security card? Alex said scornfully. Secret Service uses it all the time, Peters retorted. Not for something like this. And let me remind you that the Department of Homeland Security is my boss now, not wimp-ass Treasury. Right, and the Director of Homeland Security reports to Carter Gray. Bullshit, they're both cabinet secretaries. Simpson cut in. Are you guys finished seeing whose penis is bigger? Because this is getting pretty stupid. The door opened, and both Rinke and Peters shot to their feet. Carter Gray stood there gazing at them. Alex watched in stunned silence as Gray walked over and gave Simpson a hug and a peck on the cheek. You're looking lovely as always, Jackie. How are things? I've had better days, she answered, and then gave Alex a scowl before turning back to Gray. This is my partner, Alex Ford. Gray nodded. Good to meet you, Alex. Thank you, sir. Simpson said, I had dinner with Dad last night. The senator needs to go deer hunting again with me. The last time I bagged a 6-pointer. Haven't had a damn bit of luck since. I'll tell him. What can we do for you? She told him about wanting to look around Patrick Johnson's office. I told them they lacked the necessary security clearances, sir, Rinke interjected. I'm sure you did. Gray glanced at Simpson. Come on, Jackie, I'll walk you down there myself. He looked back at Rinke and Peters. That'll be all, he said tersely. The two men instantly fled the room. As Gray led them down the hall, Alex whispered into Simpson's ear. Jesus, you didn't tell me you knew Carter Gray. You never asked. So how do you know him? He's my godfather. This is where Patrick Johnson worked, Carter Gray said, sweeping his hand across the room. Alex slowly took it all in. The space was about half the size of a football field, with a large open area in the middle and cubicles along the perimeter. Men and women dressed in business attire either sat at their desks, totally focused on their work, or else walked the halls, speaking into phone headsets. The sense of urgency here was palpable. As Gray led them over to a set of corner cubicles, Alex caught images of people's faces flashing across some of the computers, most of them Middle Eastern, with data, presumably about each person, flowing down one side of the screen. He stopped at one cubicle, larger than the rest, whose walls, instead of waist level, were 6 feet high. This is Johnson's office. I take it he was a supervisor of some sort, Simpson commented. Yes. His precise task was to oversee the work on our data files of all terrorist-related suspects. When we took over NTAC, we combined that staff and their files with ours. It was an ideal fit. However, we, of course, didn't want to strip the Secret Service of all involvement. That's why Johnson and others here were joint employees. A moment later, another man joined them. Tom Hemingway flashed a smile as he put out his hand to Alex. Well, I guess my cover's blown, Agent Ford. I guess so, Alex said as he winced at the man's crushing grip. Gray raised an eyebrow. You two know each other? Through Kate Adams, the DOJ lawyer I was working with, sir. Simpson stepped forward. I'm Jackie Simpson, Secret Service. Tom Hemingway. I was just showing them Patrick Johnson's office and explaining what he did for us, Gray said. They're investigating his death on behalf of the service. If you'd like, sir, I can take over from here. I know you have a meeting. Tom knows much more about computers than I do, Gray said. Don't forget to tell your father what I said, Jackie. Then Gray left them. So, what exactly are you looking for? Hemingway asked. Basically an understanding of what Johnson did here, Alex answered. Secretary Gray said that he oversaw the data files on terrorist suspects. That's right, among other things. I guess the best way to describe it is that he and the other data supervisors are like senior air traffic controllers, making sure all the pieces go together smoothly. The databases are constantly being updated with fresh intelligence. And we've streamlined things, too. The FBI, DEA, Homeland Security, ATF, CIA, DIA, and others each had its own database. There was a lot of overlap and wrong information, and no way for one agency to thoroughly access another agency's files. That was one of the problems that led up to 9/11. Now it's all maintained here, but the other agencies have 24/7 access. Alex spoke up. Isn't that a little risky, putting everything in one place? We have a backup center, of course, Hemingway said. Where is it? Alex asked. I'm afraid that's classified. Well, I saw that one coming. And keep in mind that our system didn't replace the Bureau's AFIS, said Hemingway, referring to the FBI's fingerprint identification system. We're after terrorists, not pedophiles and bank robbers. Could you show us some file examples? Simpson asked. Sure. Hemingway sat down at Johnson's desk and put his hand in a biometric reader. Next, he hit some keys on the computer, and a face appeared on the screen, along with a fingerprint and other identifying data. Alex was suddenly staring at himself, along with seemingly everything he'd ever done since coming out of his mother's womb. Underage drinking conviction, Simpson said, reading one of the sections. That was supposed to have been expunged from my record, Alex snapped. I'm sure it was expunged from the official record, Hemingway said. Did Johnson have any information that would be valuable to someone? I think in broad terms, everyone who works at NIC would have information that could be valuable to an enemy of this country, Agent Ford. That's why we run background checks and perform a rigorous vetting process. Can't do any better than that, Jackie Simpson said. But didn't Patrick Johnson's sudden wealth raise flags here? Alex asked. Hemingway looked chagrined. It should have. Heads will roll for it. But not yours, Alex remarked. No, that wasn't my responsibility, Hemingway answered. Do you mind if we talk to some of Johnson's co-workers? I can arrange that, but I'm afraid your discussions will have to be monitored. An hour later, after they'd spoken to 3 of Johnson's colleagues, Alex and Simpson learned that none of them really knew Johnson on a personal level. After they'd collected their guns, Hemingway escorted them out. Good luck, he said before the automatic doors shut behind them. A few minutes after Alex and Simpson had left, Hemingway passed Rinke and Peters in the hallway at NIC and gave a short nod of his head. 15 minutes later, Hemingway drove out of NIC. 10 minutes after that, Rinke and Peters did the same. They met at Tyson's 2 Galleria, a large upscale shopping mall, purchased coffees and walked along the concourses. We found a print on the suicide note and ran it, Hemingway said. Did you get a match? Rinke asked. Yes. Who is it? Peters asked. Milton Farb, Hemingway explained. He worked at NIH years ago as a computer systems expert, but had some mental problems and popped up in some psych centers. Watch him and he'll probably lead you to the others. But do nothing without checking with me first. If we can avoid killing them, we will. Carter Gray returned to his office, made a few phone calls, including one to the White House, and then held a series of brief meetings. However, what Gray really wanted to do was go fishing. Since he couldn't do that right now with a pole and bait, he decided to try another version of fishing, one at which he was also very skilled. He typed in a request for a name on his laptop. Within 5 minutes he had the information he wanted. NIC personnel were nothing if not efficient. He set up the images and data on split screens so he could view them all simultaneously. There were many men staring back at him. Almost all were Middle Eastern. They had all been duly recorded in the NIC database, complete with digital fingerprints if available. And they were all dead, many at the hands of other terrorists. They included an engineer and a chemist who were also expert bomb makers. Another, Adnan al-Rimi, was a courageous fighter with nerves that had never broken in the heat of battle. 6 others lost their lives when an explosive went off in the van they were in. Gray had no way of knowing that the photos of al-Rimi and others had been altered subtly. They were not the pictures of the men who'd actually died either. They were a digitized combination of the real al-Rimi, for example, and the dead man identified as al-Rimi. This was done so that any earlier photos of the men still floating around would not look so different as to raise suspicion. It had taken time and considerable expertise. The result had been worth it, though. It was now virtually impossible to identify any of these Arabs from their photos in the NIC database. The other brilliant stroke had been leaving no faces behind on the dead men to identify. What had been substituted in their entirety, of course, were the men's fingerprints, the forensic signature by which they'd been positively identified. Fingerprints never lied. Of course, in the digital age, nothing was inviolate. And yet, with all that, Carter Gray's gut was telling him something was not right. Gray clicked out of the file and decided to go for a walk around the NIC grounds. He was allowed to do that, he supposed. Early on in his career at the CIA, Gray had been assigned to the CIA's ultra-secret and now abandoned training facility near Washington, Virginia, a bit over 2 hours west of D.C. The building, extremely well hidden within the surrounding forest, was known unofficially as Murder Mountain. Long since closed down, NIC had recently moved to have it reopened as an interrogation facility for terrorist suspects. However, the Justice Department had gotten wind of the scheme, and the process had slowed down considerably. Then, after the cumulative effects of Gitmo Bay in Cuba, the disgrace of Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq, and the Salt Pit prison fiasco in Afghanistan, the plans to reopen the facility were on the verge of being nixed. Gray returned to his office. He wanted to take another look at all these dead men who might somehow figure prominently in his future. God help America if they did. Alex emailed his updated report to Jerry Sykes as soon as he got back to WFO. Unlike his first filing, however, the response this time was very swift. The phone call didn't merely instruct him to go to Jerry Sykes' office, or even the Sacks. He was ordered to report immediately to Secret Service headquarters and meet with none other than the director of the Secret Service. He had met the current director face-to-face only a couple times before. They'd been social occasions, and the few minutes of chit-chat had been quite pleasant. Alex's gut was telling him that this encounter wouldn't be nearly as chummy. A few minutes later, he walked into the director's spacious office. Jerry Sykes was there, apparently trying to disappear into the sofa he was perched on, and, much to Alex's surprise, Jackie Simpson was sitting next to Sykes. "You want to close the door, Ford?" Wayne Martin, the director of the Secret Service, said. Close the door. That was definitely not a good sign. Alex obeyed this instruction and then sat and waited for Martin to start speaking. "Agent Ford, I'll get right to it because, believe it or not, I've got a lot of things to do today." "Yes, sir," Alex said automatically. "I got a call from the president a little while ago. He was on Air Force One. The man was on his plane going to a string of campaign events, and he took the time to call me about you. That's why you're here today." It was as though all the blood were evaporating from Alex's body. "The president called about me, sir? Would you like to take a guess what about?" "The Patrick Johnson case?" Alex could barely hear his own voice. "Bingo! Since you're batting 1,000, Ford, you care to take another guess as to what you did that prompted a call from the President of the United States?" "I've been investigating the death of Patrick Johnson. That's what I was ordered to do." Martin was shaking his head halfway through this answer. "The FBI is the lead investigative agency on the case. My understanding is that you were assigned to merely observe that investigation so as to protect the interests of this agency. Do you disagree with that assessment?" Alex didn't even bother to glance at Sykes. "No, sir." "Good. I'm glad that we've got that established. Now, the FBI found drugs at Mr. Johnson's residence and is following up along those lines. And consequently, his employment at NIC was not being considered as possibly connected to his death. Are you aware of this?" "Yes, sir." "Good again." Martin stood, and Alex braced for what was coming. He wasn't disappointed. Martin erupted. "Now, with all that said, would you care to tell me what in the living hell you were thinking when you went out to NIC and questioned none other than Carter Gray about this matter?" When Alex finally found his voice, he said, "I thought that to cover all the angles, going out to NIC was proper. They had run an analysis on a note for us, and—" "Did you or did you not interrogate Carter Gray?" "I did not, sir. He showed up and offered to take us to Johnson's workspace. Until then, I was merely speaking with two junior subordinates who were not being particularly cooperative." "Let me fill you in on the politics of our business, Ford. Secretary Gray didn't randomly run into you at NIC. He was alerted to your presence and purpose and came down to see you. He told the president that he felt compelled to do so because if word leaked out to the media that NIC was not being cooperative in a criminal investigation, it would reflect badly on him and his agency. Are you following this?" Yes, sir. Are you also aware that under Secretary Gray's initiative, a full internal investigation is being conducted at NIC with regards to the Johnson matter, and that the FBI will be assisting in this? No, sir, I was not aware of that. Martin didn't appear to be listening now. He picked up a piece of paper from his desk. According to your first report, you'd concluded that Mr. Johnson was probably a drug dealer, and you were going to let the FBI track that lead down. That was it. You filed that report last night. Now this morning, you showed up at NIC asking a bunch of questions that were in clear contradiction to your initial conclusions. My question to you is, what happened between the time you filed the report last night and you're going to NIC this morning that made you change your mind? By the way Martin was looking at him, it suddenly struck Alex that the man already knew the answer. He shot a glance at Simpson, who was now looking nervously down at her thick-heeled pups. That's why she was here. Oh, shit. He looked back at the director. The director looked over at Simpson. Agent Simpson informed us that you told her an old friend had convinced you to get up a head of steam on this case and go for it. He paused and said, "Who was that friend?" Talk about a casual slip of the tongue coming back to crater your life. The identity of the person isn't important, sir. I'm prepared to take the full consequences for my actions. So you won't answer my question? With all due respect, sir, if I thought it had the slightest bearing on this case, I would answer it. The director sat in his chair and leaned back. You've had a good, solid career at the service, Ford. I'd like to think so. He paused and said, I'm assuming I'm being transferred to another field office. When the service was ticked off at an agent, it usually sent that person to one of the least desirable field offices. Although in this case that might have been wishful thinking. Disobeying a command from the director would probably result in his immediate expulsion from the service. You just take the rest of the day off. Then, starting tomorrow, you're officially transferred out of WFO and back to Presidential Protection Detail. Maybe standing post in some doorways will knock some sense into you. Quite frankly, I don't know what I'm going to do with you. Half of me wants to kick your ass right out of the service this minute. But you put in a lot of good years, and it'd be a shame to see that go right in the crapper. He held up a finger. And just so there's no miscommunication, you are not to go near the Patrick Johnson case in any way at all, even if your old friend tells you otherwise. Is that clear? Absolutely, sir. Now get the hell out of here. Jamila gave the baby his bath, while Laurie Franklin played with the other two boys on the elaborate playset in the backyard. As she was dressing the little one afterward, Jamila watched the others from the nursery window. Laurie Franklin didn't spend enough time with her children, at least in Jamila's estimation. Yet even the Iraqi woman had to admit that the time the mother did spend with her sons was real quality time. She read to them and drew with them and played games with them, spending patient hours with her three sons as they grew and changed every day. It was clear that Laurie Franklin adored her boys. Now she was pushing the middle child on the swing while giving the oldest a piggyback ride. They all ended up chasing each other around the yard before collapsing in a pile. The peals of laughter reached all the way to Jamila, and after a few seconds of fighting the urge, Jamila found herself laughing too at this heartwarming spectacle. Sons. She wanted many sons who would grow up tall and strong and take care of their mother when she grew old. Jamila abruptly stopped laughing and turned away from the window. People should never take for granted what they had. Never. Especially Americans who had everything. Later, after Laurie Franklin had left to meet her husband, Jamila put the children into her van and drove to the park. On the ride over, her thoughts turned to her recent past. She had known young men who'd trained with her in Pakistan that kept what they called journals of sacrifice, their sacrifice. The West, she knew, called them suicide diaries. Jamila had thought about what the last day of her life would look like. She had many questions and some doubts that troubled her. Would she be brave? She had imagined herself being noble and stoic, but was that unrealistic? Jamila had grown close to one man she'd trained with, Ahmed. Ahmed was Iranian. He'd been a fledgling poet who had modest dreams of seeing his verses in print for other Arabs to read. People want to be happy, he told her, but they cannot be happy if they are not free. You can love and worship God without other people telling you how to live every part of life. Then he went on to tell her that Iranian women could drive, vote, and even hold seats in the parliament. Jamila listened very intensely whenever he spoke of this. He had also told Jamila that her name, which meant beautiful in Arabic, was most fitting to her. Most fitting, he'd said with respect and admiration, his gaze averted from hers. This comment had made her very happy. It had given her possibilities for a future that she had not thought realistic. However, he also spoke often of his coming death, even writing down in his diary the very day and hour that he planned on dying for God. But he would never show her the date he had chosen. Jamila didn't know if he'd fulfilled that wish or not. She didn't know where he'd been sent. She would read the newspapers looking for his name or his picture telling of his death, but she'd never seen it. Jamila wondered if he ever read the newspapers looking for her picture and the account of her death. Sometimes Jamila would imagine her poet joining her in paradise, where they could live in eternal peace. This thought was one of the very few that could still bring a smile to her lips. Yes, Jamila would like to see him again, very much. In life or death, it did not matter to her. It did not matter at all. Stone decided to take the metro to Milton's house. If his friend had been able to trace the car tag, Stone wanted to know. Plus, he wanted to make sure Milton was all right. The people they were dealing with could also run down a fingerprint as easily as Milton could. He was walking down the street toward the Foggy Bottom subway station when he heard a horn sound behind him. He turned. It was Agent Ford. He pulled his Crown Vic to the curb and rolled down the window. "Want a ride?" Stone climbed into the car, and Alex sped off. Waiting for what he hoped was an acceptable period of time, Stone finally said, "I was thinking about our conversation last night. How's your investigation going?" "It's going so well, I've been busted back to protection detail." "Agent Ford..." "You know, Oliver, after all these years, you can probably call me Alex." "I hope that my advice didn't get you in trouble, Alex." "I'm a big boy, and you happen to be right. Only I didn't have all the facts straight, and now I'm paying the price." "What facts?" "Afraid I can't say. Where are you heading, by the way?" Stone told him. "I'm visiting some friends," he added. "I hope they're the ones in high places. You can never have too many of those." "I'm afraid I don't have any of those." "Neither do I. But hell, turns out my rookie partner, and I use the term partner very loosely, it turns out she has some of those kinds of friends. In fact, she informed me today that her godfather is none other than Carter Gray." Stone looked at him. "Who's your partner?" "Jackie Simpson." Stone stiffened. "Roger Simpson's daughter?" "How'd you know that?" "You mentioned friends in high places, and they don't come much higher than Roger Simpson. He worked at the CIA, but that was decades ago. Have you ever met Carter Gray?" "I did today," Alex said. "So is that why you got in trouble? You ran into Gray?" "Let's just say I thought I'd be real smart and let the two NIC agents on the case run some analysis on the suicide note we found. That would give me an excuse to go there and poke around. Turns out I got sandbagged. I should have seen it coming." Stone had not been listening to the last part. His attention had been captured by the part about NIC having the suicide note. Were Milton's fingerprints on it? Were the two agents at NIC helpful?" "Not particularly. You know, I hate spooks, I really do. I don't give a crap if you call them the National Intelligence Center, the Central Intelligence Agency, or the Defense Intelligence Agency. They wouldn't tell you the truth if their mother's life depended on it." "No, they wouldn't," Stone said under his breath. Halfway to his destination, Stone instructed Alex to let him off up ahead. "I can take you all the way to where you're going, Oliver," he said. "The director gave me the rest of the day off to think about my sins. I really need to walk." As soon as Alex drove off, Stone pulled out his cell phone and called Milton. In one way, it was disheartening to learn that the Secret Service agent was off the case, but at least he would not be in danger. Stone could not say the same about the rest of them. Milton's voice interrupted these musings. "Hello? Milton, where are you?" "I'm at Chastity's." "How long have you been there?" "Since this morning. Why?" "When you left your house, did you notice anyone around?" "No." "Don't go back home. I want you to meet me somewhere else." Stone thought quickly. Union Station. Can you be there in the next half hour or so? I think so. I'll be standing by the bookstore. Were you able to run the car tag down? That was no problem. I have his name and address. It's Tell Me in Person. And Milton, I want you to listen very carefully. You need to make sure that no one is following you. What did you find out? Milton asked nervously. I'll tell you when I see you. Stone clicked off and then called both Reuben and Caleb and updated them. After that, he set off for the nearest metro station, and a little while later stood at the entrance to the B. Dalton bookstore that occupied a large chunk of massive Union Station. While browsing through some books, Stone periodically checked the subway exit, where he assumed Milton would be coming out. When Milton arrived from a different part of the train station, Stone looked at him questioningly. Chastity drove me, he explained. Is Chastity here? No, I told her to go back home. Milton, are you absolutely certain you weren't followed? Not with the way Chastity drives. Stone led him over to a bagel shop located across from the bookstore. They bought coffees and then settled down at a table in the far corner. Milton took out his cell phone and hit a button. Who are you calling? Stone asked. No one. My cell phone has a recorder built in. I just remembered that I have to call Chastity later about something, and I'm leaving myself a reminder. The phone I gave you has the same capability, and it's also a camera. Milton spoke into the recorder and then put his phone away. What's the man's name? Stone asked. Tyler Renke. He lives out near Purcellville. I have the street address. I know the area. Did you find out where he works? I checked everywhere I could get into, and I can get into quite a few places, but I didn't find anything on him. That might mean he does work at NIC. I don't think even you could hack them. It's possible. He told Milton about NIC having the suicide note and the possibility of his prints being on it. Milton let out a deep breath. I knew I shouldn't have touched that paper. Would you still be on the NIH database? Probably, and the Secret Service printed me when I sent that stupid letter to Ronald Reagan. I was just so upset with all his budget cuts on mental health. Stone hunched forward. I wanted to have a meeting tonight at Caleb's condo to go over things, but now I'm not sure if that's safe. So, where do we meet then? Just then, Stone's cell phone rang. It was Reuben, and he was excited. He said, I met an old buddy of mine for a beer. We fought together in Nam, and we joined Defense Intelligence at the same time. I heard he'd just retired from DIA, so I thought I'd have a drink with him and see if he'd open up a little about things. Well, he told me NIC had pissed everybody off by demanding that all terrorist files be turned over to NIC. Even the CIA's files were purged. Gray knew that if he controlled the flow of information, then he controlled everything else, too. So all other intelligence agencies have to go to NIC for that information? Yep, and that way NIC knows what everyone else is working on. But by law, NIC oversees all that anyway, Reuben. Hell, who cares what the law says? Do you really think the CIA is going to be absolutely truthful about what it's doing, Oliver? No, Stone admitted. Telling the truth would be counterintuitive for it, as well as having no historical basis. Spies always lie. Is the meeting tonight still at Caleb's? Reuben asked. I'm not sure that Caleb's... Stone's voice trailed off. Caleb? He said slowly. Oliver, Reuben said, are you still there? Oliver, are you all right? Milton asked in a worried tone. Stone spoke quickly. Reuben, where are you? At the disgusting shack I call my castle. Why? Can you pick me up at Union Station and take me to my storage place? Sure, but you didn't answer me. Is the meeting still at Caleb's? No, I think instead... Stone looked around. We'll meet here at Union Station. Union Station, Reuben repeated. That's not exactly private, Oliver. I didn't say we were holding our meeting here. You're not making much sense, Reuben said grumpily. I'll explain it all later. Just get here as quickly as you can. I'll be waiting out front. Stone clicked off and looked at Milton. Milton said, What are you going to your other place for? There's something I need from there. Something that might finally make sense out of all this. Captain Jack adjusted his hat and rubbed a finger against the yellow rose sticking out of his lapel as he surveyed the inside of his new property. The garage was large, with 3 expansive work bays. However, the place was empty now except for one vehicle that was receiving the complete attention of his mechanics. Ahmed, the Iranian, wiped his brow as he came up out of the oil pit cut into the floor of the garage. How's it coming? Captain Jack asked. "We're on schedule. Have you talked to the woman?" "That piece is in place and ready," Captain Jack said. "And don't ask again, Ahmed," he added, looking stonily at the man. The Iranian nodded curtly and swung himself back down into the pit. Soon the sounds of power wrenches filled the space, and Captain Jack stepped out into the sunshine. Outside, Captain Jack climbed into his Audi. He drove out of town to the ceremonial grounds, barely 10 minutes from downtown, and yet a lot could happen in 10 minutes. Captain Jack didn't stop at the grounds, but instead drove past them slowly, eyeing certain landmarks he'd long since committed to memory. The ceremonial grounds were framed by white rail farm fencing, with only one vehicle entry point and numerous pedestrian entrances. 6-foot-high brick columns framed the car entrance, and the motorcade would have to pass through there, going in and out. The beast would find it a tight squeeze. Adnan al-Rimi strode through the hallways of Mercy Hospital, his observant gaze methodically taking in all details of his surroundings. A minute later, he returned to the hospital's front entrance just as an elderly patient was wheeled in, a portable IV hooked to her arm. Adnan stepped outside and breathed in the warm air. To the left of the hospital's front steps was a ramp for gurneys and wheelchair-bound patients. Al-Rimi walked down the steps of the sidewalk that ran in front of the hospital. There were 14 steps. He turned and walked back up them, silently counting time as he did so. 7 seconds at a normal pace, perhaps half that if someone was running. He went back inside the hospital, walked back down to the nurses' station, and stopped at the 4th tile over from the exact center of the station. Then he turned around and walked back toward the front entrance. Anyone watching him would just assume he was making his rounds. He counted off his paces in his head, nodding to a pair of nurses who walked by as he did so. Near the front entrance, he turned right, counted his steps down this hallway, turned, pushed open the door to the exit stairs, counted his steps down 2 flights, and found himself in the basement corridor on the west side of the hospital building. This corridor ran into another that carried him north and then emptied out into the rear exit area. He went back inside the hospital to continue his rounds. He would do this every day until the day came. The spacious house that Captain Jack had rented in the suburbs of Brennan was set far off the main road with no other residences nearby. It also had a large home theater, a facility he was taking advantage of right now. Captain Jack placed the DVD that Hemingway had given him in the player, but did not turn it on yet, as the men who'd come here today took their seats. Captain Jack took a minute to survey his crew. They were good, capable men. They had been hardened by a life that had not included many moments of happiness, or things that others took for granted, such as food, clean water, a bed, and a life free from constant persecution and threat of violent death. Assembled here were his bomb makers and engineers, his shooters, his snipers, his fedayeen, his mechanics, his inside people, and his wheelmen. The men's appearances had all changed, hair cut or grown longer, beards shaved off, weight gained or lost. They all wore Western-style clothes. While none of their real images remained on the NIC database, the operation was too important to become slack with the small but important details. Altered NIC photos notwithstanding, they might still be recognized by American intelligence operatives who'd seen them in the flesh years ago. He walked to the front of the room and addressed them all by name as a sign of respect and camaraderie. He asked for progress reports, and each man reported back succinctly and knowledgeably. Captain Jack, Tom Hemingway, and a third person had hand-picked these men from a pool provided to them by this third party, a man they both trusted. They had not chosen the most violent and zealous Muslims among the group. Ironically, restraint was the quality they'd required above all. "Remember this," Captain Jack told his men. "While we sit here planning this operation, in another room somewhere, there will be far more people planning how to stop us. They are excellent at what they do, so we have to be better than excellent. We have to be perfect." He paused, making eye contact with each of them. "One mistake along the chain brings the whole thing crashing down. This is understood?" All the men nodded in silent agreement. "The video I'm about to show you will illustrate quite vividly how seriously the Secret Service takes its mission." He hit the button on the remote he was holding, and the screen jumped to life. Tom Hemingway had provided his colleague with a publicly available video on the Secret Service and their general protection techniques, rare footage of assassination attempts, and, rarer still, a video of Secret Service agents training at their Beltsville, Maryland facility. The next image on the screen was that of the National Guardsman who had been given a new hand by Captain Jack's men. He was in full-dress uniform. Captain Jack said, "We will have no electronic communications capability at the dedication grounds because the service will crisscross the area with jammers and interceptors." He pointed to the man on the screen. "This is the person who you will key off. He will be wearing this exact uniform. But there will be others there with uniforms on, so you must not make a mistake. The organizers of this event have arranged that all disabled American soldiers will be up front on the rope line as a way to honor them. It is very good of the Town Fathers to do this, and it certainly aids our plan." A half hour after the last of his men had left, Captain Jack drove to downtown Pittsburgh. The man he was meeting was waiting for him in the lobby of the city's priciest hotel. The gentleman looked a little jet-lagged after the long flight. They rode the elevator to a suite overlooking the city skyline. Though the man was fluent in English, he opened the conversation in his native Korean. Captain Jack answered him in Korean. Stone and Milton had to look twice at the motorcycle pulled to a stop in front of them at Union Station. Reuben lifted up his goggles and rubbed his bloodshot eyes. "Reuben, what happened to your pickup truck?" an amazed Stone asked. "Found this baby in a junkyard, if you can believe it. Spent the last year fixing it up." Reuben sighed and then proudly ran his gaze over the pinstriped candy-apple red motorcycle with attached sidecar. 1,000cc power plant, rebuilt transmission and magneto. The sidecar's not authentic. It's a fiberglass replica. But it doesn't rust, and it's a lot lighter. He held out a black crash helmet to Stone that had goggles attached. "Where exactly do I ride?" Stone asked. "In the sidecar, of course. What the hell you think it's for? A damn flower pot?" Stone put on the helmet and adjusted the goggles, then opened the small door, stepped into the sidecar, and sat down. It was a very cramped space for the tall man. Reuben said, "Okay, let's go." Reuben hit the Kickstarter and the motor caught. He revved it a couple of times, waved goodbye to Milton, and they sailed away from Union Station. Reuben steered the motorcycle west on Constitution Avenue. They cut past the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, looped around the Lincoln Memorial, and passed over Memorial Bridge, which carried them into Virginia. A few minutes later, they entered the official city limits of Old Town Alexandria. They pulled down a side street heading toward the river until it dead-ended at Union Street. Reuben found a parking space, and Stone extricated himself from the sidecar with some difficulty. They walked past Union Street Pub, and then crossed the street and headed toward a shop near the corner. The sign above the door read Libri Quatuor Sententiarum. They went inside the shop, accompanied by the jangle of a bell attached to the arched solid oak door. Inside, a small, balding man came out from the back, dressed in a blue blazer, slacks, and a white turtleneck, his arms outstretched and a smile on his tanned face. "Welcome to Libri Quatuor Sententiarum," he announced, the words rolling adroitly off his tongue. Then he stopped and eyed Reuben and looked at Stone. "Oliver?" Stone put out his hand. "Hello, Douglas. You remember Reuben Rhodes?" Douglas gave Stone a prolonged hug and shook Reuben's hand. "Oliver, you look very different. Nice, but different. I like the new style. No, I love it. Muy chic, bellissimo." "Douglas, I need to look at my things, in the space Caleb arranged for me to use," Stone said quietly. Douglas's face paled and he swallowed nervously. "Oh, of course. Go right ahead." "Thank you." Douglas hugged Stone again, and then hurried off to help a woman who'd entered the shop. Stone opened a small door set off to the side of the shop's entryway and led the way down a narrow staircase that emptied into the basement area. He flicked on a light and went over to a large fireplace that sat against one wall. While Reuben watched, Stone knelt down, reached his hand up into the inside of the fireplace, and pulled on a small piece of metal attached to a short wire hanging there. There was an audible click, and a panel of the wall next to the fireplace swung open. "Gotta love those priests' holes," Reuben said, as he gripped the exposed panel and swung it all the way open. Inside was a room about 8 feet deep and 6 feet wide, and tall enough for even Reuben to easily stand up in. Stone pulled a small penlight from his pocket and stepped in. Bookshelves lined all 3 walls. On each of these shelves were neatly stacked journals and notebooks, a few locked metal boxes, and numerous cardboard boxes taped shut. Stone looked through the journals and notebooks. Ah, here we are. Stone pulled out an old leather-bound journal and opened it. The book was filled with newspaper clippings carefully glued to the pages. He read through it as Reuben waited impatiently. Finally, Stone closed the journal and then pulled out 2 other large books on a shelf. Behind these books was a leather case about 18 inches square in size. Stone put this in his knapsack, along with the journal. It took Alex Ford about an hour to decide what to wear on his night out with Kate Adams. It was a humbling and embarrassing 60 minutes as he realized how long it had been since he'd gone on a real date. D.C. traffic had reached the critical stage where there was no good time or direction to be driving, and Alex was afraid he was going to be late. However, he lucked out after skirting an accident on Interstate 66 that left a clear field ahead. In the upper regions of Georgetown, Alex passed one stately mansion after another. The road he was on dead-ended at R Street, near the massive Dumbarton Oaks mansion. Alex hung a left and continued on down R until he found the place. Okay, she wasn't kidding about the mansion status, Alex said, as he stared up at the brick and slate-roofed behemoth. He pulled into the circular driveway, got out, and looked around. He checked his watch and found he was about 10 minutes early. Maybe Kate wasn't even here yet. He was about to drive around the block to kill some time when he saw a smiling Kate Adams standing in the doorway. "Reuben," Stone called out from his perch in the sidecar. "We have some time yet. Can we stop in at Arlington Cemetery?" Reuben looked over at the nation's most hallowed burial place for its military dead and nodded. A few minutes later, they passed through the visitor's entrance. Stone stopped at one area and silently counted down the rows of white headstones until he came to one near the middle. He stood, his arms folded across his chest, while the setting sun burned down into the horizon. Reuben checked his watch but seemed reluctant to interrupt his friend. Stone's solitude was finally halted by a group of men passing nearby. Stone stiffened when he saw who was in the center of the wall of armed security. Reuben glanced over too. "Carter Gray," Reuben muttered. "Here to see his wife, I would assume," Stone said quietly, "before the crowds come tomorrow." Carter Gray stopped at the gravesite of his wife Barbara, knelt on the ground, and placed a small bouquet of flowers on the recessed earth. Technically, the anniversary of his wife's death was tomorrow, but the cemetery would be filled that day, and, as Stone had deduced, the man had no desire to share his grief with a mass of strangers. Gray rose and stared down at where his wife's body lay, while his security detail kept a respectful distance away. Barbara Gray had retired from the Army as a brigadier general, after a distinguished career in which she set many firsts for women in the military. On the morning of September 11, 2001, Barbara Gray, then a civilian consultant, was meeting at the Pentagon on a project with 2 members of the Army when the American Airlines flight slammed into the building, obliterating the room she was in. As an appalling footnote to this tragedy, the Gray's daughter, Maggie, a government lawyer, had just arrived at the Pentagon to meet her mother. Her body was virtually cremated in the initial explosion. As he finally pulled his gaze from the consecrated ground, Gray looked around and spotted the 2 men staring back at him from a distance. He didn't recognize the large man, but there was something familiar about the other. Then he watched as the 2 men turned and walked off. Gray lingered by his wife's grave for another 10 minutes, and then, his curiosity getting the better of him, he headed to the spot where the 2 men had been standing. He realized this section of graves was familiar to him. He started looking at the headstones, his gaze moving swiftly down the neat rows of markers, until he stopped at one. The next moment, his security staff was hustling after Gray as he rushed down the walkway. As he drew closer to the exit, he stopped and bent over, sucking in huge amounts of air as his security team circled him, asking if he was all right. He didn't answer them. He didn't even hear them. The name on the grave marker that had caused his pell-mell rush was pinballing around in his mind. There was no body in the casket under that marker, Gray well knew. It was all a sham, all part of a cover-up. Yet the name on the marker wasn't a fraud. It was a real man who, it was thought, had died in the defense of his country. John Carr. Gray said the name, one he had not uttered for decades. John Carr, the most accomplished killer Carter Gray had ever seen. The restaurant wasn't that crowded yet, and Alex Ford and Kate Adams were seated at a table in a corner near the bar area and ordered some drinks. "So I take it you're looking into that man's death isn't going all that well?" Alex hesitated and then decided it wouldn't hurt to come clean. He told her about his uncomfortable chat with the director of the Secret Service and about being busted back to protection detail. "I'm so sorry, Alex." She reached over and touched his hand. "Hey, I set myself up for it. Gray plays in the big leagues, and having your own partner rat you out doesn't help. I guess I was outclassed." He took a drink of his cocktail. "Your martinis are much better," he said, smiling. She clinked her glass against his. "I knew I liked you." His expression grew serious. "I should have stuck to my original plan. With 3 years to go to finish off my 20, put it on cruise control and don't rock the boat." "You don't strike me as a cruising sort of person," Kate replied. He shrugged. "With the day you had, I'm surprised you didn't bag tonight." "Kate, the thought of going out with you tonight was the only thing that got me through today." Alex looked a little surprised at the frankness of his words and quickly looked down, studying the exterior of his remaining martini olive. Kate reached out and touched his hand. "That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me." The conversation turned to more innocuous subjects, and time sped by. As they were leaving, Alex muttered an expletive under his breath. Coming in the door were Senator and Mrs. Roger Simpson and their daughter Jackie. Alex tried to duck by, but Jackie spotted him. "Hello, Alex," she said. "Agent Simpson," Alex replied curtly. "These are my parents." Roger Simpson and his wife looked like twins, very tall and fair-haired. They towered over their petite, dark-haired daughter. "Senator, Mrs. Simpson," Alex said, nodding at them both. Roger Simpson glared back at him so menacingly that Alex was convinced Jackie must have told him the whole story in her own biased way. "This is Kate Adams." "Pleasure to meet you both," Kate said. "Well, take care, Agent Simpson. I doubt I'll be seeing you around." He walked out with Adams trailing him. As soon as they were outside, Alex blurted out, "Can you believe, of all the restaurants in this damn town?" He broke off when Jackie Simpson popped outside. "Alex, can we talk for just a minute?" She glanced anxiously at Kate. "Privately?" "I'm pretty damn certain we have nothing to say to each other," he shot back. "It'll just take a minute, please." Alex looked at Kate, who shrugged and moved down the street a bit, studying the clothing in a shop window. Simpson drew closer. "Look, I know you're upset as hell at me, and you think I ratted you out." "Well, you're batting 1,000 so far." "It didn't happen like that. As soon as Carter Gray left us, he must have called my dad, even before he called the president. My father called and gave it to me up one side and down the other. He said I couldn't let some maverick wreck my career before it even got started." "How did the director find out about my old friend?" Simpson looked miserable. "I know, that was stupid. My father can be overwhelming. He ground it out of me." She sighed. "He's a man that's used to people obeying him." She paused and looked up at him. "But that's my problem. I just wanted you to know that I'm really sorry for what happened, and I hope I get a chance to make it up to you." She turned and walked back inside before he could reply. When Kate rejoined him, he explained the gist of the conversation. After he'd finished, Alex added, "Just when you think you have somebody pegged, and you're justified in hating her guts, she pulls a fast one and complicates things." At Union Station, Stone and Rubin found Caleb and Milton in the B. Dalton bookstore. Stone and Rubin rounded up the pair, and they all boarded the metro. They exited at Foggy Bottom for Mount Zion Cemetery, where Stone was the caretaker. "Oh, no, Oliver," Rubin complained. "Not another bloody cemetery." "The dead don't eavesdrop," Stone replied curtly as he opened the gates. Stone led them into his cottage, where the others looked at him expectantly. "I've done some research that I believe is critical to our investigation into Patrick Johnson's murder. Thus, I hereby call this special meeting of the Camel Club to order. I propose that we discuss the topic of the recent spate of terrorists killing each other. Do I have a second?" "I second," Caleb said automatically, though he glanced curiously at the others. "All in favor say aye." The ayes carried the motion, and Stone opened the large journal he'd brought from the rare bookshop. Over the last 18 months, there have been numerous instances where terrorists have allegedly killed each other. I found this to be so interesting that I started keeping all the articles I could find on the subject. The last such incident involved a man named Adnan al-Rimi. "I read about that," Milton said, "but why do you say allegedly?" "In each instance, the dead man's face was fully or partially obliterated, either by gunshots or explosives. They had to be identified by their fingerprints, DNA, and whatever else was available." Reuben spoke up. "But that's just normal procedure, Oliver. When I was at DIA, we did that too, although we didn't have DNA tests back then. And we know from Reuben that NIC now controls all terrorist-related information," Stone added. "The same information databases which Patrick Johnson helped oversee were used to identify all these dead terrorists." He paused. "Now, what if Mr. Johnson were rigging that database somehow?" After a long silence, Milton was the first to speak. "Do you mean he might have been manipulating data somehow?" "Let me put it more bluntly," Stone replied. "What if he substituted on the NIC database the prints of the men found dead in place of the fingerprints of the terrorists the authorities thought had been killed?" Caleb looked horrified. "Are you suggesting that someone like Adnan al-Rimi isn't actually dead, but as far as American intelligence is concerned—" "He is dead," Stone finished for him. "His past has been wiped clean. He could go anywhere and do anything he wanted to do." "Like a sterilized weapon," Reuben interjected. "Precisely." "But wait a minute, Oliver," Reuben said. "There are safeguards in place. If I remember correctly, at DIA no file alteration was allowed unless certain steps were followed." "But what if you had both people in your pocket, the gatherer of the intelligence and the one assigned to put that data in the system? And what if one of them was senior, perhaps very senior?" Reuben finally sputtered. "Are you suggesting that Carter Gray is involved in this? Come on, whatever else you say about Gray, I don't think you can reasonably question his loyalty to this country." "I'm not saying it's an easy answer, Reuben," Stone replied. "But if not Gray, then perhaps someone else who's been turned." "Now, that's more likely," Reuben conceded. Milton spoke up. "Well, if this is all true, why was Johnson killed?" Stone answered. "If the two men we saw kill Patrick Johnson are with NIC, then it seems to me, given his extravagant lifestyle on a modest government paycheck, that two things might have happened. One, whoever hired him to alter the files was afraid his newfound wealth would lead to an investigation, so they killed him and planted the drugs. Or else Johnson might have gotten greedy, asked for more money, and they killed him instead." "So what do we do now?" Milton asked. "I propose that we turn the tables on the men after us." "How?" Caleb asked. Stone closed his notebook. "We have the home address of Tyler Rinke. I suggest we follow up on that." "You want us to go marching right into the man's crosshairs?" Reuben exclaimed. "No, but there's no reason why we can't put him in our crosshairs." Ice cream in hand, Alex and Kate strolled down to the Georgetown waterfront. Alex ate a spoonful and looked over at Roosevelt Island. Adams followed his gaze. She finally said, "So, would you care to talk about it? Bartenders are great listeners." Alex motioned her to join him on a bench near the riverfront. He said, "Okay, here's what's bugging me. The guy swims to the island and shoots himself. Does that sound likely?" "Well, it was the island where he and his fiancée went on their first date." "Right. But why swim to the island? Why not just drive to it or walk? And the bottoms of his shoes bothered me." "How so?" "They had dirt on them, as you'd expect from walking through the brush, but there wasn't any dirt on the ground around him. You'd think that some of that red clay would have ended up on the stone pavers around him. And the suicide note in his pocket. It was barely damp, and the ink hadn't run." "He probably carried it in the same plastic bag he used for the gun." "Then why not leave it in the baggie? And then there's motivation. No one I talked to knew anything about Johnson dealing drugs." "If someone brought him to the island and they didn't want to use a car for fear of being seen, what would they do?" As they were talking, they saw a police boat slowly pass. Alex and Kate looked at each other and said together, "A boat." "That's not something that's easy to hide," Alex said slowly. Kate looked up and down the waterfront. "I'm game if you are." They threw their ice cream containers in the trash and headed down to the water. It took them a solid hour, but they finally found it when Kate spotted a tip of the bow sticking out from the drainage ditch. "Good eyes," Alex complimented. They scrambled down as a couple of passers-by watched curiously. Alex ran his gaze over the old wooden rowboat, stopping at one point and putting his face very near the hull. "That looks like a bullet hole." "And that could be blood," Kate said, pointing to a small dark patch near the gunwale. Captain Jack looked at the note that had just been delivered. The message was coded, but he'd memorized the key and quickly deciphered it. It was hardly good news. "Gray met with me today. He accessed some files, but I can't find out which ones because he put an override on. He's obviously fishing. That's why I sent this by courier. Go ahead with plans. I will hold down this end." The Secret Service advance team would be arriving in Brennan very soon. Shortly after that, the president would fly into Pittsburgh on Air Force One, and the most heavily guarded motorcade in history would make its way to Brennan. There they would be confronted by what some would consider a ragtag army of mostly 40-something men and one young woman. Yet Captain Jack would bet on his crew. He took his lighter and burned the letter to ash. Driving her van around the area in the evening had become a ritual for Jamila. It was as much to unwind after a long day of playing nanny to 3 energetic boys as it was to commit to memory the various roads and shortcuts necessary to her task. She drove into downtown Brennan and passed by Mercy Hospital. Adnan al-Rimi was not on duty, but Jamila wouldn't have known him if she saw him. In the same vein, she had no reason to look to the right and eye the apartment where, at that moment, a pair of camouflaged M50 sniper rifles were trained on the hospital as part of a practice round. Her path took her by the auto repair shop. Out of habit, she drove down the alley past a set of overhead doors situated there, their windows painted black. She prayed to God that his wisdom and courage would guide her. Jamila's route back to her apartment took her past the Franklin's house. As the van glided by, Jamila instinctively looked to the upper dormer windows where the 3 boys slept in 2 rooms. She had found herself becoming more and more attached to them. They were fine children who would no doubt grow up as haters of Islam, of all that she believed in. If she could only have them for real, she would teach them the truths. She would show them the real light of her faith and her world. Alex looked around the interior of Kate Adams' home and liked very much what he was seeing. Things weren't too orderly, and there was clutter here and there. And there were books everywhere, too, which was also a good thing. Family photos dotted tables and walls, and he took his time looking at Kate Adams as she evolved from a gangling, shy young girl into a lovely, confident woman. When she came back downstairs from her bedroom, Kate had changed into jeans, a sweater, and was barefoot. "Sorry," she said. "I start to implode after a day in a dress and shoes." "Don't let the $1,000 suits and impeccable grooming fool you. I'm a jeans and t-shirt kind of guy myself." The kiss that followed was like an electrical spark through Alex's body. She kissed him one more time. "I know this is probably unfair, but I don't give it away the first night because they might not be back the second." He put his hand on her shoulder. "I'll be back any night you want me, Kate." "How about tomorrow?" she added. "If I can wait that long." Alex fired up his old Cherokee and drove off, his spirits soaring. His first hint of trouble was when he tapped the brakes and they didn't respond. His second hint of coming disaster was when he punched them again and they sank to the floor. And he was rapidly gathering speed as the descent angle steepened. On top of that, there were parked cars on both sides of the street, and the asphalt here curved like a damn serpent. He fought the wheel and also tried to downshift to slow his momentum, neither of which did much. And then the headlights of another car cut through the darkness coming toward him. Oh, shit. He cut the wheel hard to the right, and the Cherokee slid between 2 parked cars where a sturdy tree did what the brakes couldn't. The impact deployed the airbag, briefly stunning him. Alex pushed the bag away, undid his seatbelt, and staggered out of the car. He could taste blood on his lips. He sat on the curb, trying to catch his breath. The next thing he knew, someone was kneeling beside him. Alex started to say that he was okay when he froze. The hard, cold object was flush against his neck. His arm instinctively shot out and smashed into the person's knee, buckling it. The man yelled out in pain, but as Alex tried to get up, a searing blow caught him across the head. Then he heard footsteps running away and a car squeal off. Moments later, he understood the hasty retreat, as other car lights appeared and people were surrounding him. "Are you all right?" they were asking him over and over. Alex could still feel the icy touch of the gun barrel against his neck. Then a thought hit him. His brakes. Alex pushed the people away and, ignoring the pain in his head, grabbed a flashlight out of the Cherokee and shone the light under his left front wheel well. It was all covered with brake fluid. Someone had tampered with his truck. Yet the only place they could have done that was at Kate's. Kate. He reached in his pocket for his cell phone. It wasn't there. He threw open the door to the wrecked Cherokee. His cell phone was on the floorboard, broken in half from the force of the collision. He screamed in fury. By now, the people who'd come to his aid were backing away, their expressions fearful in the face of his bizarre behavior. Then one of them spotted it as he wheeled around and his jacket flew open. This person yelled, "He's got a gun!" On this, they all scattered like frightened pigeons. He started running after them. "I need your phone! Your phone!" he yelled, but they were already gone. Alex turned and started sprinting back up 31st Street. As the house came into view, he pulled out his gun. He slowed and crouched low as he slipped into the yard. The main house was dark. He made his way quietly to the garden gate leading to the backyard and the carriage house. A light came on in the first floor of the carriage house. Alex watched through a window as Kate came into his line of sight. Her hair was pulled back in a ponytail. He inched forward some more as his gaze veered from Kate to the outside of the carriage house, to the line of bulky Leland cypresses that surrounded the rear grounds. If Alex were sniping, that's the spot he would have chosen. He took one more calming breath and went into pure protection mode. And that's when he spotted it. Across the yard and to the right, the almost invisible glint of a rifle's optics. He didn't hesitate. He brought his gun up and fired. It was a long shot for a handgun, but he didn't care if he hit the shooter. He just wanted to drive him away. He placed the shot directly behind the optics. As soon as he fired, the rifle barrel fully appeared, jerking upward and discharging. A split second later, Alex put 6 more bullets into the same area. Next, he heard Kate scream. Then the rifle disappeared, and he heard feet running hard away. Alex sprinted for the carriage house. Bursting through the door, he heard Kate scream again. She stopped when she saw him. He rushed to her, grabbed her around the waist, and pushed her to the floor, his body shielding hers. "Stay down, there's a shooter out there," he said into her ear. He wriggled forward on his belly and punched the light switch, plunging the carriage house into darkness. Then he crawled back to her. "Are you all right?" he asked frantically. "You're not shot?" "No," she whispered back. Then she felt his face. "My God, are you bleeding?" "I'm not shot. Someone used my head as an anvil." "Who did it?" "Dunno. I had to get back here. I had to make sure you were okay." Her mouth started trembling. Then Kate wrapped her arms around him, her face nestled against his neck. Alex put an arm around her. What a hell of a first date. The Camel Club had walked back to Foggy Bottom and ridden the metro to Union Station, where they had some late dinner at the food court in the lower level and talked things over. Afterward, they went to the train station's parking garage to pick up their vehicles. "Shouldn't we just take my car?" Caleb said. "No," Stone replied as he eyed the motorcycle. "I've actually grown fond of riding in this contraption, and it also might come in useful tonight." They headed west, picking up Route 7 in Virginia. Rinke's place was very, very rural. They wound up and down back roads for a half hour after leaving Route 7, when Milton finally saw the route sign they wanted. He motioned for Caleb to pull off to the side of the road. Reuben slid in behind them, and he and Stone climbed off the motorcycle and joined them in the car. Milton said, "His house is 2/10 of a mile up that road. I did a cross-search of other addresses up there. There aren't any. His house is the only one." "Bloody isolated," Reuben said, looking around nervously. Stone commented, "Murderers are notorious for wanting their privacy." "So, what's the plan?" Caleb asked. "I want you and Milton to remain in the car. But first we're going to drive up the road and see if anyone's home. If they are, we leave. If not, you and Milton will come back here and serve as our lookout. This is the only road in or out, correct, Milton? Yes. We'll communicate by cell phone. If you see anyone coming, call us immediately and we'll take the necessary actions. What are you going to do? Caleb asked. Break into the man's house? You know, Oliver, he's probably got an alarm system, Reuben ventured. I would be surprised if he didn't. So how do we get in then? Reuben asked. Let me worry about that. The house was indeed dark and presumably empty, since there was no car visible and the house didn't have a garage. While Milton and Caleb stood guard in a hidden location near the entrance to the road, Reuben and Stone drove up on the Indian, parking it in a clump of trees behind the house and making their way on foot. Stone led Reuben to the rear. The door here was solid, but there was a window next to it. Stone peered through the window and motioned Reuben to look too. A greenish glow emanated from a new-looking object on the wall opposite the door. He's got a security system, all right, Reuben muttered. Now what? Stone didn't answer him. He peered closer at the screen. We'll have to assume he has motion detectors. That complicates things. Suddenly something flew at them from inside the house, accompanied by twin slashes of emerald. It hit the window and bounced off. Both men leaped back, and Reuben was already turned to run when Stone called out to him. It's all right, Reuben. Mr. Rinke has a cat. The presence of the animal simplifies matters greatly, Stone said. How the hell do you figure that? Security systems with motion detectors do not cohabit very well with cats. Reuben snapped his fingers. Pet corridors where the motion doesn't hit. Exactly. Stone was pulling something from his pocket. It was the black leather case he had taken from his secret room. He unzipped it. Inside was a first-class burglary kit. Reuben stared at these felonious instruments and then looked up at his friend and said, I don't want to know. The window to the kitchen was opened within 10 seconds. How'd you figure the window wasn't wired to the security system? Wired windows and a motion detector is a bit of overkill, Stone replied. They climbed inside and the cat met them immediately, rubbing up against their legs and waiting patiently to be stroked. All right, before we enter any room, we need to find the motion detector. Then I'll send the cat across the room and we'll follow its lead, Stone said. Be prepared to crawl on your belly. Great. I might as well be back in Nam, Reuben groused. A half hour before Stone and Reuben broke into Tyler Rinke's house, the back door of Milton's place was forced open, and Warren Peters and Tyler Rinke slipped inside and shut the door behind them. Rinke was limping from where Alex Ford had punched him in the knee, and there was a bullet hole in Warren Peters' coat sleeve, where one of the Secret Service agent's shots had almost found its mark. They'd stumbled upon the two when they went to Georgetown for another look at the boat, only to find that Ford and Adams had beaten them to it. Both men were furious about their failure to kill the pair, and it was fortunate indeed for Milton Farb that he wasn't at home right now. The two men pulled out their flashlights and started searching. Farb's place wasn't that large, but it was filled with books and expensive computer and video equipment for his web design business. Also located there was the one thing Rinke and Peters hadn't counted on, a wireless infrared surveillance system that looked like overhead track lighting. Located in each room, it was now recording their movements, and had also sounded a silent alarm to a security firm that Milton had hired because of several previous burglaries. This guy's a freaking nutcase, Peters said, as they explored the kitchen. The canned goods in the pantry were all neatly labeled and placed in excruciatingly precise order. The utensils hung from a rack on the wall, arranged from largest to smallest. When they went upstairs and poked around Milton's bedroom and closet area, it was more of the same. Finding nothing useful in the master bedroom, the two NIC men slipped into the other room upstairs that had been fitted out as an office. They both were immediately drawn to Milton's desk, where every item there was laid at right angles to its neighbor. And finally, in this house of perfect order, they found something that they could actually use. It was in a box marked Receipts on a shelf behind Milton's desk, and the receipts, they quickly determined, were divided by both month and product. From the box, Rinke plucked out a credit card slip that had a name on it. Chastity Hayes, Rinke read. "Want to bet that's his girlfriend?" Peters pulled out an electronic device that looked like a larger version of a BlackBerry and typed in the name Chastity Hayes. A minute later, 3 possibilities came up. Restricting his search to the Washington, D.C. area, Peters found Chastity Hayes, accountant, and the owner of a house in Chevy Chase, Maryland. The noise in the back of the house froze them both. They were footsteps, and then they heard a groan and a thudding sound. They pulled their guns and moved in the direction of those noises. When they reached the kitchen, they saw it. The man was on the floor, unconscious. They both started when they saw the uniform. "Rental cop," Rinke said finally. "We must have tripped some alarm." "Yeah, but who the hell knocked him out?" They looked around nervously. "Let's get out of here," Rinke whispered. They slipped out the back of the house and soon reached their car a block over. "Do we hit the chick tonight?" Peters asked. "No, you don't," a voice said, causing both of them to jump. They turned and saw Tom Hemingway rising from the back seat. He did not look very happy. "You've had a singularly unproductive night," he began ominously. "You followed us here?" Peters asked in a small voice that broke slightly. "After your last report of screwing up, what exactly did you expect me to do?" "What do you want us to do now?" Rinke asked nervously. "Go home and get some rest. You'll need it." He held out his hand. "Give me the receipt with the woman's name on it." "How did you—" Rinke began. However, Hemingway looked at him with such disdain that Rinke closed his mouth and passed the paper over. In a few seconds, Hemingway had disappeared. After what he'd seen at Arlington Cemetery, Gray had gone directly to CIA headquarters at Langley. Inside this facility was a room that only current and former CIA directors were allowed to enter. Each director could access documents and other materials that pertained to missions he was involved in while at the agency. Gray put his hand on a biometric reader in front of the vault door that was labeled with his name. The door slid open and Gray entered, taking out his keys. He knew exactly the box he wanted, number 10. He unlocked it and drew out the contents, sat down and spread the materials out on a desk kept in the vault. The file he was perusing was officially marked J.C., the initials of a remarkable flesh-and-blood man named John Carr. Gray read through the exploits of Carr's career at the CIA, his head shaking in absolute amazement at what the man had accomplished and survived. As Gray came to the last pages of John Carr's career at Langley, it ended the way it had meant to end, with burial at Arlington Cemetery, with full military honors. After that, his entire past had been wiped clean from every record in the United States. Gray had seen to that personally, based on orders from the highest level at the CIA. And though John Carr wasn't buried in that grave, he was still supposed to be dead. The initial hit on him killed only his wife, but there had been another attempt deemed successful, though no body had been recovered. Gray's pulse accelerated as he thought how close he'd possibly been to a man who'd been betrayed by his country. And not just any man, but a man who, in his time, was the perfect killing machine for the United States government. Until, that is, he became a liability, as such men often did. Tyler Rinke's home was very sparsely furnished. Reuben and Stone crawled on their bellies to each room, hoping for anything that could be useful, but came away disappointed each time. They passed the front door where another alarm code pad was mounted, and slithered up the stairs after the fat tabby. Stone had rummaged around in the closet of the master bedroom and came out carrying a small box. "Financial records," he said in response to Reuben's questioning look. "Let me take a look." Reuben spent some time going over the statements and some handwritten notes also contained in the batch. "It looks like Rinke, if this is his account statement, has recently bought an enormous long put option on margin." "Long put option on margin? What's that?" "Margin means he's borrowed money to purchase his position, and he has the option to sell the position at a certain level. According to these handwritten notes, he's essentially betting the farm that the S&P will take a dive, and the amount at risk is far more than someone would make off a government salary. That's why it's on margin." "I had no idea you knew so much about finances." "But how would he know that it's going down? It's one thing to have inside info on one stock, but the whole market?" Stone thought for a moment. "But then again, the financial markets almost always drop in the face of an unforeseen catastrophe." "So, maybe Rinke knows of a coming catastrophe?" Reuben said nervously. "Or else he's helping create one," Stone replied. As soon as they saw the car approaching from their hiding place off the road, Milton got on his cell phone and called Reuben. Well, he attempted to call, but no ringing sound came. He looked at his cell phone, and his heart sank. Caleb glanced at him as the headlights crept closer. "Call them! There's no signal strength." "What? There's no signal strength here. I can't get through." Caleb pointed at the oncoming car. "That is very likely a murderer in there." "Caleb, there's nothing I can do." "Damn these high-tech abominations," Caleb said angrily. "They never work when you really need them to." The other car turned off the road and headed to Rinke's house. "That's Tyler Rinke's car. I recognized it," Caleb said. "I know. I did too," a panicked Milton added. "What are we going to do?" Caleb started the car. "Well, I'm certainly not going to let them kill Oliver and Reuben while we just sit here with useless technology. Hold on!" Milton braced himself as Caleb hit the gas and the Malibu sprang forward. They squealed back onto the road where Caleb floored it and took the turn toward Rinke's house just barely on 4 wheels. As the Malibu flew forward, Caleb hit the horn. It was very loud, like a shriek and a train whistle rolled into one. Rinke glanced over his shoulder at the Malibu as it raced by, honking its horn. He looked at Peters and muttered, "Stupid high school kids joyriding? Happens all the time around here." Inside Rinke's house, both Stone and Reuben raced to the front bedroom window when they heard the car horn. That's when they saw the headlights turn into the drive. "Oh shit, that's Rinke," Reuben said. "And his friend," Stone added, as the 2 men climbed out of the car. They hurtled downstairs and crawled forward as they heard the front door being unlocked. They hit the kitchen as the front door opened, and the beeps started to sound. They were getting off the floor as they heard someone punching in the code, and the beeps stopped. "Okay," Stone whispered. "The alarm's off, so we can open the back door." Reuben did so as quietly as possible, even as they heard a set of footsteps coming their way. They bolted out of the house, shutting the door behind them, and turned the corner, and ran right into Warren Peters, who was pulling a trash can back behind the house. "What the hell?" was as far as Peters got, before Reuben's massive fist sent the NIC man flying head over heels backward. Stone and Reuben ran for the motorcycle. They were on it, and Reuben had kick-started the bike to life when Rinke, hearing all the commotion, came flying out of the house. He spotted Stone and Reuben, and his hand went inside his jacket as he ran forward. He had a clear line to shoot. What he didn't count on was a rusted Malibu going partially airborne, driven by a crazed, rare book specialist with a terrified OCD genius counting madly in the co-pilot seat. "Holy Mother of God!" Milton screamed, as Rinke went flying across the windshield, rolled off, and landed in a heap in the grass. Then Milton resumed his ritual counting. Peters had staggered to his feet by this time. However, Caleb, his mind and body seemingly possessed by the spirit of a youthful daredevil, rammed the Malibu into reverse, put the gas pedal to the floor, and sped backward, the wheels spitting gravel like machine gun bullets. Peters screamed as the car bore down on him. He got off one shot and dove out of the way. He was coming up for another attempt when the motorcycle flew past him. As Reuben drove, Stone was sitting on the lip of the sidecar, swinging his helmet by the strap. It caught Peters on the side of the head, and he went down for the count. It was a full 10 minutes before Peters and Rinke began to stir. By the time they had regained consciousness, the Camel Club was long gone. The authorities' response to what had happened to Alex Ford and Kate Adams was not exactly encouraging. According to the police, the brake line seemed to have popped all by itself. Not unusual for a vehicle that old, the police said. And there was no evidence of any shooter at Kate Adams' home, other than what Alex had said he'd seen and heard. 2 of his bullets were found embedded in the fence behind where he shot. No other slugs were recovered. The Camel Club held a hasty meeting at Caleb's condo early that morning. The first order of business was to congratulate the esteemed librarian and gutsy wheelman on his bravery. They had to wait a bit for that, however, as Caleb was in the bathroom, still throwing up after realizing just how close he'd come to dying. When Caleb finally emerged from the toilet, Stone said, "I would like the official record to reflect that Caleb Shaw has earned the deepest thanks of the entire Camel Club membership for his extraordinary bravery and ingenuity. However, we have to assume that Rinke and his partner have now made us, so to speak," Stone warned. "I'm not so sure. I took my license plates off while we were watching the road," Caleb said, as they all stared at him in surprise. "After Milton got their license plate and ran it so easily, I was terrified they'd do the same if they saw mine," he explained. Just then Milton's cell phone buzzed. "Yes," he said. He listened for a bit and then clicked off and looked at the others. "Someone broke into my house and knocked out the security guard who responded to the silent alarm." "Was anything taken?" Stone asked. "Doesn't appear to be. However, I have surveillance devices the security company doesn't know about." "It would be very interesting to see who broke in," Stone remarked. "I have to go there to check it. The DVD recorder's hidden behind my refrigerator." "We'll have to chance it," Stone said. "If it was Rinke and his colleague, it might give us the leverage we need." Work in Brennan for the president's visit had accelerated, and Captain Jack was kept very busy. He would hold 2 more meetings before game day, one tonight, before the Secret Service advance team arrived in the morning. And, as with the last group meeting, he would afterward meet with his North Korean counterpart to go over necessary details. However, Carter Gray was on the prowl. Actually, Captain Jack was a little surprised it had taken the old man this long to become suspicious. They had used every connection they had in the Muslim world to set up this operation. But Hemingway's plan was, in Captain Jack's mind, an ultimately futile exercise, although Tom Hemingway simply refused to see that. To Captain Jack's thinking, Hemingway's chief problem was he still believed in the good in people. In the rental space on the outskirts of town, the engineer and chemist were going over again the workings of the prosthetic hand with the ex-National Guardsman. He had gotten the maneuverings of the device down very well. They watched as he put his new hand through a series of grips, waves, and other exercises. Then he executed the water bag implement flawlessly. Before leaving, he thanked them both. Afterward, the men packed up a duffel bag and headed into town, where they ran errands at a half-dozen businesses along the town center. At each place, they left a little present. These presents would further help lay a place in history for Brennan, Pennsylvania, although certainly not one the townspeople would have wanted. Alex found out later that day he'd been assigned to the advance team for the Brennan event. This thoroughly ticked him off because it meant time away from Kate. However, it wasn't as if he could complain. He was barely hanging on to his service pension as it was. He and Kate met at a restaurant in DuPont Circle. She'd rebounded well from the frightening events of the previous night and was now determined to get to the truth. That spunk drew both admiration and terror from Alex. "I understand how you feel, Kate, but don't get carried away. These guys have guns, and they're obviously not afraid to use them." "More reason to get them off the streets," she said determinedly. "So when do you leave for Brennan?" "Crack of dawn. It's a short flight, but there's a lot to do." Alex looked thoughtful. "What do you say after we eat we take a little stroll over to 16th and Pennsylvania?" "I hear that's a really nice place. Think you can get me in?" "Right now I'm not sure they let me in. But I was talking about the 16th and Pennsylvania on the other side of the street." 45 minutes later, the two arrived at Lafayette Park. "Doesn't look like he's there," Alex observed as he stared at Stone's darkened tent. This was confirmed moments later when they opened the tent and saw it was empty. "So you have another address for this guy?" Kate asked. "Actually, I do." 20 minutes later, Alex pulled his car to the curb outside Mount Zion Cemetery. A light was on in the caretaker's cottage. "A cemetery?" Kate asked. "What'd you expect? A penthouse near the MCI Center?" When he answered their knock, Stone couldn't hide his surprise. "Alex?" he said, and then glanced curiously at Alex's companion. "Hello, Oliver. This is my friend Kate Adams. She's a lawyer at Justice and the best bartender anyone could want." "Miss Adams, it's very nice to meet you," Stone said, shaking her hand. He looked questioningly at Alex again. "We just thought we'd drop by to see you," Alex said. "I see. Well, please come in." Stone didn't ask how Alex knew where he lived. He let them into the cottage and then poured out some coffee he'd made while they looked around. Kate leafed through a book she pulled from the shelf. Stone came out of the kitchen carrying 2 cups of coffee. "I like your home, Oliver," she said. "It's how I'd envision a college professor's place to look." "Yes, untidy, dusty, rumpled, and full of old books." Stone glanced at Alex. "I understand you're on the advance team to Brennan, Pennsylvania." Alex gaped. "How the hell did you know that?" "White House detail can often be very tedious, and people pass the time by talking shop. And voices carry amazingly there, if one is actually listening, which I'm afraid that few people really do anymore. Kate smiled at Stone as they all sat down in chairs around the fireplace. A voice reached them from the street. They all got up and went to the door. There was Adelphia calling to Stone. "Adelphia?" Stone quickly went and let her in. After they had settled back around the fireplace, Stone introduced Adelphia to Kate Adams. Kate put out her hand, but Adelphia simply nodded at her. The woman had obviously not planned on Stone having any company. "I didn't know you knew where I lived, Adelphia," Stone said. "You know where I live. It work both way," she snapped. Suitably rebuked, Stone sat back in his chair and stared at his hands. There was an awkward silence until Kate remarked, "I actually knew one of the attorneys from the ACLU who worked on your relocation case in Lafayette Park. He said it was a tough battle. I believe the Secret Service were very aggressive in not wanting us back for security purposes," Stone agreed. Adelphia suddenly broke in. "But then the rights of people, they win out. People here have good rights. That is why this country is great country." Stone nodded in agreement. "Yes," Adelphia continued. "My friend Oliver, he has sign. It's a, 'I want truth.'" "Don't we all?" Kate said with a smile. "But sometime, truth, it must come from inside a person," Adelphia said forcefully as she touched her chest. "One who asks for truth, they too must be truthful. Is this not so?" Stone was clearly uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. He responded slowly, "The truth comes in many different shapes, but sometimes even when the truth is staring someone in the face, he fails to see it." He abruptly stood. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I actually have someplace I have to be." "It's pretty late, Oliver," Alex said. "Yes, it is late, and I hadn't anticipated visitors tonight." His meaning was clear. They all stood and hurriedly walked out with mumbled goodbyes. Alex and Kate gave Adelphia a lift back to her apartment. From the back seat she said, "He is in trouble. I know that this is true." "What makes you so sure?" Alex asked. "He come by the park today with his friend, the giant one, Reuben. I no like him much. He has, the shifty pants." "You mean shifty eyes," Alex corrected. "No, I mean the shifty pants. Adelphia, is there something else you want to tell us?" She looked terrified for an instant, and then assumed an expression of deep offense. "What do you say? That I lie?" "No, that's not what I meant." She cut him off. "I no talk anymore. I no tell you more lies." They were stopped at a light. She jerked open the door, got out, and stalked off. "Adelphia," Alex called after her. Kate said, "Better let her cool off a while. She'll come around soon enough." "I don't have time for that. I leave tomorrow morning." "And tomorrow is when I start my vacation." "What? When did that happen?" "Maybe I'll have some time to check out your Mr. Stone and his friends." He looked at her in alarm. "Kate, I don't think that's a great idea." "Or I can start trying to find the people who wanted us dead. It's your call." He put up his hands in mock surrender. Okay. Go after Oliver Stone and company." The Secret Service advance team touched down in Pittsburgh at 7 a.m., and the equivalent of a small army rolled off the planes and headed directly to Brennan. The service set up shop at the largest hotel in Brennan, taking over an entire floor. That afternoon, the service met with members of the local police forces. As Alex watched, the lead advance agent faced the cadre of law enforcement officers while briefing books were handed out. "Just remember," he warned, "in another room near here there may be a group of people planning to do the exact opposite of what we're trying to accomplish." Alex had heard this spiel many times, but as he looked around the room, he couldn't believe that many of those present were buying the line. Still, Alex, with all his experience, discounted nothing. "Not on my watch," Alex kept telling himself. "Not on my watch." While Alex was working away up in Brennan, Kate was busy too. She'd risen very early that day, and a little later she parked as close to Mount Zion Cemetery as she could, and waited. It was only 7:30 in the morning, but as she watched, Stone emerged from his cottage and headed off down the street. When he was almost out of sight, a surprising thing happened. Adelphia came out from behind some parked cars on Q Street and started following Stone. Kate thought for a moment and then put the car in gear. She quickly caught up to Adelphia and rolled down her window. At first, Adelphia pretended not to know who she was, but Kate persisted, and Adelphia finally said self-consciously, "Oh, yes, it is you, I know now." Then she cast an anxious glance in Stone's direction. He was almost out of sight. "Do you have somewhere to go?" Kate asked, following her gaze. "It is nowhere I have to go," Adelphia said curtly. "I am free to do nothing." "Then how about I buy you a cup of coffee?" "Adelphia, you're not the only one worried about Oliver. Alex is too, and I'm trying to help him while he's out of town. Now please, come and have a cup of coffee with me, please." "Why you help Agent Fort?" she asked suspiciously. "Woman to woman? Because I care about him, just like I know you care about Oliver." At these words, Adelphia looked once more in the direction of Stone, started to sniffle a little, got in the car, and allowed Kate to buy her coffee at a nearby Starbucks. "So, what is it that you do?" Adelphia said. "I work for the Department of Justice." "So, that is what you do? Make the justice?" "I'd like to think so. At least, I try." They both sipped their coffees for a bit longer. Finally, Adelphia said, "You right. I very sick about Oliver. He a troubled man, I know this." "And how do you know?" Adelphia reached in her sleeve and drew out a handkerchief to wipe her eyes. "I watched the TV the other night. I never watch the TV. I never read the newspapers. Do you know why I never do these things?" Kate shook her head. "Because they are lies. Filled with lies they are." "But you said you did see the TV." "Yes, the news, it is on, and then I see it." "What did you see?" Adelphia suddenly looked frightened, as though she had said far too much. "No, it is not thing I can say. It is not right for me to say. You are lawyer. You work for government. I no want to get Oliver in trouble." "Adelphia, do you think Oliver did something wrong?" No, it is not this, I think. I tell you, he's a good man." "Okay, then he has nothing to worry about from the government, or me." Still, Adelphia didn't say anything. "Adelphia, if you're really concerned about Oliver, let me help. You can't follow him everywhere to make sure he's okay." Finally, Adelphia sighed and patted Kate's hand. "It is right what you say. I will tell." Marshalling herself, she said, "On TV I see that there is body of a man found on that island in river." "Roosevelt Island?" Kate said quickly. "That is one." "But what does that have to do with Oliver?" "Well, you see, I want to take the cafe with Oliver, but he has meeting to go to." "Meeting? What sort of meeting?" "Ah, that is what I say. What sort of meeting in middle of night? But off he go. Now, me, I am angry with this. Meeting and no cafe? So, I pretend to go away, but I see him get in cab. And I get in cab too. I have money, I too can take cab." Of course, Kate said. "What happened next?" "I follow him to Georgetown. He get out, so I get out. He walk to river. I walk to river. And then I see his friends he meet with. I see what they do." "What?" Kate said it so loudly that she startled Adelphia. "They get in old boat, and they row out to island. That is what they do." Adelphia started to tear up. "And then I see TV and dead man." "And you're sure it was the same night?" "They say on TV, it is same night." "Adelphia, you say you don't believe that Oliver did anything wrong, and yet you saw them row out to that island, and then a man was killed there." "They say he killed by gun. Oliver no has gun." "You can't be sure of that. And what about the others, his friends?" Adelphia laughed. I know these men, except for the big one. They are little frightened mice." "Do you know their names, the friends?" "Oh, yes, this I know. The bookman, his name is Caleb Shaw." "And the others?" "Milton Farb. He is smart, that one. He tell me things about the world I not know." "And you mentioned the big one?" "Yes, Shifty Pants. His name is Reuben Rhodes. Rhodes, like in Greece, is how I remember." "So what do you think happened on that island, if none of them killed the man?" "Do you not know?" Adelphia said breathlessly. She lowered her voice and said, "It is they see who did it. They see killer." Oliver Stone headed to the metro train station. He had a very important meeting to go to. Emerging from the subway at an agreed-upon spot, he found the other members of the club waiting for him. They had decided that the safest way for Milton to retrieve his record of the break-in was to be escorted to his house by the security firm that had responded to the silent alarm. Arrangements were made, and Milton, followed at a discreet distance by the rest of the Camel Club in Caleb's Malibu, met 2 guards near his home, and the 3 men went in together. About 30 minutes later, Milton joined up with his friends, and they sat in Caleb's car. Stone said, "Did you get it?" Milton nodded and slipped a DVD out of his knapsack. It was activated, so presumably there's something on it. He popped it in his laptop, and a minute later, they were looking at the darkened interior of Milton's house. "There," Stone said, pointing at a man coming around the corner. "That's Rinke," Caleb exclaimed. "And there's his confederate," Reuben added. "The one you nailed with the helmet, Oliver." They continued to watch, seeing the pair move stealthily from room to room. "My God, Milton," Reuben said sarcastically, "you're quite the messy Marvin at home, aren't you?" "What's he pulling out of that bin?" Caleb asked. Milton ran that part again. "That looks like my receipt box, but I can't see what the paper is." "Look, there's the security guard," Stone said. They watched as the man advanced, and then something flew out of the darkness at him, and he crumpled. "What the hell was that?" Reuben asked. "A man in a mask," Stone said. "At least one of them had the good sense to burglarize the place without showing his face." "But it wasn't Rinke and the other guy," Milton said. "Which clearly means there's someone else," Stone said slowly. "But this tape gives us the leverage that we—" He was cut off by the buzzing of Milton's cell phone. Milton answered. "Oh, hi, Chastity." Then his expression changed in a hurry. "What? Oh, my God! What are you talking about?" Stone ripped the phone from his friend. "Chastity." However, it was a man's voice on the line. "I think under the circumstances that we can call it even right now. So long as you don't act, neither will we." The phone went dead. Stone looked at the panicked Milton, who had tears welling into his eyes. "I'm sorry, Milton." Armed with her newfound knowledge, Kate went back to Mount Zion Cemetery that afternoon and was fortunate to find Stone working on the grounds. "Hello, Oliver. Kate Adams. We met briefly the other night." "I remember," he said curtly. "Are you okay? You look worried." "Nothing too important." "Well, as you know, Alex is out of town, and I hope you don't think it's too forward of me, but I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight." "To dinner?" Stone looked at her as though she were speaking a language he was not familiar with. "At my house, and I wanted to invite Adelphia and your other friends." Stone threw some weeds in a garbage bag. "That's very nice, but I'm afraid—" He stopped and looked at her sharply. "What other friends?" "You know, Reuben Rhodes, Caleb Shaw, and Milton Farb." He said nothing for about a minute. "I'm not sure tonight is good for us. We've had some bad news very recently." "I'm sorry to hear that. Alex and I had some bad things happen, too. Some people tried to kill us. Funny, it was right after we discovered an old boat hidden in a storm drain in Georgetown that looked like it had a bullet hole in it and also some blood." "I see. Well then, perhaps we should have dinner. I can contact my friends." "Around 7 will be great." She told him the address. "Now I'll just pop over to invite Adelphia. I'm sure she can catch a ride with you and your friends." "Kate, I really don't think that's a good idea." "Oh, I think it's a great idea," she said firmly. "And why is that?" he asked. "Because, Oliver, you strike me as someone who needs all the friends he can get right now." Caleb, Milton, and Adelphia arrived in the Malibu, its tailpipe smoking and its springs creaking from the strenuous activities at Rinke's place. Reuben and Stone pulled up behind them on the Indian motorcycle. Kate had been watching for them and opened the front door. "Nice bike," she said to Reuben, who wore a frayed leather jacket. Adelphia nodded stiffly at her hostess as she passed into the house. Milton followed her. He was dressed in an immaculate green blazer and striped tie, his slacks perfectly creased. Next came Caleb. "Nice to meet you, Caleb," Kate said pleasantly. "Go right in." Oliver Stone brought up the rear. He was dressed in some of his new clothes and was holding his motorcycle helmet in one hand. "Would you care to give me a preview of the agenda?" She looked at him with a twinkle. "But that would take all the fun away. This isn't a fun business we find ourselves in." "I agree. but I think you'll find the evening informative." They passed a pleasant hour before dinner was served. Reuben and Caleb ate heartily. Stone, Milton, and Adelphia merely picked at their meals. Coffee was served in the library. They settled down around a table on the large sofa and 2 wing chairs. "I'm assuming you've told them of our discussion and the discovery of the boat," Kate said in a businesslike tone to Stone. "I have," he answered, casting a glance in Adelphia's direction. "And for some reason you believe that we were in that boat and on the island." "I don't believe, I know. Now I want to know how much you saw." "There's no evidence that we saw anything," he replied evenly. "Oliver, I'm just trying to help you. And don't forget, someone tried to kill Alex and me after we found the boat." Reuben shot Stone a puzzled look. "Oliver, you didn't tell us that." Milton blurted out, "But what about Chastity? They've kidnapped Chastity." They all stared at him as tears fell down his twitching cheeks. Kate looked at Stone. "Oliver," she said quietly, "as a team, we might be able to do something." "Hell, yes we could," Reuben said. "She's official, being with DOJ, and our sorry asses can only get things second and third hand." "It is time to work together," Caleb chimed in. Stone still said nothing. Reuben put down his cigar. "Okay, since our exalted leader is uncharacteristically mute, I hereby call a special meeting of the Camel Club to order. And I move that we tell Kate here everything. Do I have a second?" "Second," Caleb said immediately. "All in favor?" Reuben said, his gaze on Stone. The ayes carried. Reuben said, "The Camel Club has spoken." "What is the Camel Club?" a puzzled Kate asked. "Let me do the honors," Stone finally said. "You did what?" Alex yelled into his cell phone. He had been sitting in his hotel room the next morning, just strapping on his gun, when Kate called. "Just hear me out. I've got a lot to tell you." She spoke for several minutes, relaying what Stone had told her last night. When she finished, Alex shook his head incredulously. Okay, let me get this straight. They saw the murder and didn't go to the police because they were afraid the police would think they were involved? And on top of that, they traced one of the murderers, went to his house, and were almost killed? Yes. And while they were burglarizing the killer's house, Milton Farb's home was broken into by these same guys, and they got them on film doing it? But Milton's girlfriend's been kidnapped by these people, and so they can't go to the police about that either. But they didn't tell you the names of the murderers. I think they only know one of their names. But they have them on film. Did you recognize them? They haven't shown me the film. Why the hell not? They want to show it to you first. Great. But I'm a 4-hour drive away, with work out the gazoo, and the president will be here tomorrow. They won't budge on that, Alex. Oliver trusts you, not me. Alex rubbed his hair, cupped the phone under his chin, and finished putting on his holster. Okay, so do you have a plan? Well, I was thinking we could come up to see you tomorrow. Tomorrow? Tomorrow POTUS is here, and he takes precedence over everything, Kate. You know that. I know, but I wanted you to meet with the Camel Club. The what? Oh, I'm sorry. That's what Oliver and his friends refer to themselves as, the Camel Club. Please, tell me this is a joke, Kate. Alex, will you please listen to me? They've done some incredible investigative work on this case. They really have. Alex managed to calm down. Okay, you all come up here, and then what? We attend the ceremony, and after that we all sit down, and they can show you the film and tell you the man's name. Then we can go from there. Meaning I take all this to the Secret Service? Right. With a name and these guys on film, we have solid stuff. And we have to get Chastity back. Milton is heartbroken. Who the hell is Chastity? Oh, I'm sorry, that's Milton's girlfriend. She's the one who was kidnapped. And how exactly does Patrick Johnson tie into all this? Well, they were sort of vague on that. I'm sure they'll explain it more fully to you. From the little they've told me, I think they actually have it figured out. Okay. Come on up. Captain Jack gazed up at the sky and pondered the events of the next day. Everything was done and only awaited the arrival of James Brennan and company. As a last measure, all laptops used by the members of his operation had been destroyed. There would be no more movie chat room discussions. He would actually miss them. His partnership with Tom Hemingway was officially over, though the latter didn't know it. It was fun while it lasted, Tom. He now worked for the North Koreans. Jamila sat at the kitchen table in her apartment and wrote the date and time of her death in her journal. She wondered how accurate she would be. If she did die tomorrow, her journal would be found. Perhaps they would publish it in the paper, along with her full name, which she wrote next to her time of death. Then, for some reason, she erased it. Would there be a possibility that she would survive tomorrow? At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Air Force One touched down at Pittsburgh International Airport. The long line of cars was ready to go. The road the presidential motorcade took had long since been closed off by the Secret Service, and motorists sat in foul moods, staring at the Beast and the other 26 cars sailing by. In the presidential limo with Brennan was his wife, his chief of staff, the governor of Pennsylvania, and Carter Gray. When the motorcade pulled into the dedication grounds, they were already filled with more than 10,000 people waving banners and signs to show their support for the town and its namesake. Alex Ford was positioned near the stage, but then moved behind a roped-off area and toward the motorcade as it pulled into the fenced grounds. He stiffened for an instant as he saw Kate, Adelphia, and the Camel Club in the crowd, about midway back, but working their way forward. Kate waved to show she'd seen him. Alex took a moment to gaze at the tree line where he knew the snipers were positioned, although he couldn't see them. "If it comes to it, don't miss, guys," he said under his breath. When the president appeared, he was boxed in on all sides by the A-Team protection detail that formed a wall of Kevlar and flesh around him. Alex knew these agents. They were a rock-solid crew. The president stepped onto the stage and shook some important hands while his wife, the governor, the chief of staff, and Gray took their seats behind the podium. Brennan joined them a minute later. The event started off right on schedule. The mayor and some local dignitaries spoke and attempted to outdo one another when it came to extolling their president and their town. Alex continued scanning the crowds. He noted a number of military personnel in the front row, near the rope line. He could see from their uniforms that most were regular Army. A number of them were missing arms and legs, probably from their tours of duty in the Middle East. There were a couple of National Guardsmen, including one with a hook for a left hand. As Alex's gaze swept across the thousands of faces, he noted quite a few Middle Easterners. They were dressed much like everyone else around them. They carried signs and sported "Re-elect Brennan" buttons, and appeared to be just like the rest of the happy, proud, and patriotic crowd. However, Alex had no way of knowing that some of these people were not happy or proud or patriotic. At about the time Air Force One had been making its final approach into Pittsburgh, a sleek black chopper was taking off from a helipad in downtown New York City and heading south. Next to the pilot sat another man dressed in a flight suit. In one of the seats in back was Tom Hemingway. In his hand, he held a portable television set that he was watching intently. The crowds in Brennan were very large, and the grounds were already packed. That was what worried Hemingway most of all: the crowd. For the past 2 hours, Jamila had been on an outing with the children. As she pulled the van into the Franklins' driveway, her plan was to make them all a quick lunch, and then it would be time to go. As she opened the door, carrying the baby on her hip with the 2 toddlers in her wake, she received a shock so paralyzing that she almost dropped the baby. Lori Franklin was talking on the phone in the foyer, still dressed in her tennis outfit, although she was barefoot. She smiled at Jamila and motioned that she would be done with the call in a minute. When she clicked off, Jamila immediately said, "Miss, I not expect you home. You say you at the club for tennis and then lunch there." Franklin dropped to her knees and gave her sons big hugs as they rushed to her. Then she took the baby from Jamila. "I know, Jamila, but I changed my mind. I was talking with some of my friends from the club, and they're going to the dedication today. So I decided to go too." She bent down and said to her 2 oldest boys, "And you're going too." Jamila drew in a sharp breath. "You take them?" Franklin stood and waved the baby's dimpled fist with her hand. "And this little guy," she cooed to the baby. "You want to see the president? You wanna?" She looked at Jamila. "It'll be fun, and it's not like the president comes to town every day." "You go to dedication?" Jamila said in a soft, disbelieving voice. "Well, I voted for him, even if George thinks he's an idiot. That's between you and me," she added. "But, miss, there will be large crowd there. I read in papers." Do you think it good to take the boys? They are so small and—" "I know, I thought that too. But then I realized it would be such a wonderful experience for them, even if they don't remember it. When they grow up, the boys can say they were there. Now, I'm going to grab a quick shower. I thought we could get lunch beforehand." "We?" Jamila said. "You want me to come?" "Well, of course. I'll need help with the strollers and the rest of their stuff." "But I have so much to do here," Jamila said dully, as if this moment she cared about housework. "Don't be silly. This will be a wonderful experience for you too, Jamila." Franklin went upstairs to shower and change. Jamila sat down in a chair to steady herself. She heard feet moving around upstairs. She opened one of the drawers in the kitchen. Jamila slid out a steak knife and quietly made her way upstairs, where she knocked softly on Franklin's door. "Yes? Miss? You can come in." She opened the door, closed and locked it behind her. Then she saw that Franklin was wrapped in a towel and was putting an assortment of clothes on her bed. "Miss?" "Yes?" "Miss, I really think it better that you go alone. The boys, they stay with me." "Nonsense, Jamila," Franklin replied. "We'll all go." Franklin stepped into her closet and looked through her shoes. "Miss, I really think it better you go alone." Franklin stepped out of the closet, a look of mild annoyance on her face. "Jamila, I can't force you to go, but the boys and I are going." She crossed her arms and eyed her nanny harshly. "Tell me, do you have a problem seeing our president? Is that it?" Franklin turned and went back into her closet. Jamila withdrew the steak knife from her pocket, summoning the courage to do what she had to. She took a step forward and then froze. Franklin had abruptly come back out of the closet and was staring at Jamila, open-mouthed. "Oh, my God!" Franklin tried to close the closet doors so Jamila could not reach her, but Jamila was too quick. She grabbed Franklin's hair and pressed the knife against her neck. Laurie Franklin started sobbing hysterically. "Why are you doing this?" she shrieked. "You're going to hurt my babies. I'll kill you if you touch them." "I no hurt your sons, I swear this." "Then why are you doing this?" "You not going to see President," Jamila snarled back. "Get on the floor. Now, or you will not live to see your sons grow up." She pushed the blade edge against Franklin's neck. Trembling, Franklin lay on the floor on her stomach. "Don't you touch my babies!" Jamila reached over and ripped the phone line out of the wall and used it to tie up Franklin, binding her hands to her feet such that she could not even move. Then she tore a piece of the sheet from the bed and gagged her with it. Just as she completed this, there was a tapping on the bedroom door, and she heard Timmy's voice asking quietly, "Mama? Nana?" As Franklin tried to call out through her gag, Jamila said as calmly as she could, "It is all right, Timmy. I be right there. You go back with your brothers." She waited until she heard the patter of his retreating feet, and then looked down at Franklin. Jamila pulled a small vial from her pocket, poured some of the liquid from the vial onto a corner of the towel, and pressed it flush against Franklin's nose and mouth. The American thrashed and gagged, and then slipped into unconsciousness. Jamila dragged the sedated woman into the closet and shut the door behind her. She went downstairs, readied the boys, and loaded them into her van. Now that events had started, Jamila didn't think. She simply did exactly as she had practiced. Brennan finished his speech and accepted a symbolic town key from the mayor, while the crowd cheered. A couple of minutes later, waving and smiling, the president made his way down the steps, where he was enclosed immediately by a wall of agents. About 20 yards away, Alex stood near the beast and scanned the crowd, which was certainly the largest this area had ever seen. Brennan headed to the soldiers first. Some disabled regular army men, a couple of Marines, a young woman in dress blues, and some National Guardsmen. He shook hands, said thank you to the soldiers, smiled, and kept walking while photos were taken. And then the president stepped in front of the disabled National Guardsman. Brennan put out his hand, and the man shook it firmly with his prosthetic. The feel of the artificial hand caused Brennan, who'd obviously not noted it wasn't a real hand, to look slightly puzzled, but only for a second. He felt the moisture on his hand and subtly rubbed it against his other to wipe it off. He thanked the man for his service to his country, and the guardsman saluted his commander-in-chief with his other hand, or hook, rather. He continued down the rope line. The agent to the left of the president noted it first. Brennan was not looking well. Sweat had appeared on his forehead. Then he clutched his head, and next, he ominously pressed the palm of his hand to his chest. "Sir," the agent said. Brennan said, and then stopped, his breath coming quickly. He looked panicked. The agent immediately spoke into his wrist mic and, using Brennan's code name, said, "Ravensclaw's ill. Repeat, Raven—" The agent didn't get any further, because he was suddenly on the ground. 6 other agents and 5 policemen around the president were also falling as the first wave of shots started. "Guns!" screamed a dozen different agents, and the Secret Service switched directly to emergency response mode. The crowd panicked and started to run in all directions, trying to get away from the violence exploding all around them. 4 of the Arab shooters were killed seconds after they had fired by the counter-snipers at the tree lines. They were miraculous shots, considering the pandemonium that had flashed in front of their long-range scopes. Next, 3 Fedayeen rushed forward with the crowd toward the motorcade, each lighting a match and pressing it against a small pack concealed under their coats. An instant later, the trio was fully ablaze. One threw himself under the ambulance, and it became engulfed in flames. A dozen agents sprinted forward and hurled themselves against the wall of the crowd, forming a protective perimeter around the president, who slumped to the ground, looking very pale. 5 more of these agents went down with the second wave of fire. The remaining agents grabbed the president and carried him to the beast, moving so fast and in synchronization that it appeared they were bound together as some elaborate mechanical insect. Yet 2 more agents were hit as the second firing sequence continued. They fell next to the prostrate form of Edward Bellamy, the president's personal physician who'd been hit in the first volley of fire. By the time the agents reached the beast with the president, there were only 2 left standing. A cadre of police went to reinforce them, but a third wave of fire dropped almost all of them. 3 more shooters dropped, their heads punctured by the federal counter-snipers, who were now moving toward the president. But their progress was greatly impeded by the turbulent mob of citizens who only wanted to get away. The second wave of Fedayeen had commenced their attack, and more of the vehicles in the motorcade were now ablaze. Carter Gray stood transfixed on the stage. The president's wife was screaming to her husband, but her cries were lost in the noise of the crowd. During the course of the speech, Kate, Adelphia, and the Camel Club had kept edging forward so that at the conclusion of Brennan's remarks, they were only 2 rows back from the rope line. It was here that Reuben Rhodes was standing next to one of the first shooters. Yet he hadn't noted anything until the shot went off, because his attention was on the giant TV screens showing the president shaking hands. Alex had reacted with the first wave of shots, his body operating on muscle memory. Pistol out, he pushed through to the small knot of agents now carrying the limp form of the president to the beast. Alex instantly took the place of one agent who was hit. They reached the beast and thrust the president inside. 2 agents followed. The agent assigned to drive the beast opened the driver's door and was about to jump in when he took a round and slumped to the grass. Alex instinctively raced to the driver's side, grabbed the keys from the front seat, started the car, and hit the gas and horn simultaneously. Through the exit, the enormous engine of the beast responded when Alex smashed his size 13 shoe to the floor, and the limo hit the parking lot and tore across it toward the road. Back at the dedication grounds, other cars in the motorcade started up and began to race after the beast. An instant before the first car in the line, a state trooper vehicle reached the exit. The last Fedayeen set himself ablaze and threw himself onto the windshield. The troopers jumped from their cruiser before it totally ignited in flames. Wedged right against the narrow entry and exit point to the dedication grounds, the fireball effectively blocked the rest of the motorcade from getting out. The 2 agents in the back of the limo were examining Brennan. "Get the hell to the hospital. I think he's having a damn heart attack," one cried out. Brennan was writhing in pain, clutching his chest and his arm. Mercy Hospital was only 10 minutes from here. Alex planned to make it in 5. He prayed the president could hang on. Jamila raced through the streets of downtown Brennan, turned left, and then hung an immediate right. She then eased into the narrow alley as the kids chortled and laughed in the back seat. She eyed them quickly, then stopped and hit her brakes. She'd almost missed it. The overhead doors flew up, and the man motioned her in. Jamila swung the van into the garage, and the doors were pulled back down. A half-block up the street from Mercy Hospital, the beast made the turn onto the road on 2 wheels, and then Alex floored it. Alex skidded the limo to a stop directly in front of Mercy Hospital. The rear passenger doors flew open, and the 2 agents burst out carrying the president. They had barely reached the first step leading to the hospital when they were both hit and went down. The president collapsed to the sidewalk and lay there next to the beast. "Son of a bitch!" Alex screamed into his mic as he scrambled out of the car on the passenger's side. "Snipers at the hospital! Snipers at the hospital! We've been set up! Repeat, we have been set up! Agents down! Agents down! Raven's Claw—" He paused. "Raven's Claws—" he began again, but didn't finish because he didn't know what the hell to say about Raven's Claw. He was frantically trying to spot the muzzle flashes. Alex knew he had to get Brennan inside the hospital. His gaze surveyed the street level and then darted upward. That's when he saw it. 6 flights up, apartment building directly across the street. No optic signature, but twin muzzle flashes, a deuce of snipers. Alex pulled his gun even as he felt slugs slam into the tires of the beast. Yet as soon as he started up the hospital steps with the president, they'd be an easy target for the snipers who'd taken the high ground. But Brennan was breathing. His heart was still beating. That's all Alex cared about right now. "Not on my watch, sir. Not on my watch." He gripped the man under the shoulders, braced himself, and then pulled. The president was now fully protected behind the steel and polycarbonate wall of the beast. When he glanced toward the hospital, he saw a security guard and shouted, "Get down! Get down! Snipers across the street!" The man immediately ducked back inside. Then, 2 seconds later, he burst out firing at the upper floors of the apartment building, hurtled down the steps and rolled to a landing next to Alex as gunfire hit all around them. "Damn," Alex said. "You got some kind of death wish?" "Is this the president?" Adnan al-Rimi asked breathlessly, nodding at the prostrate Brennan. "Yeah, and we need to get him in there fast. What's your name?" Adnan answered, "Farid Shah." "Okay, Farid, I'm hereby deputizing you." Alex opened the rear door of the beast, pressed a button on the panel on the back of the passenger chair, and it came down. Behind it was a cache of weapons, including a shotgun, an MP5 machine gun, and a sniper rifle. Alex pulled out the MP5 and grabbed an extra mag for it. He turned back to his newly deputized colleague. "Farid, you look like a pretty strong guy." "I am very strong." "Good. You think you can lift the president and carry him up those steps and into the hospital?" Adnan nodded. "Easily." "Okay. When I count to 3, you're going to do just that. I'm going to be between you and the president and the snipers. To get to you, they got to kill me first." Alex paused and swallowed hard. "But if I go down, and I probably will, they're going to have to go through you to get him. That means you got to carry him in front of you so that at all times there is a body between the president and the snipers. You got that?" "Yes." "Good luck." Alex waited for him to pick the president up. Then he turned and said, "Okay, 1, 2, 3. Alex jumped up and opened fire, sweeping the 2 windows where he'd seen the muzzle flashes with his MP5. Finally, his mag empty, he pulled his pistol and emptied that too. As shots rained at him, he dropped back down, reloaded, and turned. He expected to see that the pair was safely in the hospital. But they weren't. In fact, the rental cop seemed to be taking his time getting up the steps, as though he were in no need of— "Shit!" Alex screamed. He lined up the man's broad back in his gun sight. "Hold it!" The man instantly turned, and Brennan was now between him and Alex. The pair disappeared into the hospital. Alex screamed into his wrist mic, "They've got the president! Repeat, they have abducted Ravensclaw at the hospital. We need to shut the whole damn town down." A split second later, he heard a bomb go off inside the hospital. Reuben lifted Kate and Adelphia over the fence, and then joined the other Camel Club members there. As terrified people ran screaming past them, they took a moment to catch their breaths and collect their wits. "My God," a very pale Kate said, looking around frantically for Alex Ford. "It is horrible," Adelphia moaned. "It is like Poland and the Soviets." They could all hear sirens in the distance. A few minutes later, a fire engine appeared on the scene, followed by several others. Stone felt a big hand on his shoulder and turned to find Reuben staring at him. "We should probably get the hell out of here," he said. "Damn cops might start shooting stragglers and ask questions later." Seconds after Adnan had entered the hospital, he placed Brennan, who was still moaning continuously, on a gurney that he'd left just inside the front door. "Hey!" a doctor yelled at Adnan. "Who is that man on the gurney?" Adnan reached inside his jacket, pulled out a gas mask, put it on, and started walking toward the oncoming group. Then he pulled from his pocket what looked to be a grenade and held it up. "Look out!" one of the nurses screamed as the group turned and ran in the other direction. "Call the police!" another doctor yelled as she scrambled away. An instant later, Adnan reached the fourth tile across from the center of the nurses' station and threw the cylinder against the wall. It exploded, and the hall was immediately filled with thick smoke that was driven in all directions by the hospital's air circulation system. An instant later, the timed explosive device he'd placed in the hospital's electrical room went off. All power to the hospital was now gone. Everything went dark. Adnan made his turn, walked down the passageway, stopped at the exit door, opened it, and went through. He grabbed a long metal bar that he'd earlier hidden behind a steam pipe and wedged it through the closed door's push bar. Then he began to run. As soon as the bomb went off and smoke filled the halls, Alex dropped to the floor and slithered forward on his belly. He heard footsteps. They were measured, steady. How the hell could anyone be walking so calmly through this crap? And then it suddenly dawned on him, because that person had a mask. Alex crawled forward as fast as he could. He heard a door open and then close. He slithered faster, pushing himself to the right and feeling for the wall. When his hand hit metal, he reached up and grabbed the handle, but the door refused to open. He pulled his gun and shot at the door at waist level. He wrenched open the door and flung himself through. The smoke wasn't as bad in here, but the power to the hospital had obviously gone out because there was no light. Alex rose, found the handrail, and made his way down the steps. He burst out of the exit door right as Adnan was getting in the ambulance that was parked there. Alex suspected the president was in the back. He didn't even cry out a warning. Alex just opened fire, hitting Adnan in the arm. The ambulance sped off, its sirens screaming. George Franklin pulled his car into the driveway. "Laurie?" he called out. "Jamila?" He plunked his keys on the kitchen island and went through the house, calling out again. He opened the door to the garage and was puzzled to see his wife's convertible and the big Navigator SUV parked there. Had they all gone out in Jamila's van? "Laurie? Boys?" He went upstairs, starting to become a little uneasy. When he opened the door to his bedroom, that unease turned to panic as he saw the phone lying on the floor, along with a torn-up sheet. "Laurie, honey?" He heard a sound from the closet. He rushed over and ripped the doors open and saw his bound wife. He raced to her side and pulled her gag off. "My God, Laurie, what happened? Who did this?" The ambulance raced into the garage, and the doors shut behind it. Adnan and Ahmed jumped out of the ambulance, opened the back door, and unloaded the president. Jamila had already opened the back of the van and was standing next to the rear passenger door where she was trying to keep the boys calm. They were all upset, but, fortunately, they were also too young to free themselves from their car seats. Now Jamila raced to the rear of the van and pushed the button that was hidden in a crevice inside the interior there. The floor lifted up, revealing a compartment. Brennan was placed in the compartment, an oxygen tank in the other cutout space. The doctor fitted a mask over Brennan's face and turned on the feed line. Adnan closed the compartment and turned to Jamila. Without a word, Jamila got in the van. The garage door flew back up, and the van raced out. Jamila ran into a roadblock barely 5 minutes outside of Brennan. There were 3 cars in front of her, and the police were making people get out of their vehicles. She glanced back at the boys. The baby had fallen asleep, but the other 2 boys were crying hard. She rolled down her window, and the howls of the children reached the ears of the officers. "Damn, lady, are those kids okay?" "They are scared," Jamila said, launching into her prepared speech. "I am scared too. There are sirens and police and people running and screaming. I have just come from downtown, and people, they are screaming everywhere. I take children to their home. I am nanny," she added, probably unnecessarily. Okay, the officer said. "We'll make this real fast." He nodded to his men. They looked through the van and underneath it. They were searching inches from where the president lay, unconscious. However, he might as well have been invisible, and the police were quite anxious to move on to another car. 10 minutes later, the black chopper soared over the devastated dedication grounds and landed in the parking lot. One of the doors opened, and Tom Hemingway stepped out and hustled over to Carter Gray, who stood talking to some federal agents. Hemingway said, "My God, sir, we were on our way back from New York when we heard. Is the president still alive?" Gray's eyes had regained their focus, and his mind its priorities. "The president, we've just learned, has been kidnapped," Gray said. "I need to get back to Washington as soon as possible." A minute later, the chopper lifted into the air and headed south. Jamila slowly drove back from the rendezvous point toward the Franklin's house. The transfer of the president from her van to his final transportation out of the area had gone very smoothly, taking barely a minute. So engrossed was Jamila in her thoughts that she failed to notice the police cruisers closing in on her from behind. She finally looked in the rearview mirror when the flashing roof lights caught her attention. She could hear a loud voice coming from one of the cars as the police talked to her through their PA system. "Pull the van over and get out immediately." She didn't pull the van over, and she had no intention of getting out immediately. Instead, she accelerated slightly. In the lead cruiser, the officers eyed each other. "Looks like she's still got the kids in there with her." The other cop nodded. "We can box her in and try to talk her out." A half-mile farther up the road, another police cruiser blocked the way. Jamila saw this and pulled off the asphalt and drove across the grass. The cruisers were about to follow, but then stopped as Jamila turned the van around so it was facing back toward the road. She unfastened her seatbelt and climbed into the back seat. "What the hell's she doing?" one of the cops said. "You think she's going to hurt those kids? Look, the side door of the van's opening." They watched as an arm appeared and the baby was set on the ground, still in its car seat. Next, the two older boys were likewise deposited on the ground. "I don't get this," the cop in the passenger seat said. Jamila settled back in the driver's seat. She even waved to the oldest boy. "Bye-bye, Timmy," she said through the window. "Bye-bye, you naughty little boy." "Nana," was all the tearful boy said back as he waved his hand at her. As much as Jamila had disliked Laurie Franklin, she was relieved she hadn't had to kill the woman. Children needed their mothers. Yes, children needed their mothers. She put the van in gear, started rolling forward, and pulled back onto the road. Another police cruiser had joined the hunt now. Jamila headed toward the two policemen who were standing outside their cruiser. "Stop the car," one of them said over his portable PA. Jamila didn't stop. She accelerated. "Stop the car now, or we'll open fire." Both officers aimed their weapons. One cruiser closed in on the rear of the van, while the other cruiser broke off and got the boys safely in their car. "Stop the van," the cop yelled again through his PA. "She's crazy," one of the cops cried out. "She's going to run us down." "Stop the car, now," the cop shouted again, "or we will open fire on you." Inside the van, Jamila didn't even hear him. She was chanting over and over in Arabic, "I bear witness that there is no God but God." She pushed the gas pedal to the floor, and the van shot forward. The shotgun and pistol roared together. The van's windshield exploded inward. The vehicle immediately weaved off the road onto the grass and hit a tree. The van's horn started blaring. The cops rushed over to it and cautiously opened the driver's door. Jamila's bloodied head was resting against the steering wheel, her eyes open, but no longer seeing. Carter Gray said nothing in the chopper ride back to Washington. Hemingway didn't attempt to break into the man's thoughts. He had quite enough of his own. They landed at NIC, and Gray climbed out of the chopper. "Do you want to go home, sir?" Hemingway asked. Gray looked at him incredulously. "The president is missing. I have work to do." He walked into NIC headquarters as the chopper lifted off again. Hemingway spoke into his headset to the pilot. Tyler Rinke confirmed this command, and they headed west. Hemingway glanced down at the floor of the chopper. In the cargo hold, a foot under him, President James Brennan was sleeping peacefully. The Vice President, Ben Hamilton, had assumed the duties of the Chief Executive in accordance with the 25th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. And the newly installed acting president was not a happy man. Hamilton had verbally eviscerated the director of the Secret Service. Next, he'd summoned the heads of every intelligence agency to the White House and took them to task for having been so totally oblivious to an operation that had clearly taken enormous planning and manpower. Then he ordered Carter Gray to come to the Oval Office that night. By all accounts, Gray handled the tirade thrown his way in stride. When Hamilton finished, Gray calmly asked him if he could now go about the business of finding the president and returning him safely. His new boss's response, according to the sources who'd heard it through the very thick walls, was not printable in any newspaper. At Kate's invitation, Adelphia and the Camel Club reconvened back at her carriage house on their return from Brennan. Adelphia still carried a horrified look. Kate gave her some water and a cold cloth, but the woman just sat there staring down at her hands and slowly shaking her head. Kate said, "Alex is okay, but I haven't been able to see him, only talked to him on the phone for a few minutes." Caleb looked at all of them. "So, what now?" "We really need to talk to Alex. He needs to look at that film," Kate said. "I'm sure he's pretty busy right now," Reuben commented. "I'll go and see him as soon as he's home," Kate said. "I know he'll want to help." Stone, however, didn't look nearly as confident as she did. At Secret Service headquarters, the crisis room was abuzz. Although the FBI was officially handling the investigation, the service was not about to back down on this case. Alex Ford had been debriefed for the 10th time and was, in turn, being caught up on recent developments. "We've got the hospital security guard," said the Secret Service's director, Wayne Martin. "The 2 other men in the ambulance were killed after a gun battle, but we got the bastard." "And the president?" Alex asked anxiously. Martin said, "No sign of him. We think he was transferred to another vehicle." Alex then asked the question he'd been dreading. "How many are dead, sir?" Martin looked at him strangely. "Counting the dedication grounds and what happened in town, 21 terrorists were killed." "What about our guys?" Martin glanced around the room at the other men and women there. "This is not public knowledge, and it won't be until we can figure out what the hell's going on." He paused. "We had no casualties." Alex jumped up and looked at the man. "What the hell are you talking about? Guys were dropping all over the place. I was there." "Just hold on, Ford," Martin said. "Our guys were shot, over 25 of them, plus about 15 uniforms, and Dr. Bellamy." Martin paused. "But they were shot with tranquilizer darts. They've all recovered. That's why the shooters were able to get their weapons through the magnetometers." All the agents in the room looked at one another. Alex said slowly, "Tranquilizer guns? They weren't firing tranquilizer darts at the hospital. Those were real bullets." "The snipers fired darts into the 2 other agents we found there. Then they held off the reinforcements with real ammo. However, despite having the high ground and one of the best sniper rifles on the market, they didn't hit one damn person with live ammo." Martin continued. "The plan, obviously, was to funnel the president to the hospital without his normal security contingent. They knew our procedures and methodology well and used them against us. We think the fact they didn't harm any of the security forces may bode well for the president. They could have killed him easily." "So they'll hold him for ransom, and not just money," another agent said. "That's the probable scenario," Martin conceded. "God only knows what they're going to ask for." At that moment, Jerry Sykes came in holding a paper. "This just in, sir." Martin read it and then looked up at his crew. "The hospital in Brennan has reported 5 people who came to the hospital complaining of respiratory problems and heart attack symptoms. They sent us a rundown of the people's descriptions and other details. They're all being treated, but tests show there's nothing wrong with them." "Some sort of biological agent might have been released in the air," Sykes suggested. "And only hit the president and a few others? That's a mighty ineffective agent," Martin said skeptically. Alex's gaze was on a TV screen in the corner, playing footage of the shooting. "Were the 5 people who went to the hospital a National Guardsman, 2 older men, a young woman, and an elderly woman?" Martin looked up from the file. "How in the hell did you know that?" In response, Alex pointed to the screen. "Back up and run that sequence in slow motion." They all watched as Brennan started shaking hands along the rope line. "Okay, stop right there," Alex cried out. Martin froze the playback. "Look at the man's hand," Alex said, pointing to the National Guardsman's prosthetic device. "It's a fake hand, Ford," Sykes said. "A couple of the agents on the line noticed it." Right, I saw him too, Alex said. He shakes with his right hand, which is artificial, and you'll see Brennan shaking 5 more hands before he went down. Now, roll the tape. The National Guardsman saluted the president. Stop it right there, Alex said. See? He saluted with his left hand, or left hook. 1 hand and 1 hook? Alex kept studying the hand. Can you zoom in on the guy's hand? Martin and Sykes looked at him crossly. Just humor me, guys, Alex said. Martin hit the zoom button until the prosthetic hand nearly filled the screen. Check that out, Alex said, pointing. Check what out? Martin exclaimed. The moisture on the guy's palm. Sykes looked at Alex quizzically. That's sweat. It was a warm day, Alex. Right, it was a warm day. But artificial hands don't sweat. Holy shit, Martin yelled as he stared at the screen. As the men were leaving a little later, Martin stopped Alex. Ford, you have nothing to be ashamed of. You're a damn hero, actually. You don't really believe that, Alex said. And neither do I. 24 hours had passed, and a panicked America continued to wait for word on its missing president. The National Guardsman's address had been tracked down, but he was long gone by the time they got there. Acting President Hamilton had spoken several times to the American people to reassure them that the country was stable and its leadership running smoothly, and that whoever had done this terrible thing would be severely punished. He demanded that whatever terrorist group had kidnapped James Brennan return him at once, unharmed, or the United States retaliation for the brutal act would be nothing short of annihilation for both the perpetrators and any countries aiding them. The intelligence sector was doing all it could to identify the kidnappers. Diplomatic inquiries were also put out to all quarters, and the Pentagon was itching for a target on which to use its high-tech weaponry. Late in the evening, on the day following the kidnapping, Kate Adams knocked on the front door of Alex Ford's house in Manassas, after having called him repeated times, without success. Alex opened the door. He was unshaven and his hair a mess. His eyes were bloodshot, and Kate smelled alcohol on his breath. You never returned my calls. I was really worried, she said. Sorry, I've been busy, he said curtly. Can I come in? He shrugged, stepped back, and closed the door behind her. He led her into a small family room, and they sat down. The room had very little furniture. There was an awkward silence until Alex said, You want something to drink? Nothing as strong as what you're having. He rose and came back a minute later with a glass of Coke on ice. No Jack, right? She said warily. Nope, I'm actually fresh out. Funny, I had a whole bottle yesterday. So, that's the plan? Stay here and drink yourself to death? It's a plan, he said dully. You promised to meet with Oliver and the others. Oh, right, the Camel Club, he said absently. No, the Camel Club. Whatever, he said. You need to meet with Oliver, Alex. Remember, a woman has been kidnapped. The following morning, responding to news rumors, the nation was finally told that during the kidnapping of President Brennan, the terrorists had used tranquilizer guns. On that very same morning, the White House absorbed more stunning news. Al Jazeera reported that it was about to release a ransom note from the kidnappers that had just been delivered to the Arab News Network. When the note came out, the veteran news anchor appeared upset but quickly started reading. First, America and the rest of the world had to recognize Islam as a great religion and give it the respect it deserved. Second, for every dollar given by the U.S. to either Israel or Egypt, a dollar had to be given to Palestine for economic development. Third, there must be a complete withdrawal of all Allied troops from Iraq and Afghanistan, although UN troops could remain. Fourth, all Allied military bases in Afghanistan must be removed. Fifth, all private foreign oil interests in the Middle East must be turned over to the country where such oil interests were located, including the oil pipeline running through Afghanistan. Sixth, any foreign businesses operating in the Middle East must be majority-owned by Arabs and must reinvest all their profits in the region for the next 2 decades to help build infrastructure and create jobs. Seventh, there must be agreement by the United States and its allies that they would not invade another sovereign nation unless specifically attacked by that nation's military, or unless there was credible evidence of such nation's support of a terrorist attack against the U.S. or its allies. Eighth, the United States must refrain from using its powerful military to reshape the world in its image, and must respect the diverse cultures in the Middle East. Ninth, there must be an acknowledgement that many problems in the Middle East were the result of the West's misguided foreign policies and colonial exploitation, and that a widespread dialogue must be initiated on how best to move forward. As this list was read off, the mood in the room at the White House darkened even more. A general exclaimed, "Same old crap. I'm a little disappointed they weren't more creative." "We can't bow to blackmail," Hamilton said. He looked around the room for confirmation. "Absolutely not," the NSA agreed. "Clearly we can't," Secretary Decker added forcefully. "Perhaps," Gray said, motioning to the TV, "we should listen to the rest." The room grew silent. "This is a new section," the TV anchor said, holding the paper tightly. He cleared his throat and began reading. "Civilized countries that unilaterally spread their will with bullets and bombs are terrorists and have no right to deny other countries the same privilege. When you lead with the sword, you often die by it." The anchor paused again. "Now we come to the most bizarre part of this message, although quite frankly what has happened thus far is the most incredible series of events that I have seen in my 32 years of covering the news." He paused a third time, as though to give the moment the substantial gravitas it deserved. "Damn it," Secretary Decker roared. "Just tell us, for God's sake." The anchor started reading again. "Whether or not these demands are met, 1 week from today, President James Brennan will be released unharmed, left at a safe location, and the appropriate authorities will be contacted immediately to retrieve him. However, we ask the world to take these demands with the utmost seriousness, if we are ever truly to have salam." The anchor added hastily, "That means peace in Arabic." The White House group simply stared at the TV, shock and awe all over their faces. After the stunning demand, Carter Gray had gone back to work with renewed purpose. The files at NIC contained no record of Farid Shah, so Gray had mulled where next to search. Gray pulled out the photos he'd taken from Shah's apartment. A sudden thought occurred to him. The chopper was redirected to Langley. When he arrived, Gray gave the photos and also a mugshot of Farid Shah to the DCI and asked him to make immediate inquiries to try to identify any of them. Late that evening, back at his office, Gray received a phone call from Langley. They had turned up an Arab informant who thought he recognized one of the people in the photos. It was the young girl. She was the daughter of someone the informant had fought with in Iraq, first as part of an underground movement against Saddam Hussein, and then against the American occupation. When the informant saw Shah's mugshot, he identified it immediately, although the man's appearance had changed drastically. He was the young girl's father. "What was the father's name?" Gray asked impatiently. "Adnan al-Rimi," the CIA director said. "But that can't be right. He's dead." Gray acknowledged this, thanked the man, and hung up. He immediately accessed the database, pulled up al-Rimi's file photo, and compared that picture with the current mugshot of the man calling himself Farid Shah. Though there was some likeness, even allowing for shaved hair and beard and weight changes, it was not the same man. Gray sat back in his chair and dropped the photo on his desk. NIC's database had been corrupted and photos and fingerprints altered. Patrick Johnson had been paid to do it and then killed. That all made sense now. Yet where did it leave Carter Gray? He'd been fighting this whole damn war with flawed intelligence. It was far more than a disaster. It was the greatest professional setback Gray had ever experienced. Tom Hemingway sat on the concrete floor, his long legs folded under him. When he rose, he moved fast down the hallway and entered another room. He unlocked a heavy door and went inside. In a small enclosure, lying on a cot, her arms and legs chained to the wall, was Chastity Hayes. Her even breathing showed her to be asleep. Hemingway left Hayes and went to another room, where his other, far more important prisoner was also sleeping comfortably. Hemingway stood in the doorway and watched President Brennan for a while, and reflected on what had happened. When everyone expected murderous violence, Hemingway had given the world restraint. when everyone anticipated that the stereotype of the fanatical Muslim would be repeated once more, he had thrown the world a curve of historic proportion. Hemingway had agonized over how much to tell the Arabs about the mission. Would they follow orders if they knew not one of their enemy would perish? Yet finally, Hemingway had decided that if he was asking them to die for this cause, they should die fully informed. It was the right thing to do. So the men in Brennan, Pennsylvania, sacrificed their lives with the knowledge that their foes were safe. It was one of the most courageous acts Hemingway had ever witnessed. Hemingway checked his watch. There would be another message delivered to the world shortly. It involved where the president would be returned, and this would be just as stunning as the last message. Kate met with the Camel Club at Oliver Stone's cottage and reported her failure with Alex Ford. She said, "He blames himself for what happened to the president." "Well, we're running out of time," Milton said. He had his computer on and pointed to the screen. "It's getting very ugly out there. With the world so divided, all it could take is one single catalyst to set the final battle in place. But if we can find out who did it," Kate said. "Us?" exclaimed Reuben. "We haven't got a bloody chance in hell of doing that." "You're wrong, Reuben," Stone interjected sternly. They all looked at him. "Alex Ford once paid me a visit here. Perhaps it's time the Camel Club reciprocated." Carter Gray walked down the hallway of an isolated cell area at NIC. He nodded to the guards, and the cell door slid open. "Mr. Al-Rimi," Gray said triumphantly. "Shall we talk?" There was no response from the burly prisoner who was lying on his bed, the covers over his head. Gray motioned to the guards. The two men grabbed Al-Rimi by the shoulders and attempted to haul him up. "Oh, shit," one of the guards exclaimed. They let go of Al-Rimi, and he fell to the concrete floor. Gray rushed in and stared at the body. Loose strands of medical tape were sticking out of his mouth. He had taken it from his wounded arm, balled it up, and crammed it into his mouth, suffocating himself under the cover of his blanket. His body was already cold. A half hour later, Gray's chopper landed at the White House. He was not looking forward to this meeting with Acting President Hamilton. He decided to get the worst of it out of the way up front. He told Hamilton about a prisoner's suicide, but without informing him of Al-Rimi's true identity. Gray intended to take that secret to his grave. "However, I think we're making progress, sir," he added. Hamilton snapped, "How the hell do you figure that, Gray?" "Regardless of how this happened, and what the international media is saying about it, dogs don't change their spots. When the inevitable happens, we'll have the opening we need." Hamilton slammed his fist down on his desk. "I want Jim Brennan back alive. Your previous work for this country means squat to me. This happened on your watch, and I hold you fully accountable for it. The United States has been humiliated by a bunch of damn Arabs. Unless the president is returned safe and sound, you will no longer head this country's intelligence community. Are we perfectly clear on that?" "Absolutely," Gray replied impassively. He knew this to be baseless rhetoric. There was no possible way the acting president could afford to fire his intelligence chief during such a crisis. "But let me point out that there is not one demand of the kidnappers that this country can seriously consider, given our current foreign policies. And we can't wait 1 week for his release. Not that I believe they will release him. The American people will not tolerate that. And the violence is only going to become worse in the meantime." Hamilton snapped. "Well then, I guess you'll just have to find him on your own." Gray studied the man keenly. He sensed exactly what his adversary was thinking. Politicians were all too transparent. Ben Hamilton had wanted this job more than anything. He had patiently paid his dues, waited for Brennan to serve his 2 terms before it was his turn to wear the American crown. Now he had the throne, yet could he do the job? In Gray's mind, it wasn't even a close call. Ben Hamilton didn't make even a worthy vice president. The chief of staff suddenly burst into the room with a Secret Service agent hard on her heels. "Sir," she exclaimed, "this is just in from Al Jazeera. The kidnappers have disclosed the location where the president will be released." "Where?" Gray snapped. "Medina." Hamilton exclaimed, "Medina? How in the hell did they get Brennan out of the country and to Saudi Arabia?" Captain Jack sat back in his chair and smiled with excellent reason. He had in his hand the password he needed to set his final plan into motion. Their captive had endured far more torture than had been anticipated, although his North Korean colleagues were very skilled at such exercises. Yet the man had finally broken. They all did eventually. Captain Jack read the Arabic words and smiled. From a cloned phone that was not traceable to him, he made one call. Speaking in fluent Arabic with well-honed inflections, he said what he needed to say, and then used the precious password. This authenticated the source of Captain Jack's statement to the party on the other line, and it would be immediately relayed to the world. Captain Jack clicked off the phone and used his lighter to burn the piece of paper. If Tom Hemingway thought he had stunned the world, wait until it heard what his old friend had to say. Secretary of Defense Joe Decker stared across the desk at Acting President Hamilton. They had just been informed of the latest statement issued through Al Jazeera, and they were furious. "It's our only choice, sir," Decker said. "We simply don't have the troops to deploy there, and frankly, even if we did, it might quickly turn into another Iraq. We have to avoid that at all costs. We can't afford it." Andrea Mays, the Secretary of State, who'd been hovering in the back of the Oval Office, came forward. She was a tall, large-boned woman with graying hair. "What Secretary Decker is proposing is a direct violation of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, sir. We can't do it." "Yes, we can," Decker insisted. "How?" Hamilton asked sternly. "The Sharia group has just now claimed responsibility for kidnapping President Brennan. Sharia is based in and financed by Syria. Under the foreign policies outlined previously by this country, that means Syria has attacked us through the Sharia group, and they used some chemical agent to abduct the president. And we have evidence that Syria has recently started up a WMD program." Hamilton looked at the Director of Central Intelligence, who was sitting in front of the fireplace. "Are you on board with Joe's opinions, Alan?" The director said, "It's not a slam dunk, but it's close enough. And if Jim Brennan's still alive, then this will probably be the only shot we have of getting him back." Hamilton mulled this over and finally said, "Okay, gentlemen, call the networks and get me airtime immediately. I'm going to inform the public about this." He turned to Decker. "God help us if we're wrong, Joe." When Alex Ford opened his door, Adams and the Camel Club stared back at him. "Oh, hell," Alex began angrily. Kate said, "Alex, please, we have to talk to you." Reuben added, "It's bad, Agent Ford, really bad." Alex said, "What are you talking about?" Stone answered, "There have been some major developments." "What developments, Oliver?" Alex asked. "Where's your TV?" Kate asked. "The president is coming on in 2 minutes." Alex led them inside and turned on his TV set. Ben Hamilton appeared on the screen a few minutes later, looking very grave. He summed up the situation to the country, and then said, "America is a generous nation. We have always been a people that reach out to others in need. We came to the aid of our friends during 2 world wars, wars fought to keep the world free. There is no doubt that we are a good, honorable people who use our might benignly to spread freedom around the world. But we are also a nation that defends itself and strikes back when we have been attacked. Well, my fellow Americans, we have been attacked. And now the organization that has attacked us has shown itself. The Sharia group has irrefutable ties to the nation of Syria, a country that has long been known to harbor terrorist groups operating against America and its allies. The Sharia group's own ransom demand conceded that the United States has every right to defend itself when attacked and to also strike back against any nation that assisted in that attack. And America will not be dictated to by terrorists." Here Hamilton gave a long pause. "Thus, my fellow Americans, the decision has been made by me as your Commander-in-Chief after consultation with the Secretary of Defense and the Pentagon. We now make our demand of the kidnappers." Hamilton paused again and squared his shoulders. "If President James H. Brennan is not returned to us safely within 8 hours from this exact moment in time, I have instructed my military commanders to immediately thereafter launch a limited nuclear missile strike against Damascus, Syria. The only way in which Damascus will avoid such a fate is if our president is returned to his countrymen unharmed within the allotted time." As the president faded out, everyone in Alex's living room sat motionless in their chairs, holding their breaths. It was a scene doubtless replicated in 100 million homes around America and across the world. An anguished Kate looked over at Alex. This could be the beginning of the end. If it is, Stone said calmly. But it will do us no good to sit around waiting for the mushroom cloud to appear over Damascus. What the hell can we do, Oliver? Alex asked. Find the president, Stone snapped. How? Alex shot back angrily. He's in Medina. I don't believe that, and I hope you don't either. He looked at Milton. Show him the DVD. Milton opened his laptop. This is the video that was taken during the break-in at my house, Agent Ford. Alex finally threw up his hands and plopped down on the floor in front of the laptop. Damn, he said a minute later. That's Tyler Rinke and Warren Peters. They're from NIC. I thought they were NIC employees, Stone said. Why'd you think that? Because they were also the ones who killed Patrick Johnson. Alex sat back, stunned. Why would they have killed Johnson? Because he was altering files at NIC, making people seem dead who weren't really dead. And I think someone was paying him a lot of money to do it, but Johnson got greedy, or sloppy, or both. Stone said, We believe that these men were the ones used in Brennan, Pennsylvania. When we searched Rinke's home, we discovered that he'd invested a lot of borrowed money in expectation of the stock market plummeting, which it has now. Are you saying this whole thing was about making money in the stock market? Alex exclaimed. No, it's much deeper than that, Stone replied. Alex looked at him. Any idea who's behind it? Someone high up at NIC, Stone ventured. Higher than Rinke and Peters, certainly. Let me take another look at that video, Alex said. He watched once more as Rinke and then Peters appeared on the screen. Then he pointed at the image of the man in the black mask as he leveled the security guard. He hit the guy pretty hard, Alex noted. He had to check his pulse to make sure he hadn't killed him. Reuben suddenly put a finger up to his lips and motioned toward the window. The blind was drawn, but the window was open. They all had heard it now. Footsteps. Alex pulled his gun and silently opened the front door. A minute later, they all heard screams and a struggle, and then silence. Then the front door opened, and Alex marched in, carrying someone. Jackie Simpson didn't look very happy. What the hell are you doing here, Jackie? Alex demanded. She glared at him. I've been calling your house to see how you were doing, but you never called me back. So I came by tonight to see you, and I seem to have stumbled upon a conspiracy. What's going on, Alex? We're actually trying to figure out what's going on at NIC. I know, I heard that part. And that Rinke and Peters broke into someone's house. Simpson looked at Alex. If you know something about the president being kidnapped, you have to take it to the service. Alex, you could get into a lot of trouble for withholding that sort of information. Stone cut in. I don't believe that's a good idea. Simpson stared at him contemptuously. Who the hell are you? He held out his hand. Oliver Stone. Pardon me, she said incredulously. His name's Oliver Stone, Alex interjected. And these are his friends, Reuben, Milton, and Caleb. You've already met Kate Adams. Stone said, Going to the authorities at this stage would be a huge mistake, Agent Simpson. Listen, Oliver Stone, or whatever your real name is, I can do anything I damn well please. I'm a cop, okay? And you're a very intelligent cop, Stone broke in. And because you are, I'm sure that you've already considered the obvious. Simpson rolled her eyes. And what might that be? If we're right, and NIC's files have been corrupted, the unfortunate result was that an army of terrorists was allowed to go to Brennan, Pennsylvania, and successfully kidnap the president. That does not bode well, either for your godfather, who heads that agency, or your father, who oversees its operations as chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee. I'm quite sure that you would not want to do anything to hurt them professionally. If you go to the authorities now, you could very well destroy both of their careers. All eyes were on Jackie Simpson, as she and Stone engaged in a protracted stare-down. Finally, Simpson broke off and looked at Alex for help. Alex, what the hell is going on? What am I supposed to do here? We're trying to figure this all out, Jackie. Until we do, we can't say anything to anybody. Caleb looked at his watch. We now have exactly 7 hours and 41 minutes to find Brennan and prevent a possible Armageddon. Well, everybody ought to cross their fingers and toes then, Reuben said. Oh my God, Alex asserted. Fingers. What? Kate exclaimed. Alex snatched Milton's computer and replayed the DVD. "There," he said, pointing. "Right there. Do you see that?" They all looked confused because he wasn't pointing at Rinke or Peters. He was pointing at the man in the mask who'd knocked out the security guard. Stone looked at him, puzzled. "All I see is a man in a mask, Alex. What else is there to see?" He froze the screen and pointed with his finger. "This." They all squinted at the screen. Simpson said, "The security guard's neck?" Alex said, "No, the right hand on that neck." He took his glove off to check the guard's pulse. Reuben shrugged. "Right, so what?" Alex looked exasperated. "Look at that hand. Tell me you don't recognize it." Kate said, "Recognize a hand? Are you serious?" "Like I told you before, Kate, hands are my specialty, and I recognize that hand. It's very distinctive, with bolt-sized knuckles and fingers thicker than I've ever seen." He hit another button, and the picture zoomed in on the hand. "And the thumbnail has a black spot the shape of a triangle in the upper left-hand corner. When I saw that earlier, I thought it was some weird tattoo." "Saw it earlier? What are you talking about? When did you see it earlier?" "In the bar that night, when you introduced me to Tom Hemingway, and I saw it again when he met us at NIC. Stone ventured, "So this Hemingway may have kidnapped the president? Why?" "Who the hell knows?" Alex exclaimed. "But I think we might be able to figure out where they're holding him, and Kate might have the answer." "Me?" Kate exclaimed. "How?" "You mentioned that you and Hemingway were working on a project together." "That's right. If I recall correctly, you said it involved an old building." She said slowly, "Right, near Washington, Virginia. I think it used to be a CIA asset, but it's been abandoned a long time. NIC wanted to use it as an interrogation facility for foreign detainees, but with all the problems at Gitmo, Abu Ghraib, and the salt pit, DOJ is nixing it. Why?" "Because I think that's where they may be holding President Brennan. Tell me everything you recall about it." "That won't be necessary," Stone said. They all looked at him. "Why not?" Alex asked. "Because I know that building very well." Alex checked his watch. "Washington, Virginia. If we start now, we can be there in about 2 hours." In the first hour since Hamilton had appeared on TV, the Arab world had united fully behind its sister nation. Diplomats from Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Kuwait, and Pakistan were desperately trying to convince America to change its mind. While the city of Damascus was being evacuated, military commanders and political leaders of other Muslim countries were conferencing on how best to respond if an American missile struck Syria. Middle Eastern terrorist organizations everywhere had called for an all-out jihad against the United States if Damascus was hit. Across much of the Middle East, the leaders of these groups began planning their retaliations. Syria and the Sharia group had immediately and vigorously disclaimed responsibility for the kidnapping. However, this explanation was not widely believed in Western circles. The person making the call to Al Jazeera had used the complex password assigned to Sharia by the Arab network for authentication purposes. This password was constantly changed and was known only to a few highly placed leaders of the terrorist organization. Statements from the Sharia group that one of its leaders who knew the current password had been missing for 2 weeks largely fell on deaf ears. Instead of going to the White House and participating in what he considered a useless death watch for 6 million Syrians who were on the precipice of extinction, Carter Gray had remained at NIC headquarters. He stopped at Patrick Johnson's empty cubicle and stared at the blank computer screen. Glitches and computer crashes, and presto, living, breathing terrorists were placed neatly into their digital graves. It truly was an unbelievable thought, Gray mused. Someone at America's premier intelligence agency had orchestrated the use of a group of supposedly dead Muslims to kidnap the President of the United States. And now the world was on the brink of global jihad. Gray pondered something else. Where was the President? It had to be somewhere relatively close by. Gray did not believe for one moment that James Brennan was in Medina, Saudi Arabia. No Muslim would take a Christian there. He thought back to the day Jackie Simpson and that other agent came to NIC. They were accompanied by 2 of his men. Reynolds? No, Rinke, the tall, lean one. The other one was shorter and thicker. Peters. That's right. Hemingway told him that they'd been assigned to look into the Johnson homicide. Gray picked up a phone and asked for the whereabouts of these 2 agents. The answer was surprising. They had not reported for duty tonight. He made another query. This surprised him even more, and then he wondered why he hadn't asked that particular question before now. Gray was told that Tom Hemingway had assigned the pair to investigate the death of Patrick Johnson. At least Gray knew where Hemingway was. He'd been dispatched to the Middle East under deep cover soon after the kidnapping to see what he could find out. Hemingway had volunteered for the mission, yet there was no way to communicate with him. They had to wait for him to contact them. Wait for him to contact them. Gray put his hand in the biometric reader on Johnson's desk, instantly giving him access to the dead man's computer. Gray typed in a command, and the result was very swift. Tom Hemingway had accessed Johnson's computer. When Gray looked at the timestamp of when this occurred, he concluded it was when Hemingway met with Simpson and Alex. And yet something puzzled Gray greatly. Hemingway was not supposed to have access to Johnson's computer, or any of the other data supervisors. The truth had been dancing in front of his eyes this whole time. Gray's next question was an obvious one. Where? The answer to that query came almost immediately. Gray picked up the phone again and ordered his chopper readied immediately, and then called up a team of his most loyal field operatives. He bolted from Johnson's office and jogged down the halls of NIC. Gray didn't need fancy databases to guide him to the truth. His gut was screaming the answer at him, and his gut had rarely led him down the wrong path. They were in Alex's Crown Vic, heading southwest on Route 29. Alex and Stone were in the front, while Simpson and Rubin rode in the back. About 35 minutes after they'd branched off from Route 29 onto Highway 211, they entered the small town of Washington, Virginia, the seat of Rappahannock County. From there, Stone gave intricate instructions, and they rose into the mountains, soon leaving any semblance of civilization behind, as asphalt roads turned to gravel and then to dirt. It was difficult to believe they were a little over 2 hours away from the nation's capital, and not that far east of the confluence of busy Interstates 81 and 66. Simpson said from the back seat, "So what is this Murder Mountain place?" Murder Mountain was a training facility for special operatives of the CIA. "Why do you call it Murder Mountain?" "Well, the short answer to that is they weren't being trained to be nice to people." Simpson snorted. "So you're saying a U.S. government agency was training murderers? Is that what you're saying?" Stone pointed up ahead. "Pull the car over there, Alex. We're going to have to walk now." Alex obeyed this instruction, unclipped his magnetized flashlight from the doorpost of the Crown Vic, went around to the trunk and started passing out equipment. This included guns and night vision equipment. Rubin and Stone both handled their weapons expertly. "Nah, 3 tours and then DIA," Rubin said in response to a curious look from Alex. "I know my way around a pistol." "Good," Alex said. He looked at Stone, who was checking his weapon. "You all right with that, Oliver?" "I'm fine," Stone said quietly. Actually, he was terrified to have a gun in his hand after all these years. "Great," Alex said. "Okay, Oliver, lead the way." They headed into the woods. "Does anyone have a problem with caves?" Stone asked, as he halted the group at an entrance into the side of the mountain. "I have a real problem with getting lost and dying in one," Alex said. "It's not one of the official entrances, but they'd be watching the official entrances, wouldn't they?" Stone replied. "Okay, stay close to me." He shone his light ahead and stepped inside. It took them some time to navigate the curving passageways. In 2 spots they had to clear debris that had fallen down and blocked the way, and in several other locations they had to crawl through. They reached a shaft that had rough foot and handholds carved into the rock. Stone went first. They all scrambled through the opening. Stone whispered, "Now I think it would be wise for everyone to have their guns ready. We don't know how close we might be to someone." As they walked along, memories kept flooding back to Stone. Every new sighting, every fresh smell or distant sound brought with it a recollection of past horrors. Rinke and Peters had driven to Murder Mountain after they heard Sharia's claim that it had kidnapped Brennan, and then acting President Hamilton's televised demand. They left their car in a clearing and sprinted toward the woods. Passing through a narrow cleft in the trees, they reached another open area. A door was revealed when Peters drew aside a curtain of kudzu. Peters lifted a small metal cover on the door, revealing a button and loudspeaker. "It's me and Tyler," he said, talking into the loudspeaker. "Things are out of control. Hurry." Rinke put the metal sheet back down and stepped back. As the massive door clicked open, 3 figures leaped from behind a pile of fallen rock. Tyler Rinke and Warren Peters dropped to the ground, their throats garroted. Captain Jack walked out from behind the rock and stood over them. He nodded approvingly. Rinke and Peters hadn't even been able to make a sound to warn their colleague inside. A number of other men joined them, and Captain Jack led them all into the building. Captain Jack brought with him a team of North Koreans with well-earned reputations as killers of considerable skill and ruthlessness. It had been relatively easy to get them into the United States. Asians coming into the country didn't inspire near the scrutiny that Middle Easterners did. However, despite his men's murderous abilities, Captain Jack was also well aware of Tom Hemingway's prowess. By now, Hemingway would realize that something was wrong, and he would be coming for them. Separating his men would allow Captain Jack to wear Hemingway down, to outflank and finally surround him. There would be no hand-to-hand fighting. They would simply pour bullets into Hemingway. The ancient fluorescent lights overhead flickered and popped. Then a sudden flash of illumination caused Captain Jack and the North Koreans with him to cover their eyes. The first thing Captain Jack saw when he drew his hand away from his eyes was a foot that seemed to come right out of the wall. There was a thud and a grunt, and he watched one of his men topple head-first to the floor. An instant later, the other North Korean was being propelled backward with such force that he collided with Captain Jack, and they both went down in a tangle of arms and legs. His own training kicked in, and Captain Jack went flat to the floor, whipped his pistol around, and fired an arc of shots in the direction of his assailant. However, his bullets struck nothing except wall. Captain Jack got to his feet, his hands working at the same time to reload his gun. He called out nervously, "Tom?" Captain Jack paused and then called out again, "Tom? That was pretty impressive, dispatching 2 first-class warriors in a couple of seconds." There was no answer. "Tom, I think you know why we're here. Let us have him, and we can all walk away." Despite his confident words, Captain Jack was now wishing he'd brought a lot more North Koreans with him. When the shouts of the men reached them, Alex and the others retreated into a room off the main hall. "That wasn't Hemingway's voice," Simpson said. "No, but whoever it is, he knows Hemingway's in here," Alex said. "Down there are the cells that were used to house detainees for interrogation during my time here. Presumably that's where the president is." Alex checked his watch. "We got 3 hours left, so—" He suddenly shouted, "Look out! Grenade!" They scattered for cover as the object bounced down the stairs and landed near them. However, it wasn't a grenade. It was a flashbang, a device that stunned a person by using ear-piercing sound and blinding light. 2 North Koreans raced down the steps. They wore earplugs and so were unaffected by the sound of the explosion. They pointed their weapons at the helpless Alex and the others. One of the North Koreans shouted one word, in English this time, "Die." He moved his MP5 shot selector to auto, and his hand slid to the trigger. He could empty his entire 30-round mag in a few seconds. And he would have, too, if he'd still been alive. His spine snapped when the foot struck it from behind. He dropped to the floor. The other man tried to fire his gun at Hemingway, but Hemingway ripped the mag right off the stock, then crushed it against the man's skull. The man dropped to the floor with a thud. Then Hemingway was gone. As the effects of the flashbang wore off, Alex struggled to his feet and helped Simpson up. Stone did the same with Reuben. "Where did Hemingway go?" Stone asked. Alex pointed down the hall. "That way, through that door." Stone looked at his watch. "We're running out of time." Hemingway stood alone at the end of the hall, the 2 cells holding the president and Chastity behind him. The prisoners were unconscious after he'd given them amnesic drugs with their dinner earlier. He didn't believe they'd want to have any memory of what had happened to them. As the door opened at the other end of the hall, Hemingway receded into the shadows. Alex stepped through the door with the others and called out, "Hemingway, we've come for the president." Hemingway made not a sound. "You might not know what's happened, Tom," Alex added. "The Sharia group claimed responsibility for the kidnapping. Right this instant, the United States has a nuke aimed at Damascus. That's what Rinke and Peters were probably coming to tell you." Hemingway drew a quick breath, but still said nothing. "Tom, I'm being straight with you," Alex continued. "We've got 3 hours, goddammit, or 6 million people die." Finally, Hemingway stepped into the light. "Why would the Sharia group have claimed responsibility?" he asked warily. "They didn't. So I did it for them," Captain Jack said as he darted through the doorway and pressed his gun against the side of Simpson's head. He took her pistol and trained it on the others. "Now drop your weapons or you'll get a nice view of this lady's brains." The others hesitated for a moment, and then one by one, Alex, Stone, and Reuben dropped their guns. As Captain Jack's gaze swept over them, it stopped and came back to Stone. Captain Jack's brow creased. Then his attention was drawn to Hemingway, who said, "I thought we had an agreement." To Alex, Hemingway seemed coiled so tightly, he looked as though he could have jumped clear into outer space. "We did, Tom," Captain Jack said pleasantly. "But then I got a better offer from the North Koreans. I told you I was only in this for the money. That was fair warning to you, mate, and don't blame me if you didn't pick up on it." Hemingway said, "Why? To start an American-Muslim war? What does that gain for North Korea?" "I really don't care. They paid my price." Alex said, "We're going to drop a nuclear bomb on Damascus." Captain Jack looked at him disdainfully. "I worked for the Syrians for a while. They're just as bloodthirsty as anyone else. It's not like they don't deserve it." 6 million people, Alex said, including women and children. Captain Jack just shook his head wearily. "You're really not getting my point, are you?" "If it's money you want, the U.S. has a lot more than North Korea," Simpson said. Captain Jack shook his head. "Even I'm not that greedy, and I seriously doubt I'd get paid. I mean, you are the biggest debtor country in the world." Captain Jack shot Hemingway with a glancing wound to the left leg. The man grimaced and dropped to his knees. Next, Captain Jack shot him in the right arm. "Stop, please!" Simpson screamed. Captain Jack said, "I'm sorry to do this piecemeal, Tom, but I have no desire to have my neck crushed by you." Hemingway said between gritted teeth, "You might want to reconsider your plan." "Why's that?" "Because the cell doors are booby-trapped." "Then turn the devices off and open the doors." Hemingway shook his head. "Then I'll just start killing them one by one until you do." Captain Jack pressed the gun tightly against Simpson's temple and said, "Goodbye, whoever you are." "My name is John Carr," Stone said quietly as he stepped forward. "You were right. We do know each other." Captain Jack lowered his pistol slightly. "John Carr," he said in amazement as he looked Stone up and down. "My God, John, the years haven't been kind to you. You were a bastard traitor back then, and I see you still are. I went out on my terms. I don't think you can say the same." Captain Jack sneered. His attention was fully on Stone now, so he didn't notice Hemingway edging toward the wall. Stone took another step forward, blocking Captain Jack's line of sight to Hemingway. "Why don't you kill me? You were always second best, so it'd be a thrill for you to take out the top man, wouldn't it?" Captain Jack pointed his pistol at Stone's forehead. Hemingway leaped and hit the light switch, plunging them into darkness. Captain Jack fired. There were screams and shouts and scuffling, and finally one horrific cry, and then the sound of a body falling. The lights came back on, and Captain Jack was lying on the floor, his guns gone. Stone was standing over him, holding a knife covered in blood. "You bastard!" Captain Jack groaned, as he grabbed his lower calves where Stone had cut him, immobilizing the man. Captain Jack screamed, "Why didn't you just kill me?" "Because I didn't have to," Stone answered. "Listen to me," Captain Jack gasped. $10 million to each of you if you kill Brennan." They all looked at him in disgust. "He's just a man," he screamed. "If you don't shut up," Alex snapped, "I'll kill you." Hemingway managed to lever himself up against the wall. "You have to take President Brennan and leave him at a certain spot to finish this the right way." Alex looked at him in disbelief. "I don't know what the hell your crazy motivations are, and I don't care. You've left the entire world on the brink of war. So the only thing I'm doing is taking the president back where he belongs. And on the way, we're going to make a call and stop 6 million people from being incinerated because of what you did." He pointed his gun at Hemingway. "Now you either open the cell door or I'll kill you." Hemingway struggled to his feet. "I'm not a traitor to my country. no matter what you or anyone else might think. I did this for my country. I did this for my world." "Open the damn door," Alex yelled. "Now!" Hemingway took out a set of keys and unlocked one of the doors. "I thought you said it was booby-trapped," Captain Jack snarled. "I lied," Hemingway said. Stone and Alex carried the unconscious president out and sat him up against a wall. They found Chastity and placed her on the floor next to him. Alex pulled out his cell phone. "Damn it, I forgot there's no signal in here. So we need to get out of here to call Washington, and—" A man's voice interrupted. "I don't think that'll be necessary." They all turned and stared at Carter Gray and 6 men holding machine guns. "Thank God," Simpson said, stepping toward her godfather. However, Gray turned his attention to Hemingway. "The president was in the chopper that you flew me home in, wasn't he?" Gray clearly didn't expect an answer, and Hemingway didn't provide one. "You corrupted my files, assembled an army of dead men, and kidnapped the president." Gray shook his head. "The president's fine, Carter," Simpson said. "He's just drugged." Gray said, "Very good. Well, we'll take over from here." He motioned 2 of his men to go get the president. "Wait," Hemingway shouted. "He needs to be returned the way I planned. You can't let all those people in Pennsylvania die in vain. They sacrificed themselves for a better world." Gray's face screwed up. "You are insane." He calmed and turned to Stone. "Hello, John. I can't tell you what a shock it's been finding out you're alive," Gray continued. He glanced over at Captain Jack lying on the floor, still clutching his bloodied legs. "2 old friends I believe to be dead. Resurrection seems to be a theme of the 21st century." "I wasn't ready to die on your timetable, Carter," Stone said. Simpson looked between the 2 men. "What the hell are you talking about?" Alex interjected. "Look, people, we're running out of time. We have to notify the White House that we have the president back. They'll stop the launch." Gray ignored this and said, "Jackie, I want you to step over here with me." "What?" she said. "Didn't you hear Alex? We have to stop the launch." "When you and I leave here together, you are never to speak of anything you've seen or heard tonight. Do you understand?" Simpson looked at the others. "I'm sure you can trust all of us not to reveal anything that would damage the country." "I'm not worried about the others, Jackie. Just you." Stone looked at the woman. "You're the only one leaving here alive, Agent Simpson." He glanced at Gray. "And I believe that includes the president." "What the hell are you talking about?" Simpson shouted. She looked at her godfather for reassurance, but the truth of what Stone had just said was instantly revealed in Gray's features. She pointed at the unconscious Brennan. "This is the President of the United States." Gray said, "I'm aware of that. And there's a man in the Oval Office right now who's equally capable of running the country, which, unfortunately, isn't saying much." Simpson stared at the men with Gray. "He's going to kill the president. You have to stop him." "These men are all loyal only to me. Otherwise they wouldn't be here," Gray answered. She said pleadingly, 6 million people are going to die if we don't make the call to the White House, Carter." 6 million Syrians, Gray countered. "Do you know how many terrorist activities dear old Syria supports? And they're the clearinghouse for virtually all the suicide bombers going into Iraq. We should have nuked the damn country years ago." Simpson looked at her godfather. "You're insane." "Step over here with me, Jackie," Gray said with urgency. "Do it now." Simpson didn't budge. "No, you're going to just have to kill me too." "Please don't force me to make that decision." Alex suddenly screamed out, "Gun!" He threw himself toward Brennan, but someone else was a little quicker. The shot rang out as people seemed to be moving in slow motion. There were screams and scuffling feet and the sound of metal hitting the floor. And then there was silence. Jackie Simpson dropped first to her knees and then fell face down on the cold cement floor. The bullet that would have hit Brennan was now embedded inside her heart. Gray screamed and stood over Captain Jack, who pulled a small pistol from his ankle holster and fired at the president. Yet Simpson had denied him his kill. Alex knelt down and checked her pulse, and then looked up and shook his head. "Jackie!" Gray cried out as he looked at his dead goddaughter. Gray pointed his gun at Captain Jack, but Stone's voice boomed out, "If you shoot him, you have no connection to the North Koreans' plot to kill the president." Gray's finger remained on the trigger, but he didn't pull it. Stone was visibly trembling, and his eyes were tearing up as he said, We're going to take the president to Medina, to the place Mr. Hemingway tells us to. That is not an option, Gray barked. It is your only option, Carter, Stone replied. You can't let millions of innocent people die for no reason. He whirled on Stone. Innocent? Those devils took my family from me, Gray shouted. They took everything I ever cared about. And my country did the same to me, Stone answered. I can't possibly take the president to Medina. There isn't enough time. I believe the Medina Mr. Hemingway has in mind is far closer, Stone replied. They all looked at Hemingway. Do you have the chopper? Hemingway asked Gray, who nodded. Then you can make my Medina in less than 2 hours, well within the deadline. Stone looked at Gray. You can even take credit for finding the president, Carter. You'll be a national hero. How exactly do I do that? Gray retorted. You're a smart man. You'll figure it out on the chopper ride, Stone replied. Gray snapped. This man stays with me. He pointed at Captain Jack. I'm sure you'll be successful in getting every last morsel of information from him, Stone said confidently. And Hemingway, too, Gray added. Let's go, Alex barked. Outside, they followed Gray's men to a nearby clearing where the chopper sat. The pilot leaned out. Where are we headed? To Medina, Hemingway called out. What? The pilot exclaimed. The address is in my shirt pocket, Hemingway said. One of the guards pulled out the piece of paper and read it. He shot Hemingway a glance. Stone had read the paper over the man's shoulder. He'd been right. Hemingway settled into his seat in the rear of the chopper. A split second later, he head-butted the guard closest to him, shattering the man's nose and right cheek. Then Hemingway kicked the seat in front of him with such force that it tore loose from its base, and the guard sitting in it was thrown forward. In another instant, Hemingway was running, wounded leg and all, toward the woods. Alex raced after Hemingway as fast as he could, while tree limbs, bushes, and vines ripped at him. The guy had been shot in the damn leg, and Alex couldn't catch him? He heard a shout ahead, and he increased his pace. He broke free of the trees and skidded to a stop just before he would have plummeted over the side. He was standing on the edge of a long fall. He couldn't see what was at the bottom, but as he stood there listening, Alex thought he heard a splash. As other guards raced up to join him, he pointed down into the abyss and shook his head. Tom Hemingway was gone. Acting President Ben Hamilton was watching the screen in the Oval Office as people hovered around. The film footage was grainy and jerky. All professional news-gathering services had already fled the country, yet clearly showed the complete chaos that now was Damascus. The roads were clogged with cars, the streets with desperate, terrified Syrians. It was reported that people were sprinting down the runway of the airport, trying to grab onto the last few planes that were taking off. Law and order had long since disappeared. People were merely trying to get away. And as the hours wound down and that hope vanished, things were turning very ugly. Hamilton's desk was covered with official pleas from all over the world, begging him not to pull the trigger. Millions of Americans across the country were out in the streets, some in support of Hamilton's decision, but most opposed. Secretary of Defense Joe Decker sat down next to his commander-in-chief. Hamilton looked at him in desperation. Perhaps sensing his boss's wavering, Decker said, "Sir, I know that this is more pressure than a person should have to endure. And I know what the world is telling you. But if we back down now, we will lose all credibility with these people, and if that happens, then we've already lost." "I understand that, Joe," Hamilton said slowly. Hamilton glanced up to see all gazes in the room upon him. "May God have mercy on me." He said, "Get in touch with the Syrians first. Give them one last chance." He put his head in his hands as everyone in the room looked down. Decker grabbed a secure phone and ordered the final demand be made to the Syrians and Sharia immediately. A few minutes later, he had his answer. Hamilton looked up. "Well, the sanitized version is that God will strike us down for the evil we're about to do," Decker replied. Hamilton stood and gazed out the window, while Decker picked up another phone and gave the order to the National Command Authority, which instantly relayed it to the Tennessee. At first, the ringing phone didn't register. Then, slowly, Hamilton looked up. It was that phone. He raced over and snatched it up. "Yes?" His face paled, and he grabbed at his side. Most in the room thought he was about to have some sort of attack. "They have him!" he screamed to the room. "They have Brennan!" He whirled on Decker. "Call off the launch!"
Call it off!
The safe return of President James Brennan at an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Medina, Ohio, rocked the world yet again. In the president's pocket had been found a typed note that read simply, "From great sacrifice comes great opportunity." Carter Gray was hailed as a national hero for figuring out where Brennan was going to be released. While somewhat vague on the details, Gray explained that it was a combination of hard work, reliable informants, and a lot of luck. Gray had spent an emotional night with Senator Simpson and his wife, comforting them on the loss of their only child. The official version of what had happened, and the only one her parents had received as well, was that Jackie was the victim of a deadly carjacking while driving along Interstate 81 very late at night. There were no suspects, and Gray knew there would never be an arrest. The only other development was the unexplained disappearance of 3 NIC agents. Gray would take care of that, too. On a positive note, Captain Jack had talked, and talked, and talked. Carter Gray now had quite a lot of ammo to use against North Korea. James Brennan triumphantly returned to the White House as huge crowds surrounding the area cheered. He gave televised remarks to the nation, thanking Carter Gray for his exemplary work, having no idea that the man had seriously contemplated killing him and blaming it on the Syrians. Brennan also thanked his beleaguered vice president for a job well done. Finally, he expressed his gratitude to the American people for being stalwart and true throughout the crisis. His chief of staff stood by, beaming. With the crisis over, her attention had returned fully to the election. The latest polls showed Brennan with an historically high 86% approval rating. Barring something catastrophic, he would easily win the election and have 4 more years to build his legacy. Brennan received a full briefing on all that had happened, but no one could shed light on who'd kidnapped him. It now appeared clear that neither the Sharia group nor Syria had had anything to do with the abduction. In the colder light of reason, the Sharia group had no assets in the United States capable of having orchestrated such a scheme. The body of one of the group's leaders had been found, and the man had obviously died of torture. And no one had explained how so many skilled Arabs could have infiltrated the United States with America's intelligence sector having no record of any of them. Damascus was still in shambles, but not nearly as bad as it would have been if the Trident had hit it. The Syrians and the rest of the Middle East were still understandably shell-shocked, but it seemed that with the world so close to the abyss, people were looking at things with a more cooperative eye. It remained to be seen if this mood had permanence, though. Vice President Hamilton had taken some time off from his official duties, coming within a second of being the first American president since Harry Truman to order the use of a nuclear bomb, was more pressure than any person should have to bear, and it had taken its toll on the man. However, Hamilton was expected to make a full recovery. Brennan had received a copy of the kidnapper's demands and spent a long time in his private quarters going over them. He also reviewed with horror the details of how close the U.S. had come to launching a nuclear strike against a nation that, it turned out, was innocent of the alleged wrongdoing. While Brennan praised his vice president publicly, he was shocked when he learned how quickly Hamilton had been persuaded to authorize the use of nuclear weapons, and how close he'd come to launching one. Brennan was now thinking seriously of other VP candidates. Now that the president was safely back, the international press started to report more openly about the kidnappers' demands. Throughout the capitals of Europe, South America, and Asia, people were actually focusing more on the substance of the demands, since, for once, they didn't have an accompanying pile of human bodies and rubble to overshadow them. Finally, Brennan called a meeting of his cabinet, his National Security Council, and his top military advisors. There he brought up his abductors' demands. His National Security Advisor immediately protested. "Sir," the NSA said, "it's absurd. We can't comply with any of them. It's beyond preposterous." Secretary of Defense Decker spoke up. "Mr. President, to even consider those demands is a sign of weakness on behalf of this country." Brennan's response was terse. "We came within seconds of killing 6 million people on what turned out to be deeply flawed evidence." "We didn't start this thing, and there's always risk involved," Decker countered. Brennan stared the man down. "We are the world's sole remaining superpower. We have a nuclear arsenal capable of destroying the world. Even if others don't show restraint, we have to." The way Brennan was looking at Decker, It was clear a new Secretary of Defense would be joining a new Vice President in Brennan's second administration. Brennan pulled a slip of paper out of his pocket. It was the note that had been found on him after the kidnapping. He read it to himself. "From great sacrifice comes great opportunity." The Camel Club, Alex and Kate, met at Stone's cottage the following day. Chastity was fully recovered from her ordeal, something she had absolutely no memory of. "It's killing me that Carter Gray is now some national hero when he was going to murder the president. There has to be something we can do." Stone said quietly, "Carter Gray will be taken care of. I'll personally see to that." They all looked at him curiously, but the man's expression did not invite questions. Reuben stood. "Okay, I think it's time to make it official." He cleared his throat. "I hereby call a special meeting of the Camel Club to order. Because of their exemplary work on behalf of the United States and their invaluable assistance to the club, I move that we admit 2 new members, Agent Alex Ford and Kate Adams. Do I have a second?" "Second," said Milton and Caleb together. "All in favor, say aye." And the ayes carried. Carter Gray had just finished his briefing with the president and was heading back to his chopper on the lawn of the White House. It had been a good meeting, although Brennan was making some curious and, to Gray's thinking, disturbing noises about a decided shift in America's policies toward the Middle East. However, Gray stopped pondering this when he saw the man standing at the fence looking at him. Oliver Stone motioned over to where Reuben sat astride his Indian motorcycle. Then Stone pointed to the west. As Gray followed this gesture, it was clear what the man intended. A few minutes later, Gray was in a limo following the motorcycle. As he'd expected, it turned into Arlington National Cemetery. A few minutes later, with his security detail at a discreet distance, Gray stood across from Stone in front of John Carr's grave. "I can give you 10 minutes at most, John," Gray said. "My name is Oliver Stone." "Whatever," Gray said impatiently. "And 5 minutes will be more than enough." "Then get on with it. I want you to resign your position." Gray stared at him blankly. "Excuse me?" "You are to resign your position immediately as National Intelligence Director. You're no longer fit for the post." "I feel sorry for you," Gray said, shaking his head. "I really do. You serve your country capably. And if you need something to make your old age more comfortable, I'll see what I can do. I'll go public, tell all that I know." Gray looked at him with pity. "And you have so much credibility. A man who doesn't even exist. And that friend of yours, Reuben. I've looked him up. He's even more incorrigible than you. And if you think Alex Ford is going to say anything, think again. He won't jeopardize his career by taking me on. And he's smart enough not to drag the country through something like this. So just go back to your little hole, John, and crawl in for good. All I need is for you to resign." Gray shook his head wearily and turned to leave. Stone added, "Before you go, you might want to listen to this." Gray turned back around and saw that Stone was holding out a small tape recorder. He hit the play button. A moment later, Gray was listening to himself as he calmly talked about killing the president at Murder Mountain. When Stone hit the stop button, Gray exploded. "How the hell did you—" He stopped as Stone held up his cell phone. "A friend gave me this phone that's also a recorder. And being an old spy, I put it to good use." He handed Gray the tape. "I'll be delighted to hear of your resignation tomorrow morning." The next day, Kate and Alex met for lunch. All of Washington was talking about Carter Gray's abrupt resignation. "Oliver couldn't have had anything to do with that, could he?" Kate asked. "I think Oliver Stone is capable of a lot more than either of us know," Alex replied quietly. After their lunch, the two walked hand in hand past a very familiar building. "I can't seem to get this place out of my head," Alex said, staring across at the White House. "Well, I'll just have to work extra hard on getting your mind on other things. After all, in a few years, you're a free man, Agent Ford." They watched as a helicopter lifted off from the White House grounds. Alex looked at the NIC insignia on the tail. That was probably Carter Gray making his last trip to the White House. "Good riddance," Kate said. "The person who replaces him might be just as ruthless," Alex cautioned. "Now that's a truly frightening thought," Kate said. "It'll be okay." Alex pointed over to Lafayette Park. "So long as he's here." On a bench sat Stone and Adelphia drinking the cafe. Adelphia was talking animatedly. However, it was clear that Stone's attention was fully on the building across the street. Alex and Kate walked off down the street, leaving the country in the capable hands of citizen Oliver Stone and the Camel Club.
This has been a Time Warner Audiobooks production of The Camel Club, written by David Baldacci and read by James Naughton. Executive producer Maya Thomas. Produced and directed by Paula Parker. Text abridged by Andrew Loschert. Production supervised by Linda Ross Korn. The Camel Club is also available in print from Warner Books. To listen to samples or read more about the author, please visit Time Warner Audiobooks website at www.twbookmark.com/audiobooks. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental.
Hachette Audio presents The Collectors by David Baldacci. Read for you by Tom Wopat and Maggie Meg Reed.
Roger Seagraves walked out of the U.S. Capitol after an interesting meeting that, surprisingly, had had little to do with politics. That evening, he sat alone in the living room of his modest suburban home after arriving at an important decision. He had to kill someone, and that someone was a very significant target. Instead of a daunting proposition, Seagraves saw it as a worthy challenge. The next morning, Seagraves drove to his office in Northern Virginia. Sitting at his desk, he mentally assembled the critical pieces of his task. Seagraves finally concluded that he would do the deed himself, unwilling to trust it to a third party. He'd killed before. Many times, in fact. The only difference now was he wouldn't be doing it for his government. This one was all for him. Roger Seagraves was 42, single, and childless. A wife and brats would certainly have complicated his unorthodox lifestyle. In his previous career with the federal government, he'd adopted false identities and traveled across the world. Fortunately, changing identities was stunningly easy to do in the computer age. A few clicks of the Dell, a server somewhere in India hummed, and from one's fancy laser printer out popped a new you with all the official bells, whistles, and available credit. Though he still technically labored for the United States, he also worked for himself. His official pension plan fell far short of giving him the quality retirement he felt he deserved after so many years of risking his life for the red, white, and blue. For him, though, it had been mostly red. On the third afternoon after his enlightening visit to the Capitol, Seagraves subtly modified his features and put on several layers of clothing. When it grew dark, he drove a van up into the expensive fringes of Northwest D.C., where the embassies and private mansions all had paranoid guards patrolling their compounds. He parked in a small courtyard across the street from a very exclusive club, housed in an imposing brick Georgian that catered to wealthy and politically obsessed persons. Seagraves wore a blue jumper suit with service stenciled on the back. The key he'd made earlier fit the simple lock of the vacant building that was awaiting extensive renovation. His toolbox in hand, he took the steps 2 at a time until he reached the top floor and entered a room facing the street. He opened his toolbox and quickly assembled his sniper rifle. Next, he drew up the window a bare 2 inches. He checked his watch and looked up and down the street from his lofty perch without much worry of being spotted, since the building he was in was completely dark. When the limo and lead security car pulled up to the club, he drew his bead on the head of one of the men who got out of the stretch, but he didn't fire. It wasn't time yet. Seagraves checked his watch again. 2 hours to go. He continued to scan the street below as town cars and cabs dropped off serious-faced women, outfitted in smart, off-the-rack business suits and tasteful costume jewelry, with their social and political antennae set on high. The serious-faced men accompanying them were hunkered down in pinstripes, bland ties, and what seemed to be bad attitudes. "It won't get any better, gents. Trust me." 120 minutes dragged by, and his gaze had never once left the club's brick facade. Through the large front windows he could see the efficient swirl of folks who cradled their drinks and murmured in low conspiratorial tones. Okay, it was time for business. He gave the street another quick scan. Not a soul was looking his way. Over his career, he'd found they never were. Seagraves waited patiently until the target walked through his crosshairs for the last time, then his gloved finger edged to the trigger. He didn't particularly like firing through a window pane, though it wouldn't interfere with the flight of the ordnance he was using. Thwap! This was followed instantly by a tinkle of glass and the heavy thud of a pudgy dead man hitting a highly polished oak floor. The Honorable Robert Bradley had felt no pain at all with the impact. The bullet had killed his brain before it could tell his mouth to start screaming. Not a bad way to go, actually. A minute later, in another part of the city, a fireball raced into the sky. It was the rented and fortunately empty townhouse of the dead man. Initially, it would be blamed on a gas leak that had ignited. Yet, combined with the murder of Bob Bradley, the federal authorities would seek out other explanations, though they wouldn't come easily. The United States government would have to find another Speaker of the House to replace the recently deceased Robert Bob Bradley. That shouldn't be too hard, Seagraves mused as he drove to work the next day, after reading of Bradley's murder in the morning newspaper. He pulled his car to the security gate, displayed his ID badge, and was waved through by the armed guard there who knew him well. He strode through the front door of the sprawling building in Langley, Virginia, passed through additional security gauntlets, and then headed to his 8-by-10-foot cluttered cookie-cutter office. He was currently a mid-level bureaucrat, whose main work consisted of being a liaison between his agency and the incompetent and brainless on Capitol Hill, who'd somehow been voted into office. It was not nearly as taxing as his old job here, and represented a bone thrown his way for meritorious service. Now, unlike decades ago, the CIA let its special employees come in from the cold once they'd reached the age where reflexes slowed a bit and enthusiasm for the work diminished. As Seagraves looked over some tedious paperwork, he realized how much he'd missed the killing. He supposed people who had once murdered for a living never really got over that bloodlust. At least last night had given him a bit of the old glory back. Great belches of black smoke were propelled from ancient brick factory stacks into a sky already dark with rain clouds. In an alleyway of this industrial town, a small crowd had gathered around one man. This was not a crime scene with a dead body, or a street Shakespeare honing his acting chops. This man was known in the trade as a broad tosser, and he was doing his best to relieve the crowd of its money in a game of chance called three-card Monte. The shills supporting the tosser were adequate, as they won staged betting rounds at timed intervals to keep the marks hopeful for their own streak of luck. The wall man, or lookout, was a bit lethargic. At least the woman watching them from across the street deduced this from his body language and listless eyes. She didn't know the muscle that was also part of this con team, yet he didn't look overly tough. She moved closer, watching as the enthusiastic crowd alternately clapped and groaned as bets were won and lost. She'd started her career as a shill for one of the country's best tossers. That particular con could run a table in virtually any city and walk away an hour later with at least $2,000 in his pocket, the marks having no idea they'd been the victim of anything more than poor luck. The simple object of three-card Monte, like the shell game it was based on, was to pick the queen from the trio on the table after the tosser had mixed them around with blurring speed. That was impossible to do if the lady wasn't even on the table at the time the guess was made. Then, a second before the queen's correct position was revealed, the tosser would smoothly replace one of the cards with the queen, and show the group where it had supposedly been all the time. The woman slipped on a pair of large tinted sunglasses. A moment later, the wall man's attention was completely distracted by a cute, mini-skirted bedder. She'd bent straight over in front of him to pick up some dropped cash and gave the lookout a nice view of her firm butt and the red thong that made little attempt to cover it. The wall man no doubt thought he'd gotten incredibly lucky. However, just as with three-card Monty, there was no luck involved. The woman had earlier paid the miniskirt to perform the drop and bend when she signaled her by putting on the shades. This simple distraction technique had worked on men ever since women had started wearing clothes. 4 quick strides and the lady was right in their midst, moving with a swagger and energy that parted the crowd immediately.
Okay,
She barked, holding up her creds.
I want to see some ID from you.
She snapped, pointing a long finger at the tosser. He studied her from under his ball cap, even as he slowly reached in his coat and pulled out his wallet.
All right, folks, party's over.
She said, opening her jacket so they could see the silver badge attached to her belt. Many of the people gathered there began to back away.
I said, party's over, pick up your cash and disappear.
The muscle took a hesitant step toward the intruder, but then froze as her gaze cut into him.
Don't even think about it. They just love fat boys like you in the federal swamp.
The muscle nervously glanced at the other man, who said, "Get out of it. I'll look you up later." After the man had fled, she checked the tosser's ID, smirking as she handed it back to him, and then made him stand against the wall for a pat-down. She picked up a card from the table and turned it around so he could see the Black Queen.
Looks like I win.
The tosser stared unfazed at the card. "Since when do the feds care about a harmless game of chance?" She put the card back on the table.
Good thing your marks didn't know how chancy this game of chance really was.
His eyes widened as she slipped off her sunglasses, and recognition instantly came. "Annabelle?" Annabelle Conroy said.
Leo, what the hell are you doing cooking Monty with a bunch of losers in this crappy excuse for a town?
Leo Richter shrugged, but his grin was wide. "Times are tough."
How much you making on this gig?
Leo glanced at her suspiciously as he lit a Winston, took a drag, and blew smoke out his nostrils. "The pie split up enough as it is. I got employees to take care of."
Monty's not on my radar, Leo. So how much?
He shrugged. "We usually work 5 locations on a rotation, about 6 hours a day. Clear 3 or 4 thou on a good one. Saved up about 30 G's. I'm looking to double that before winter. It'll hold me for a while."
But just a while, knowing you. Interested in some real money?
"What's the deal?" Leo asked.
I'll tell you after we run a couple shorts. I need some seed for the long.
"A long con? Who does that anymore?" She cocked her head and stared down at him. In her high-heeled boots, she was 5'11".
I do. I never stopped, in fact.
"What's the risk level?"
High, but so's the reward.
A car alarm erupted with eardrum-shattering decibels. Neither of them even flinched. Leo finally blinked. "Okay, I'm in. What now?"
Now we line up a couple other people.
"We rolling all-star on this?" His eyes glittered at the prospect.
Long Con deserves nothing but the best.
She picked up the Black Queen.
I'll take my payment in dinner tonight for pulling the lady out of your magic deck.
"Afraid there aren't many restaurants worth eating at around here."
Not here. We're flying to L.A. in 3 hours.
The next day, Annabelle and Leo cruised down Wilshire Boulevard in Beverly Hills in a rented dark blue Lincoln. Leo intently eyed the shops they were passing. "How'd you get a lead on him?"
Usual sources. He's young and doesn't have much street experience, but his specialty is why I'm here.
Annabelle pulled into a parking place. "What's he like?"
Very metrosexual.
A minute later, Annabelle led Leo into a high-end clothing boutique. Inside the store, they were greeted by a lean, good-looking young man dressed all in chic black with slicked-back blonde hair and a day's worth of fashionable stubble on his face.
You here all by yourself today?
She asked him, looking around at the other well-heeled customers in the store. He nodded. "But I enjoy working the store. I'm very service-oriented."
I'm sure you are.
Annabelle said under her breath. After waiting until the other customers had left the shop, Annabelle put the closed sign on the front door. Leo brought a woman's blouse to the cash register while Annabelle wandered around behind the checkout area. Leo handed over his credit card, but it slipped out of the clerk's hand, and the man bent down to retrieve it. When he straightened up, he found Annabelle standing right behind him.
That's a really neat toy you have there,
she said, eyeing the tiny machine the clerk had just swiped Leo's card through. Ma'am, you're not allowed behind the counter, he said, frowning. Annabelle ignored this comment.
Did you build it yourself?
The clerk said firmly. It's an anti-fraud machine. It confirms that the card is valid. We've had a lot of stolen credit cards come in here, so the owner instructed us to start using it.
Oh, I completely understand.
Annabelle reached by the clerk and slid out the device.
What this does, Tony, is read the name and account number and the embedded verification code on the magnetic stripe so you can forge the card.
Tony looked at both of them. How do you know my name? You cops?
Oh, much better than that,
Annabelle said, putting her arm around his slender shoulders.
We're people just like you.
2 hours later, Annabelle and Leo were walking down the pier in Santa Monica. Damn, I'd forgotten how nice it was out here.
Beautiful weather and the best marks in the world. That's why we're here. Because where the best marks are
where the best cons are, Leo finished for her. She nodded.
Okay, that's him. Freddie Driscoll, Crown Prince of Bad Paper.
Leo read the small sign over the outdoor kiosk. Designer heaven? They reached the merchandise display where jeans, designer bags, watches, and other accessories were neatly arranged. The older man next to the kiosk greeted them politely. Wow, these are great prices, Leo commented as he looked over the items. The man beamed proudly. I don't have the overhead of the fancy stores, just the sun, sand, and ocean. They looked through the merchandise, selected a few items, and Annabelle handed the man a $100 bill in payment. He took it from her, put on a pair of thick glasses, held the bill up at a certain angle, and then quickly handed it back. Sorry, ma'am, I'm afraid that's a forgery.
You're right, it is. But I thought it was fair to pay for fake goods with fake money.
The man didn't even blink. He just smiled at her benignly. Annabelle examined the bill in the same way the man had.
The problem is that not even the best forger can really duplicate Franklin's hologram when you hold the bill at this angle, because you'd need a $200 million printing mill to get it right. There's only one of them in the States, and no forger has access to it.
Leo piped in. So you take a grease pen and do a nifty sketch of old Benny. That gives anyone smart enough to check the paper a little flash and the illusion that he saw the H-gram when he really didn't.
But you knew the difference, because you used to make this paper about as well as anyone.
She held up a pair of jeans.
But from now on, I tell your supplier to take the time to stamp the brand name on the zipper like the real manufacturers do.
She put the jeans down and picked up a handbag.
And double-stitch the strap. That's a dead giveaway, too.
The man said, I'm really shocked that I've been the victim of counterfeit merchandise. I saw a police officer just a few minutes ago farther down on the pier. I'll go and get him. Please don't leave. He'll want your full statements. Annabelle gripped his arm with her long, supple fingers.
Don't waste your cover story on us. Let's talk.
What about? He asked warily. 2 shorts and then a long, Leo answered, making the old man's eyes light up. Roger Seagraves looked across the conference table at the mouse of a man and his pitiful comb-over. The man was skinny in the shoulders and legs and fat in the belly and butt. Though still in his 40s, he probably would have been hard-pressed to jog more than 20 yards without collapsing. Lifting a grocery bag would no doubt have taxed the limits of his upper body strength. He could be a poster boy for the physical degradation of the entire male race in the 21st century, Seagraves thought. It irked him, because physical fitness had always played paramount importance in his life. He ran 5 miles every day, finishing before the sun was fully up. He could still do one-handed push-ups and bench press twice his own weight. He could hold his breath underwater for 4 minutes and sometimes worked out with a high school football team near his home in western Fairfax County. No man in his 40s could keep up with 17-year-old boys, but he was never that far behind them either. In his previous career, these skills had all served one purpose: keeping him alive. His attention turned back to the man across the table from him. Every time he saw the creature, a part of him wanted to place a round in the man's forehead and put him out of his lethargic misery. But no sane person killed his golden goose, or, in this case, golden mouse. The creature's name was Albert Trent. The man had a brain. Seagraves had to give him that. An important element of their plan, perhaps the most important detail, had, in fact, been Trent's idea. It was for this reason, more than any other, that Seagraves had agreed to partner with him. The two men spoke for some time about the upcoming testimony of CIA representatives to the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, of which Albert Trent was a prominent staff member. Finished, they sat back and drank down their lukewarm coffee.
"The wind's really picking up outside,"
Trent said, his eyes on the briefing book in front of him. Seagraves glanced out the window. Okay, now it was code time. Just in case someone was listening in. "Front's coming in, I saw in the news. Might get some rain later, but then again, maybe not."
"I heard a thunderstorm was possible."
Seagraves perked up at this. A thunderstorm reference always got his attention. Speaker of the House Bob Bradley had been such a thunderstorm. Seagraves chuckled. "You know what they say about the weather. Everyone talks about it, but no one does a damn thing about it." Trent laughed too. "Okay, unless there's anything else, I'll be hitting the road. Traffic will be a bitch this time of day."
"When isn't it?"
Trent tapped the briefing book as he said this. Seagraves glanced at the book he'd given the other man, even as he picked up a file Trent had pushed across to him. The file contained some detailed requests for information and clarification regarding certain surveillance practices of the intelligence agency. The massive briefing book he'd left for Trent held nothing more exciting than the usual dull-as-dirt, overly complicated analysis his agency routinely fed the Oversight Committee. However, if one read between the proverbial lines, as Seagraves knew that Trent would do that very evening, the briefing book's pages also revealed something else: the names of 4 very active American undercover agents and their current locations overseas, all in coded form. The right to the delivery of these names and addresses had already been sold to a well-financed terrorist organization that would knock on these people's doors in 3 countries in the Middle East and blow their heads off. $2 million a name in U.S. dollars had already been wired to an account that no American bank regulator would ever audit. Now it was Trent's job to move the stolen names on down the food chain. Business was booming for Seagraves. As the number of America's global enemies continued to pile up, he was selling secrets to Muslim terrorists, communists in South America, dictators in Asia, and even members of the European Union. "Happy reading," Trent said, referring to the file he'd just given him. It was here that the encrypted identity of the thunderstorm would be revealed to Seagraves along with all the whys and wherefores. At his home later that night, Seagraves stared at the name and began plotting the mission in his usual methodical way. Only this time it would take something far more subtle than a rifle and scope. Here Trent came through like a gem, with a piece of intelligence on the target that simplified things greatly. Seagraves knew just whom to call. Punctually at 6:30 on a clear, cool morning in Washington, D.C., the front door of Jonathan DeHaven's 3-story home opened, and out he stepped, dressed in a gray tweed jacket, pale blue tie, and black slacks. DeHaven was far from the wealthiest person in his neighborhood, where the average price of a towering brick structure would set the purchaser back several $million. Luckily, he'd inherited his place from parents savvy enough to be early investors in the choicest D.C. real estate. Even though this windfall had allowed DeHaven to pursue his life without worrying about earning money by any means possible, this was not true of other dwellers on Goodfellow Street. In fact, one of his neighbors was a merchant of death, though DeHaven supposed the politically correct term was defense contractor. The man, Cornelius Behan, he liked to be called CB, lived in a palatial space that cobbled 2 original dwellings into a 15,000-square-foot behemoth. Jonathan DeHaven set off to work with a lively bounce in his step. He was the immensely proud director of the Rare Books and Special Collections Division at the Library of Congress, arguably the finest rare books collection in the world. He walked about a quarter mile along a series of rumpled brick sidewalks. At one corner, he boarded a crowded metro bus. 25 minutes later, the bus dropped DeHaven off at a busy intersection. DeHaven trotted up the broad steps of the massively domed Library of Congress Jefferson Building. He signed for the alarmed door keys from the library police and headed up to the second floor, quickly making his way to room LJ239. Located here were the Rare Books Reading Room and the honeycombed series of vaults that kept secure many of the nation's papered treasures. He unlocked the massive outer doors of the reading room and swung them back against the inside walls. The reading room was not open on the weekends, which allowed DeHaven to ride his bike, collect rare books for his personal collection, and play the piano. It was a skill he'd learned under the rigorous tutelage of his father. Despite sometimes bristling under their strict code of conduct, he had almost always obeyed his parents. In fact, he had really only performed one act that had gone against their wishes, yet it was quite a large transgression. He'd married a woman nearly 20 years younger than him, a lady quite apart from his station in life, or so his mother had informed him over and over, until she'd badgered him into having the marriage annulled a year later. If only he had possessed a backbone years ago. DeHaven sighed wistfully as he unbuttoned the front of his jacket and smoothed down his tie. Walking across the reading room and pulling out his security card, he waved it in front of the computer access pad, nodded to the surveillance camera bolted into the wall above the door, and walked into the vault. Coming here each morning was a daily ritual. It helped to recharge his batteries, reinforce the notion that it really was all about the books. He spent some time in the hallowed grounds of the Jefferson Room, leafing through a copy of the work of Tacitus, a Roman that the third U.S. president much admired. Next, he used his keys to enter the Lessing J. Rosenwald vault, where incunabula and codex donated by Rosenwald, the former head of Sears Roebuck, sat. After checking on a couple of books that had just come back from the conservation department, he headed up the stairs to the vaults that stretched over the reading room. He stopped to affectionately pat the head of a small bust of a man that had sat on a small table in a corner for as long as anyone could remember. A moment later, Jonathan DeHaven collapsed into a chair and commenced dying. It was not a pleasant or painless death, as evidenced by the convulsions and silent screams as life was squeezed from his body. By the time it was over, a mere 30 seconds later, he was stretched out on the floor, a full 20 feet from where he'd started. About 25 miles away, Roger Seagrave's phone rang at his home. It was the weather report, sunny and clear for the foreseeable future. Seagraves finished his breakfast, grabbed his briefcase, and headed to work. He loved it when the day started on a positive note. Caleb Shaw entered the Rare Books reading room and strolled to his desk against the wall at the back, where he deposited his knapsack and bike helmet. He had a lot to do this morning. The previous day, a prominent American scholar had requested over 600 books to prepare a complex bibliography, and it was Caleb's job as a research specialist to gather them together. He walked to the vault entrance, placed his card over the security pad, and pulled the door open. Caleb was a little surprised not to have seen Jonathan DeHaven when he came in. He glanced at the list in his hand. This task would easily take him the entire day, if not longer. He grabbed a book cart from against one of the walls and set about his work. It was very cool inside, and he remembered that yesterday he'd left his sweater on the vault's 4th floor. He was about to take the elevator up when he gazed down at his middle-aged spread and decided on the stairs instead, actually running up the last few steps. He strode across the main walkway to the place where he'd left his sweater. When he saw the body of Jonathan DeHaven lying on the floor, Caleb Shaw gasped once, choked, and then fainted. The tall, wiry man walked out of the plain cottage and into the small cemetery where he worked as caretaker. There was a lot of work to be done in making sure that the homes of the dead were maintained properly. Ironically, he himself officially resided in a grave at Arlington National Cemetery, and most of his former mates in the government would have been surprised to learn that he was still alive. He had not used his real identity, John Carr, in over 30 years. He'd been known for decades now as Oliver Stone. He had changed his name partly to foil attempts by his old agency to track him down, and partly as an act of defiance against a government that he felt was less than honest with its citizens. For decades, he'd maintained a small tent in Lafayette Park, across from the White House, where he was one of a handful of permanent protesters. The sign next to his tent read simply, "I want the truth." In pursuit of this goal, he headed up a small, informal watchdog organization called the Camel Club that had as its purpose keeping the American government accountable to its people. And he had been known to harbor a few conspiracy theories from time to time. The other members of the club, Milton Farb, Reuben Rhodes, and Caleb Shaw, held no positions of power and wielded no influence, and yet they kept their eyes and ears open. He gazed at the sky that promised rain later. Stone threw some weeds into a garbage pail and then spent some time shoring up an old tombstone. As he worked, he was listening to the news on a portable radio he'd set on the ground beside him. The news anchor had just launched into a story about the overseas deaths of 4 State Department liaisons in Iraq, India, and Pakistan in separate incidents. State Department liaisons. Stone knew what that meant. U.S. intelligence operatives had gotten their cover blown and been murdered. The official spin would hide that fact from the public. It always did. His ringing cell phone disturbed these thoughts. He answered, listened briefly, and asked no questions. Then he started to run. His friend and fellow Camel Club member Caleb Shaw was in the hospital, and another man who worked at the Library of Congress lay dead. Caleb Shaw lay in a hospital bed, slowly shaking his head. Around him were the other members of the Camel Club. Reuben Rhodes was nearly 60 years old, over 6'4", with the build of a football lineman. Milton Farr was 5'11" and thin, with longish hair and a cherubic, unlined face that made him look much younger than his 49 years. Reuben was a much-decorated Vietnam War vet and former Defense Intelligence Agency employee, who currently worked at a loading dock after his military career had been derailed by booze, pills, and his outrage over the war that he'd indiscreetly vented. He dried out with the help of Oliver Stone, who'd happened upon him at Arlington National Cemetery, where Reuben had been unceremoniously lying stoned under a maple tree. Milton had been a child prodigy of boundless intellectual ability. His parents had worked in a traveling carnival where their son's mental prowess was exploited in a freak show atmosphere. Despite that, he had gone to college and been employed at the National Institutes of Health. However, suffering from obsessive-compulsive disorder and other destructive mental ailments, his world had eventually come crashing down around him. He became destitute and fell into such debilitated mental shape that a court ordered him institutionalized. Again, Oliver Stone came to the rescue. He'd worked as an orderly at the psychiatric hospital where Milton had been a patient. Recognizing the man's remarkable abilities, which included a pure photographic memory, Stone managed to get a sedated Milton on Jeopardy, where he defeated all comers and earned a small fortune. Years of dedicated counseling and drug therapies had allowed him to live quite normally. He now had a lucrative business, designing websites for corporations. Stone leaned his 6'2" body against a wall, his arms crossed in front of him as he looked down at his friend in the bed.
It was truly horrible, Caleb said. There he was, just lying on the floor.
And you fainted? Stone asked, his gaze fixed on his friend.
I must have. I remember turning the corner, looking for my sweater, and there he was. God, I almost stumbled over him. I saw his eyes. My mind went blank. My chest tightened. I felt so cold. I thought I was having a heart attack. And then I just passed out.
Did you know DeHaven well? Stone asked Caleb.
Yes. It's tragic, really. He was in excellent shape. He just had a complete cardio workup at Hopkins. But I guess anyone can have a heart attack.
Is that what it was, a heart attack?
Caleb looked uncertain. What else could it be? Or a stroke, perhaps?
Until the autopsy results come back, we can only speculate, Stone pointed out. But you didn't see anyone else in the vault area, did you?
Caleb stared up at his friend. No. Stone looked thoughtful.
First the Speaker of the House is murdered, and now the director of the Rare Books Division dies under somewhat mysterious circumstances.
Reuben eyed him warily.
I doubt terrorists are targeting book peddlers these days, so don't work this into another grand conspiracy.
Stone's eyes twinkled. We'll table the issue for now until we know more.
I can give you a ride home, Caleb, Reuben said. I have my motorcycle.
Reuben's pride was his fully restored 1928 Indian motorcycle, with a very rare left-hand sidecar. I don't think I'm up to that, Reuben. Caleb paused and added, Frankly, that contraption of yours terrifies me. A nurse bustled in, took the patient's vitals, and stuck a temperature reader in Caleb's left ear. Can I go home soon? He asked. She took the reader out and looked at it. You're almost up to normal. And yes, I think the doctor is preparing the discharge orders now. How's it check out? Leo Richter said into his phone headset as he punched in some numbers on the keypad. He sat in his car in front of a drive-through ATM in Beverly Hills. In a van parked across the street, Tony Wallace, until recently a felonious boutique store clerk, examined the video feed on the screen in front of him. Sweet. I got a perfect frame of your fingers inputting the pin, and I got a tight shot of the face of the card going in. With the zoom and the freeze, I can read everything on it. The night before, they had switched the metal box containing bank brochures that was bolted to the side of the ATM with a box of Tony's manufacture. Inside the fake brochure box, Tony had placed a battery-powered video camera with wireless feed pointed at the keypad and card slot for the ATM. The camera could send the picture up to 200 meters away, well within range of the van. Annabelle was sitting next to Tony. Across from her was Freddie Driscoll, manning another video camera aimed out the heavily tinted side window of the van. I got a clear shot of the cars and license plates going through, he reported.
Okay, Leo,
Annabelle said into her headset.
Move out of the way and let the real money through.
Over the next 2 days, they sat in the van as the ATM camera and skimmer captured debit and credit card information. Annabelle methodically matched this information with the cars and their license plates going through the ATM lane, loading it all on a laptop in a spreadsheet format. Annabelle was also prioritizing.
Bugatti Veyrons, Celines, Paganis, Koenigsegg's, Maybachs, Porsche Carrera GTs, and Mercedes SLR McLarens get 5 stars. The Bugatti sells for $1.25 million, and the others sell for between $400,000 and $700,000. Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and Aston Martins get 4 stars. Jags, BMWs, regular Mercedes get 3 stars.
At the end of the 2 days, they regrouped at the rental house.
We go quality over quantity. 30 cards, that's all we need.
Leo read through the spreadsheet. Perfect, because we got 21 5 stars and 9 4 stars all matched to their card numbers. Hey, how come you took down their license plate numbers too? Tony asked.
You never know when it might come in handy.
Annabelle looked at Freddie, who was going over some equipment he'd arranged on a large table in the adjoining room. This included a stack of blank credit cards and a thermal dye printer.
You have everything you need?
He nodded, looking over his tools with satisfaction. Annabelle, you run a first-class operation. 3 days later, Freddie had built 30 counterfeit cards, complete with colored graphics and a magnetic stripe encoded with a verification code on the back and embossed with the victim's name and account number on the front.
Okay, here's the plan.
Annabelle perched on the arm of a chair.
I've rented cars for all of us under fake ID packs. The 3 of you each take 8 cards, and I'll take 6, which makes our total 30 cards. You'll individually hit 40 ATMs in the metro area and perform 2 transactions at each. You'll alternate the cards you use at every ATM, so at the end, you'll have accessed each account 10 times.
But there are limits on how much you can take out of an account in a day, Freddie said, to protect against stolen cards.
My contacts on the bank side tell me the usual initial bump up is to $2,500. But aside from that, the counterfeit cards give us access to all of the Mark's accounts, savings, checking. If we make a deposit from savings into checking to more than cover the amount of the withdrawal, then in the machine's mind, that'll net out as a plus and override the ATM withdrawal limit, whatever it happens to be.
So if we deposit, say, $5,000 from savings into checking and withdraw $4,000, it won't even register as a net withdrawal from checking, Leo added.
Yes.
Are you sure? Tony asked.
I did a dry run last month with 10 of the major banks, and it worked every time. It's a software glitch they haven't focused on yet. Until they do, well, it's a nice payday.
She handed them all 3-ring notebooks.
Inside these are the pins for each card and the exact amounts at each ATM you'll transfer for deposit and then withdraw for each account. After we finish, the notebooks get burned.
She rose, went to a closet, and threw them duffel bags.
Your disguises are in there. Use the bags to carry the money.
Freddie looked at the dollar amounts listed in his notebook. But what if the people don't have the funds to cover the deposit? I mean, even rich people are sometimes short of funds.
Oh, they have the cash. I've already checked that.
Oh? Tony asked.
I called their banks, said I was a vendor, and asked if they had enough money in their savings to cover a $50,000 account payable that they owed.
And they just told you? Tony said. They always tell you, kid, Leo answered. You just have to know how to ask.
The total take will be $900,000, an average of $30,000 a card.
Annabelle continued.
And just in case someone gets the urge to cut and run, the next short con is going to double what we make off this one.
Hey, Tony said in an offended tone, pushing a hand through his styled hair. This is fun stuff.
It's only fun if you don't get caught,
Annabelle pointed out, and then walked out of the room. Tony muttered something under his breath and stalked out of the room. She keeps things close to the vest, doesn't she? Freddie remarked. Would you want to work with a con who didn't? Leo countered. Who is she? Annabelle, Leo answered. I know that, but what's her last name? If she wanted you to know, she would have told you herself. Freddie said, Come on, Leo, you know all about us, and I've been around the block. It goes no further. Leo considered this, and then in a low voice said, Okay, you gotta swear to take it to your grave. He paused as Freddie promised. Her name's Annabelle Conroy, Leo said. As in Patty Conroy? Freddie said at once. Now him I heard of. I assume they're related. Leo nodded, keeping his voice low. His daughter. But that was a well-kept secret. Most people never knew Patty even had a kid. I never had the pleasure of working with the man, Freddie added. Yeah, well, I had the pleasure of working with old Patty Conroy. He was one of the best cons of his generation, and also one of the biggest assholes. Leo glanced in the direction that Annabelle and Tony had left the room, and his voice sank even lower. You saw that scar under her right eye? Well, her old man did that. She got that for blowing a claim con when they were cheating the Vegas casinos at roulette. She was all of 15 but looked 21. Cost the old man $3,000, and she got a hell of a beating for it. And it wasn't the only time, I can tell you that. Freddie remained silent for a bit, apparently letting all this sink in. Any word on the long con? Leo shook his head. It's her game to call. I just work here. As Freddie and Leo headed into the kitchen to get some coffee, Tony peered around the other doorway. He'd left his notebook in the room and had come back in time to hear the entire conversation. He smiled. Tony loved knowing things people didn't think he knew. The scan netted $910,000 because Tony had gotten greedy at one of the ATMs. What's the poor schmuck gonna have to do? Trade in his Pagani? He said snidely.
Don't ever do that again,
Annabelle said firmly as they sat over breakfast in a new rental house 5 miles from the first one. What's an extra $10,000? Tony complained. Hell, we could have taken him for a lot more than what we did. Annabelle pushed a finger hard against his chest.
It's not about the money. When I lay out a plan, you follow it. Otherwise, you can't be trusted. Don't make me sorry I picked you, Tony.
She stared the young man down and then turned to the others.
Okay, Let's go over the second short.
Then she eyed Tony again.
And this one is a face-to-face con. If you don't follow instructions and play the mark just right, your ass is going to the can because the margin of error is 0.
I'm cool.
Are you sure? Because if it's a problem, I need to know right now.
He glanced nervously at the others. I got no problems.
Good. We're heading to San Fran.
They made the 6-hour drive to San Francisco in 2 cars. Leo and Annabelle in one, Tony and Freddie in the other. They cut a 2-week lease on a corporate condo on the outskirts of the city. For the next 4 days, they took turns pulling surveillance on an office complex in a posh suburb of the city. They were watching the pickups from the outdoor mailboxes that were filled to overflowing on most days, with packs of mail stacked next to the stuffed container. On the 5th day, at precisely 4:30, Leo, dressed as a mail carrier, drove up to the box in a postal truck that Annabelle had gotten. From a car she was parked in across from the mailbox, Annabelle watched Leo approach in the truck. Tony and Freddie were posted at the entrance to the complex. They'd alert Leo through his ear fob in case the real mailman showed up early. Leo would only be taking the mail stacked outside the box, since he didn't have a key to unlock the box. As Leo stacked the mail inside his truck, Annabelle's voice came through his earpiece.
You've got what looks to be a secretary running at you with some mail.
Roger that, Leo said quietly. He turned and faced the woman. You can just dump that right in here. Back at the condo, they searched through the hall quickly, dividing up the usable from the irrelevant. The letters that were of no use, Annabelle had Tony take down to the corner mailbox and post. The others were pored over by Annabelle and Freddie. When Tony came back, he said, You guys cut loose a bunch of payroll checks. What's that about? Payroll and accounts receivable checks are useless to us, Freddie said, with the confidence of the expert he was. They have laser locks binding the toner ink to the paper, and secure number fonts so you can't alter the dollar amounts. That never made any sense to me, Leo said. Those are checks going out to people they know. Freddie held up a check. This is what we want. A refund check. Tony said, But they're being sent to complete strangers. That's what doesn't make sense, kid, Leo said. You put security stuff on checks sent out to people who work for you or you do business with. And you got zilch on checks going out to who the hell knows. Annabelle added,
I picked that office complex because it houses regional offices for a number of Fortune 100 companies. Thousands of checks flow out of those places every day, and those accounts are loaded with money.
5 hours later, Freddie had assembled 80 checks. These are pretty clean. No artificial watermarks, warning bands, or detection boxes. He carried the checks over to a small workshop he had set up in one room of the house. With the others' help, he placed Scotch tape over the signature line, front and back of each check, placed them in a large baking pan, and poured nail polish over the paper. The acetone in the nail polish quickly dissolved everything on the checks that wasn't written in base ink. After they'd taken the tape off the signature lines, all that was left were essentially 80 blank checks signed by the company's CEO or CFO. After the checks had dried out, Freddie scanned them onto his laptop. 6 hours later, he stacked 80 checks on the table, totaling $2.1 million. Annabelle ran her finger down the perforated edge of one of the checks.
Now comes the human side of the con. Passing the bad paper.
They'd decided that Annabelle and Leo would pass the first series of altered checks, while Tony watched Leo to see how it was done for real. Annabelle, Leo, and Tony each had a series of complete ID packs that Freddie had made for them. These packs either matched the individual payee on the check or contained credentials showing they worked for the company the check was made out to. Over a 2-day period, Annabelle and Leo had grilled Tony on every conceivable obstacle he would face when passing the bad checks. They took turns playing the roles of tellers, managers, security guards, and bank customers. Tony was a fast learner, and at the end of the 2 days, they pronounced him ready to take his baby steps as a bad check passer, after he had watched Leo perform a few times. The first 10 passes went very smoothly. Annabelle was a redhead at one, a blonde at another, and a brunette at a third. The back of the van had been set up as a changing area, with a small makeup table and mirror. Leo was, in turn, a businessman, a company gopher, a retiree, and a lawyer, among others. Annabelle's practiced delivery with the tellers was smooth, without a trace of apprehension. She immediately put the clerk at ease, talking about the person's clothes or hair, or how much she loved the beautiful city by the bay. With the 11th teller, she confided,
I've had this consulting business for 4 years, and this is the biggest payment I've ever gotten. I worked my butt off for it.
Congratulations,
the female clerk said as she worked on the transaction.
$40,000 is a big payment.
The woman seemed to be scrutinizing the check and Annabelle's perfectly forged identification and corporate papers a bit too much. Annabelle noted the woman wasn't wearing a wedding band, but had worn one recently, because the skin was lighter where the ring would have been.
My ex left me for a younger woman and cleaned out our accounts,
Annabelle said bitterly.
I've had to build my whole life back. Hasn't been easy, but I wasn't gonna let him have the satisfaction, you know?
The woman's demeanor changed, and she said in a low whisper,
I know exactly what you mean,
as she completed the deposit.
12 years of marriage, and my ex decides to trade me in for a new Model 2.
I wish we could just give him a pill that would train them right, you know?
Oh, I want to give my ex a pill, all right. A cyanide pill,
the clerk said. Annabelle said casually,
I suppose there'll be a hold on the funds, won't there? It's just that I have some vendors to pay.
The clerk hesitated.
Well, normally there would be with a check this size.
She looked at Annabelle, smiled, and eyed her computer.
But the account the check's drawn on has plenty of money to cover it. I'll make the funds immediately available.
Oh, that's great. I really appreciate it.
We girls have to stick together.
Yes, we do.
Annabelle turned and walked out, with her deposit slip showing her company to be $40,000 richer. Meanwhile, Leo raced through his group of checks, usually not spending more than 10 minutes at each bank. Speed was the key here, he knew. Speed without sloppiness, however. By later that afternoon, they'd passed the 80 checks. 2 days later, at the rental condo, Leo knocked on Annabelle's bedroom door.
Yeah?
You got a minute? He sat on her bed while she put some clothes in a carry-on bag. $3 million, he said reverently. You know, you called them shorts, but to most cons, those were longs. Things of beauty, Annabelle.
Any con with decent skills could have done them. I just upped the ante a little.
A little? $3 million cut 4 ways isn't little. She glanced sharply at him. I know, he said quickly. You get a bigger share because it's your game. But still, my share could last me a few years living high on the hog.
Not yet. We have the long con, Leo. That was the deal.
Right, but just think about it. She dropped a stack of clothes in her bag.
I have thought about it. Is there anything else?
Yeah. What's the long con?
I'll tell you when you need to know, and right now, you don't need to know.
Leo sat down on the bed. I'm not the CIA. I'm a con. I don't trust anybody. He eyed her bag. And if you don't want to tell me, then I'm not going wherever the hell it is you're going. Annabelle stopped packing while she considered this.
If I tell you where we're going, will that be good enough?
Depends on where it is.
Atlantic City.
All the blood seemed to drain from Leo's face.
Are you out of your damn mind?
What, the last time wasn't bad enough?
Plane leaves at 7 a.m.
Leo stood there nervously, watching her pack, for a couple more minutes. Are we at least flying first class? He finally said.
Yes. Why?
Because if it's my last flight, I'd like to go out in style. Caleb Shaw was in the Rare Books reading room working. There were several patron requests to see some material from the Rosenwald vault. That required a supervisor's approval. Then Jewel English, an elderly woman and a regular in the reading room, asked to see an issue of Beatles' dime novels. She was very interested in the Beatles series and had a nice collection, she'd told Caleb. You're fortunate indeed, Jewel, Caleb said. It just came back from the conservation department. It needed some TLC. He retrieved the book, chatted with her for a few minutes over the untimely death of Jonathan DeHaven, and then returned to his desk. He watched for a few moments as the elderly woman slowly put on her thick glasses and looked through the old volume, copying down notes on a few pieces of notebook paper. As the door of the reading room opened, Caleb glanced over at the woman entering. She was from the administrative department. He rose to greet her. "Hi, Caleb. I've got a note here for you from Kevin." Kevin Phillips was the acting director, having taken DeHaven's place after his death. "I think it's fairly urgent." She handed him the envelope and left. Caleb carried it back to his desk and promptly tripped over the bent-up edge of his chair mat, knocked his glasses off his desk, and then accidentally stepped on them, crunching the lenses. Oh, good grief. He looked down at the envelope as he picked up his destroyed spectacles. Well, he couldn't read it now. Without his glasses, he couldn't read a damn thing, and it was urgent, the woman had said. "You've tripped over that mat several times before, Caleb," Jewel reminded him helpfully. "Thanks for the observation, Jewel," he said between clenched teeth. He suddenly looked over at her. "Jewel, can I borrow your glasses for a minute so I can read this note? I'm as blind as a bat. They may not work for you." "Don't worry, I'm blind as a bat too, at least when it comes to reading." He glanced down at the note as Jewel handed him her glasses. He put them on, sat at his desk, and read through it. Kevin Phillips was asking Caleb to come right away to the division's administrative offices, located on a secure floor of the building. "Thanks, Jewel." He handed the glasses back to her, steeled himself, and headed off. In the administrative office, he found Kevin Phillips sitting with a man in a dark suit. The man was introduced to Caleb as Jonathan DeHaven's attorney. "Under the term of Mr. DeHaven's will, you've been appointed the literary executor of his book collection, Mr. Shaw," the attorney said, pulling out a piece of paper and handing it to Caleb. He also gave him 2 keys and a slip of paper. "The large key is to Mr. DeHaven's home. The smaller key is to the vault at his home where the books are kept. The first number on the paper is the passcode to the alarm system at Mr. DeHaven's house. The second number is the combination to the vault. It's protected by both key and combo locks." Caleb looked dumbly at the articles he'd been handed. His literary executor? Phillips spoke up. "Yes, Caleb. As I understand it, you helped him acquire some volumes for his collection." "Yes, I did," Caleb acknowledged. He had enough money and informed taste to build a very good collection. "Well, he apparently thought a lot of your assistance," the attorney said. "Under the terms of the will, you are to be given full and unfettered access to his book collection. Your instructions are to properly inventory the collection, have it appraised, carve it up as you see fit, and sell it, with the proceeds going to several charities identified in the will." "What about his family?" "He has no living relatives," the attorney answered. "I remember one of the retired partners telling me that he was married once, years ago. Apparently, it didn't last long." He paused, seeming to search his memory. "Annulled, actually, I think he said. Anyway, you're to be paid a percentage of the sales price of the collection." Caleb returned to his office and stared down at the keys. A few minutes later, he made up his mind. He called Milton, Reuben, and then Stone. He didn't want to go to Jonathan's house alone, he told them. They all agreed to accompany him that night. That evening, Reuben and Stone drove to DeHaven's house on the Indian motorcycle, the tall Stone crammed into the sidecar. Caleb and Milton pulled up right behind them in Caleb's gray Chevy Nova. Caleb was wearing his backup pair of glasses. He assumed he'd be reading a lot tonight. "Nice digs," Reuben said. "Pretty ritzy for a government salary." "Jonathan came from money," Caleb answered. Caleb unlocked the front door, turned off the alarm system, and they all stepped inside. "I've been in the vault before. We can take the elevator down to the basement level." Reuben looked around at the antique furniture, tasteful artwork on the walls, and sculptures in classically styled presentation niches. "Do they need a house sitter until everything's settled?" "That would be a no." They rode the elevator down to a small anteroom. The vault door was a monster, 2-foot-thick steel with a computerized keypad and a slit for the special security key. The door slid open on silent-powered hinges, and they went inside. The space was about 10 feet wide, 9 feet high, and looked to be about 30 feet long.
The vault was lined with shelves, and on the shelves were books, pamphlets, and other articles that, even to the untrained eye, looked rare and valuable. "Can we touch anything?" Milton asked. "Better let me do it," Caleb answered. "Some of these items are very fragile. Many of them haven't seen natural light for over 100 years. "Damn!" Reuben exclaimed, running his finger lightly along the spine of one of the books. "Like a little prison, and they're serving their life sentences." "That's a very unfair way to look at it, Reuben," Caleb said in a scolding tone. "It protects the books so other generations can one day enjoy them. Jonathan went to great expense to house his collection with exquisite care." "What sort of collection did he have?" Stone asked. "Jonathan had a good collection, but not a great one. He'd be the first to admit that. All the great collectors had an almost limitless amount of money, but more than that, they all had a vision for what sort of collection they wanted, and they pursued it with a single-mindedness that could only be called an obsession." He glanced around the room. "There are some must-haves for the best collections that Jonathan simply would never be able to own." "Like what?" Stone asked. "Shakespeare's folios. The first folio would be the obvious one, of course. It contains 900 pages with 36 of the plays. None of the Bard's original manuscripts have survived, so the folios are incredibly desirable. A first folio sold a few years ago in England for £3.5 million. Milton let out a low whistle. Caleb continued. "Then there are the obvious acquisitions. William Blake, Newton's Principia Mathematica, something from Caxton, the earliest English printer. J.P. Morgan had over 60 Caxtons in his collection, if I remember correctly. A 1457 Mainz Psalter, the Book of St. Albans, and, of course, a Gutenberg Bible. There are only 3 known mint-condition Gutenbergs printed on vellum in the world. The Library of Congress has one. They're priceless." "What's that?" Reuben asked, pointing to a dimly lit corner in the back of the vault. They all crowded around the object. It was a small portrait of a man in medieval dress. "I don't remember seeing that before," Caleb said. Stone was examining the portrait from various angles before placing his fingers on one edge of the painting's frame and pulling. It swung open on a set of hinges, revealing the door of a small combination lock safe built into the wall. "A safe within a safe," Stone said. "Try the combination the lawyer gave you for the main vault, Caleb." Caleb did so, but it didn't work. He tried various other numbers without success. Caleb suddenly snapped his fingers. Of course! His fingers punched in a code on the safe's digital pad, and the door clicked open. "What number did you use?" Stone asked. "LJ239. It's the room number of the Rare Books reading room." Inside the safe was one article. Caleb carefully drew out the box and slowly opened it. Reuben said, "That thing's in pretty ragged shape." It was a book. The cover was black and torn, and the binding was starting to come apart. Caleb carefully opened it and turned to the first page. Then he turned another, and then another. He finally gave a sharp intake of breath. "Oh, my God!" Stone said, "Caleb, what is it?" Caleb's hands were shaking. He spoke slowly, his voice trembling. I believe this is a first edition Bay Psalm book." "Is it rare?" Stone asked. Caleb looked at him wide-eyed. "It's the oldest surviving object printed in what is now the United States, Oliver. There are only 11 psalm books in existence in the entire world, and only 5 of them are complete. They never come onto the market. The Library of Congress has one, but it was given to us decades ago. I don't believe we could have afforded it otherwise." "So how did Jonathan DeHaven get one?" Stone remarked. With great reverence, Caleb carefully eased the book back into the box and closed it. He placed the box in the safe and shut the door. "I don't know. The last psalm book came on the market over 60 years ago when it was purchased for what was then a record amount, equaling millions of dollars in today's money." "What exactly is it?" Reuben asked. It's a hymnal that the Puritans commissioned a number of ministers to put together, to give them religious enlightenment on a daily basis.
But if all the psalm books are in institutions, Stone said.
Caleb glanced at him, a look of trepidation on his face. I guess there's the possibility, however rare, that there are unaccounted for psalm books out there. Over hundreds of years, anything's possible. Though the room was cool, Caleb wiped away a bead of perspiration from his forehead. Do you know the enormous responsibility this entails? We're talking about a collection with a psalm book in it. A psalm book, for God's sake!
Stone put a calming hand on his friend's shoulder. I've never met anyone better qualified to do this than you, Caleb. And whatever we can do to help, we will.
What the hell are you people doing here?
A voice cried out. They all turned to look at the intruders who were standing just outside the vault door. There were two burly men in the uniforms of private security, their guns pointed at the Camel Club. The man in front of the two guards was short and thin, with a shock of red hair.
I said, what are you people doing here?
The redhead repeated. Reuben growled.
Maybe we should be asking you the same thing, buddy.
Caleb stepped forward.
I'm Caleb Shaw with the Library of Congress, where I worked with Jonathan DeHaven. In his will, he appointed me as his literary executor.
He held up the house and vault keys.
I was given permission from Jonathan's lawyer to come here and look over the collection. My friends came along to help me.
He reached in his pocket and presented his library ID to the man, whose demeanor quickly changed.
Of course, I'm sorry,
the man said after gazing at Caleb's ID before handing it back to him.
I just saw people entering Jonathan's house, and the door was unlocked, and I suppose I jumped to conclusions.
He nodded to his men to put away their guns.
We never did catch your name, Reuben said,
eyeing the man suspiciously. Before he could answer, Stone said, I believe we're in the company of Cornelius Bean, CEO of Paradigm Technologies, the country's third-largest defense contractor.
Bean smiled. Soon to be #1 if I get my way, and I usually do.
Well, Mr. Bean, Caleb began.
Call me CB, everybody does.
He took a step forward and glanced around the room.
So, this is DeHaven's book collection.
You knew Jonathan? Caleb asked.
I wouldn't call us friends, really. I had him over for 1 or 2 holiday parties. I knew he worked at the library and that he collected books. So, you're his literary executor, Bean noted. What does that mean?
It means I've been given the task of cataloging and appraising the collection and then selling it.
Anything good in here?
Bean asked. Are you a collector? Stone inquired.
Oh, I've been known to collect a good many things, he answered vaguely.
Well, it is a very good collection. It will be put up for auction, Caleb explained. At least the most prominent parts of it will be.
Right, Bean said absently. Any new developments on Jonathan's death?
Caleb shook his head.
So far, it appears to be a heart attack. And he seemed so healthy. I guess that's a good reason to give it all we've got every day, because tomorrow...
He wheeled around and marched out, his men scurrying along in his wake. They spent that night going over the books and other articles, until Caleb had a fairly complete list. Milton inputted these onto his laptop computer.
Now what?
Milton asked as they closed the last book.
Ordinarily, you'd bring in an appraiser from Sotheby's or Christie's,
Caleb answered.
But I have someone else in mind. And in my opinion, he's the best there is in the rare book field. And I want to find out if he knew that Jonathan had the psalm book.
Is he in New York? Stone asked.
No, right here in D.C. Maybe 20 minutes by car.
Who is it? Reuben asked.
Vincent Pearl.
Stone checked his watch. We'll have to see him tomorrow, then. It's already 11 o'clock.
Caleb shook his head. Oh, no, now is perfect. Vincent Pearl's rare bookshop is only open at night.
As the Camel Club left DeHaven's home, 2 pairs of binoculars were trained on them. One was from an upper window of a house across from DeHaven's, and another held by a man in the back of a van parked down the street that had stenciled on its side,
D.C. Public Works. When the motorcycle and Nova drove off, the van followed. As Caleb predicted, it took 20 minutes to get to Vincent Pearl's rare bookshop. There was no name on the storefront, only a sign that read, "Hours 8 p.m. to midnight, Monday to Saturday." Caleb marched up to the door and rang the bell. Reuben looked around at the stout door and barred window.
"I take it he's not into advertising."
"Anyone serious about book collecting knows exactly where to find Vincent Pearl," Caleb replied matter-of-factly.
"You know him well?"
Stone asked. "Oh, no, I hardly operate at the level of a Vincent Pearl. In fact, in the last 10 years, I've only met him personally twice." "You sure he's here?" Milton asked, just as a deep voice said in a demanding tone,
"Who is it?"
Milton jumped, but Caleb spoke into a small loudspeaker. "Mr. Pearl, it's Caleb Shaw from the Library of Congress."
"Who?"
Caleb looked a little embarrassed and started speaking quickly. "Caleb Shaw, I work in the Rare Books reading room."
"You don't have an appointment for tonight."
The tone was one of mild annoyance. "No, but I come on some urgency. If you could just spare a few minutes." A few seconds later, the door clicked open. As the others entered, Stone noted a tiny reflection from above. The small surveillance camera was staring right at them, ingeniously disguised as a birdhouse. The interior of the shop surprised Stone. He had expected to see a cluttered layout, with dusty books on bowed shelves, and every crevice bursting with old parchments and tomes for sale. Instead, the place was clean, streamlined, and well organized. The building itself was 2 stories in height. Tall, ornate bookshelves lined every wall, and the books housed in them were behind locked sliding glass doors. Reuben was about to say something when a heavily carved door behind the counter opened, and an old man walked out. Everyone except Caleb did a double take, because the gentleman's silvery beard was long and flowed down across his chest, and his long white hair cascaded down past his shoulders. Over his tall, pot-bellied frame, he wore a full-length lavender robe with gold stripes across the sleeve.
"Well,"
Pearl said, looking at Caleb expectantly.
"Are you Shaw?"
"Yes."
"What is your matter of urgency?"
Pearl suddenly glared at the others.
"And who are these people?"
Caleb introduced them, using only their first names, and hastily explained about his being appointed DeHaven's literary executor and his request about the appraisal.
"Yes, it was certainly a tragedy about DeHaven,"
Pearl said solemnly.
"And you've been named his literary executor, have you?"
he added in a surprised tone. "I helped Jonathan with his collection, and we worked together at the library," he answered defensively.
"I see," Pearl replied tersely. "But you still require an expert's eye, obviously."
Caleb turned slightly pink. Well, yes. We have an inventory of the collection on Milton's laptop."
"I would much prefer to deal in paper,"
Pearl replied firmly. "If you have a printer here, I can take care of that," Milton said. Pearl shook his head. "Well, we can print one out and bring it to you tomorrow," Caleb suggested. He hesitated and then said, "Mr. Pearl, I might as well come right out and say it. Jonathan has a first edition Bay Psalm book in his collection. Did you know about it?"
"Excuse me, what did you say?"
"Jonathan has a 1640 Bay Psalm book."
"That is not possible."
"I held it."
"No, you did not."
"I did," Caleb insisted. Pearl waved a hand dismissively.
"It's a later edition, then. Hardly earth-shattering."
"It was the 1640 edition. The year was printed on the title page."
"Then, my dear sir, it's either a facsimile or a forgery. People are very clever."
"I've worked in the Rare Books division for 12 years. I've examined the psalm book that we have. In my opinion, Jonathan's is real." Pearl eyed Caleb suspiciously.
"What was your name again?"
Caleb's pink face now turned red.
"Caleb Shaw." "Well, Shaw, did you run the standard authentication tests on the book?"
"No, but I looked at it. held it, smelled it. My God, man, you can't possibly be certain from such a rudimentary examination. DeHaven simply did not have that sort of a collection. Maybe it would be better if you came by Jonathan's house, so you can see for yourself that the psalm-book is an original, Caleb said stubbornly. Pearl stroked his unruly beard with the long, delicate fingers of his right hand, while he kept his withering gaze on Caleb. And, of course, I would welcome your expert opinion on the rest of the collection, Caleb added in a calmer tone. I believe I might have some time tomorrow evening, Pearl said in a clearly disinterested manner. That would be fine, Caleb said, handing him a card. Here's my number at the library. Just call to confirm. Pearl ushered them quickly out. Okay, Reuben said outside as he pulled on his motorcycle helmet. I think I just met Professor Dumbledore, Caleb said. Well, Pearl obviously doesn't believe the psalm-book is authentic. He paused, and then he said in a less confident tone, And maybe he's right. I mean, I only looked at the thing for a few moments. The Nova pulled off. As Reuben kick-started the Indian, Stone, on the pretense of adjusting his tall body better in the sidecar, glanced behind him. As they drove off, the van continued to follow. When the Chevy Nova and the motorcycle split up, the van continued to tail the bike. Despite the lateness of the hour, Stone instructed Reuben to drop him near the White House instead of his caretaker's cottage at Mount Zion Cemetery. He'd noticed the van following them and wanted to do something about it. He quietly explained the situation to Reuben as he was getting out of the sidecar. Stone said, Keep an eye out. If the van follows you, I'll call you on your cell phone. Shouldn't you call Alex Ford for some backup? After all, we did make him an honorary member of the Camel Club. Alex is no longer assigned to the White House, and I don't want to call him out on what might be nothing. But there are other Secret Service personnel here that can help me. When Reuben pulled away, Stone slowly passed his tent with the sign, I want the truth, next to it. The van remained parked on 15th Street, outside the 1600 block of Pennsylvania Avenue, closed to traffic. Stone climbed back down and approached one of the uniformed guards who protected the White House perimeter. What's up tonight, Oliver? The man said. He'd been guarding the White House for almost 10 years and was well acquainted with Stone. Hello, Joe. I wanted to give you the heads up on something. He quickly explained about the van, but without pointing toward it. I thought you should know in case you wanted to check it out. Thanks, Oliver, I owe you. As Stone had learned in all his years here, there was no detail too small for the Secret Service when it came to guarding the president. Thus, a couple minutes later, he watched from nearby as Joe, joined by another armed guard, approached the D.C. Public Works van. He tensed when the driver's window of the van came down. The next thing that happened was stunning. The two uniformed guards whirled around and walked quickly away from the van as the driver's window slid back up. The men did not come near Oliver Stone. They headed in the exact opposite direction as fast as they could go without running, while the van remained where it was. Damn, Stone muttered under his breath. Now he knew. The people in the van were members of a government agency with enough clout to send the Secret Service scurrying away like frightened children. Was his past finally catching up to him? He quickly struck off across the park, reached H Street, and turned left. When he reached the next intersection, the Public Works van screeched to a stop directly in front of him, and the slide door started opening. Then Stone heard the voice shouting at him. Oliver! He looked to his right. Reuben had driven his motorcycle up on the sidewalk and was speeding directly at him. He slowed just enough to allow Stone to dive into the sidecar. Reuben flew over the curb, back onto the street, and gunned the motorcycle with Stone's long legs sticking straight up out of the sidecar. Reuben, whose knowledge of the streets of D.C. nearly equaled Stone's, made a series of rights and lefts before he slowed the bike, eased into a dark alley, and came to a stop behind a dumpster. By this time, Stone had righted himself in the sidecar. He looked up at his friend. Your timing couldn't have been better, Reuben. Thanks. When you didn't call, I circled back around. The van started to move, and I followed it. I'm surprised they didn't spot you.
This motorcycle does tend to stick out. Reuben looked nervous. Oliver, if they were following us, do you think they might have had a tail on Caleb and Milton? Stone was already on his phone. He reached Caleb and told him some of what had happened and put his phone away. He just dropped Milton off at home. They didn't see anyone, but they probably wouldn't have. But what did we do to get spooks after us? We told Bien what we were doing there. What interest could he have in DeHaven? He might have an interest if he knew how DeHaven died. Or, perhaps more accurately, how he was murdered. You're saying Bien might have had his neighbor killed? Why? You just said it. His neighbor. It's possible that DeHaven saw something he shouldn't have. Reuben snorted. On Goodfellow Street? With the rich and obnoxious? It's all speculation, but the fact remains that if you hadn't shown up, I'm not sure what would have happened to me. So what do we do now? Since it seems no one was concerned about us until we went to Jonathan DeHaven's house, we start there. We have to find out whether the man was murdered or not. We could have taken the old guy even though his buddy showed up, but we figured it might be too dicey, one man said over the phone. Seagraves stared at his secure phone for a moment, thinking what his next move should be. They were at DeHaven's for how long? A few hours. And then to a rare bookshop, and then you followed them to the White House. One of them has a tent in Lafayette Park, and according to the Secret Service, his name is Oliver Stone. What a joke. He spotted your tail, so I don't know how much of a joke he is, Seagraves snapped. So, what do you want us to do? Nothing. I want to check out Mr. Stone more thoroughly. I'll be in touch. Seagraves hung up. A man calling himself Oliver Stone has a tent across from the White House, can spot expert surveillance, and visited the house of a man I had killed. Seagraves could feel another thunderstorm coming on. It was raining and chilly in Newark when the plane touched down. Annabelle now sported brown hair, cherry-red lipstick, and blocky-heeled shoes. Her three companions didn't leave the airport together. They drove south and rendezvoused at a rental unit in Atlantic City. Being back in the town after so many years, Annabelle could feel her tension level rising. The last time she had come far too close to dying. But she had prepared nearly 20 years of her life for this moment. She did not intend to waste it. Over the last week, she'd wired the funds from the altered checks out of the corporate accounts. With $3 million in seed money, the men were anxious to hear Annabelle's plan for the long con. And yet, she was clearly not ready to tell them. She spent much of the first day walking the town, scoping the casinos, and in discussions with certain nameless people. The men spent the downtime playing cards and shooting the breeze. She finally called them all together.
My plan is to turn our $3 million into a lot more in a relatively short period of time,
she informed them. I just love your style, Annabelle, Leo said.
Specifically, I plan to turn our $3 million into at least $33 million. I walk away with 13.5, and you split the rest 3 ways. That's 6.5 per.
She held up a warning hand.
If the scam doesn't work, we could lose some of the seed, but not all. Everybody all right with rolling the dice?
Each of them nodded.
The amount of money we're talking will necessitate taking certain risks on the back end.
Leo said, Translation, whoever we're ripping off will never stop looking for us. He lit a cigarette. And now I think it's time you told us who it is. Annabelle sat back and slid her hands into her pockets.
We're hitting Jerry Bagger and the Pompeii Casino,
she announced. Holy shit, Leo yelled. I knew it! I knew you were going to pull this crap! Tony looked at each of them. Who's Jerry Bagger? Leo said, The meanest son of a bitch you hope you never cross paths with, sonny boy, that's who. I'm not taking on Jerry effing Bagger for $3 million, $33 million, or $333 million, because I won't live to enjoy it anyway.
But you came here with us. And like you said, you knew I was going for him. You knew it, Leo.
She stood, came around the table and draped a long arm around his shoulders.
And if the truth be known, you've been waiting for a shot to take that weasel down for the last 20 years. Admit it.
Anybody who's done business with that bastard wants to kill him, so what?
I don't want to kill him, Leo. I just want to steal so much money from Jerry that it'll hurt him where it matters the most.
Sounds cool, Tony chimed, while Freddie still looked uncertain. Leo didn't answer. He and Annabelle were engaged in a lengthy stare-down. She said quietly,
Tony and Freddie are backroom all the way. The success of the scam depends on you and me.
I'm not making a run at Jerry, Leo snarled. Come on, Leo, it'll be fun.
Let's take a walk, Leo.
She held a hand up when Tony and Freddie stood to follow them.
Stay put. We'll be back,
she said. They walked along the boardwalk, which ran between the casinos on the main strip and the wide beach. Leo veered toward the beach. He stopped to take off his shoes and socks while Annabelle slid off her flats and rolled up her pants. They walked along the sand, drawing close to the water. Why are you doing this?
Doing what? Running a con? That's what I've been doing all my life. You should know that better than anyone, Leo.
No, I mean, why'd you come and get me, Freddie, the kid? You could have had your pick of just about anyone for this action.
I didn't want just anyone. We go way back, Leo, and I thought you'd want to take another run at Jerry. Was I wrong?
He gave her a sideways glance. Is this because of your old man?
I don't need you playing my shrink.
She moved slightly away from him, crossed her arms over her chest, and looked out to sea. Annabelle, you were always smart about your money, a lot smarter than me. After all the cons you've pulled, I know you don't need the cash.
Whoever has enough money.
He picked up a shell and hurled it. You really want to do this, don't you?
Part of me doesn't. The part of me I listen to knows I have to.
If this goes bad, I don't even want to think about what'll happen to us.
Then don't let it go bad.
Do you have a single nerve in your body?
Not that I've noticed.
She picked up a shell and chucked it into the face of a crashing wall of water, then let the ocean race across her feet and ankles.
Are we good?
He slowly nodded. Yeah, we're good. It took a full week to make the preparations. As part of that work, Annabelle gave a list of the documents and IDs she needed to Freddie. When he came to the end of the sheet, he did a double-take. 4 U.S. passports.
We need the passports to get out of the country for a while, until things cool down.
U.S. passports are difficult to make, Annabelle. They go for 10 grand each on the street. Annabelle gave him a hard stare.
Well, you're being paid $6.5 million to do these, Freddie.
The man swallowed nervously. I see your point. You'll have him. Freddie went off with the list. I've never even been out of the country, Tony said.
Best time to go is when you're young,
Annabelle said, sitting down across from him at the table.
You'll have plenty of money to live on,
she added. Tony brightened. A villa somewhere in Europe with my own staff.
Don't start throwing the cash around. That's a red flag. Take your time. I'll get you out of the country and then you take it from there.
She sat forward.
And now, here's exactly what I need from you.
Annabelle explained Tony's task in great detail.
Can you do it?
No problem, he said immediately. She eyed him questioningly. Look, I dropped out of MIT after 2 years because I was bored.
How quickly can you do it?
Give me a couple days.
No more than 2. I want to test it.
I got no problem with that, he said confidently. While Freddie and Tony were working on their assignments, Leo and Annabelle donned disguises and headed to the Pompeii Casino, the largest casino on the boardwalk and one of the newest, having risen from the ruins of an older gambling den. I remember when the first casino opened here in '78, Leo said. Annabelle nodded.
Resorts International. Bigger than any Vegas casino at the time, except the MGM. Patty ran some crews here for a while at the beginning.
Well, your old man never should have come back with you and me. Leo lit a cigarette.
Don't look back, Leo. Too many regrets start popping out.
He shrugged and then grinned. We had a hell of a roulette thing going here, didn't we?
Any kind can pass post craps and blackjack, but only real pros can do it long-term at roulette. You were the best claimer I'd ever seen, Annabelle.
And you were the best mechanic I ever worked with, Leo.
Yeah, I was good, but the fact is you were just as good a mechanic as me. I think sometimes your old man kept me on because you said to.
You give me way too much credit. Paddy Conroy only did what Paddy Conroy wanted to do, and what he ultimately did was screw us both.
Yeah, and leave us for Bagger to feed on. And if you hadn't been cat quick about it and made him miss by a couple inches, he looked out toward the ocean, maybe we'd be out there somewhere. She plucked the cigarette out of his mouth.
And now that we're done patting each other on the back down memory lane, let's get to work.
They started toward the casino entrance. They spent several hours walking the place, and even played a few games of chance along the way. They hooked up a little later, and had a drink at one of the bars. Annabelle said in a low voice,
Well?
Blackjack table number 5. Looks like we got a little monkey business coming out of the shoe, he said, referring to the device that held the packs of cards. How about you?
Annabelle took a swallow of her wine before answering.
A roulette table next to the spinning car. We got a 4-person pass-posting team dragging, and doing an okay job of it.
I thought they taught the dealers to really case their bets now.
How's security look?
Nothing out of the ordinary. I'm assuming the vault's under 1,000 tons of concrete, surrounded by 1 million guys armed with machine guns.
Good thing we're not going that route,
she replied dryly.
Yeah, you don't want to mess up your manicure.
He put his drink down.
How old would Jerry be now?
66.
She answered promptly.
Damn, there's the asshole himself,
Leo hissed, and immediately turned away. As Annabelle watched, 6 men, all of them young, big, and burly, walked by. They were surrounding another man, shorter but very fit, with broad shoulders and thick white hair.
Relax, we'd never even met the guy face to face. It was his goons who tried to kill us back then. It's not like he's gonna recognize you.
I know.
Leo and Annabelle both stared silently across the casino at Jerry Bagger and his army as they exited the casino, climbed into a mini motorcade, and headed off, perhaps to break somebody's kneecaps for cheating the casino king out of $30, much less 30 million. At the end of a week, they were ready. Annabelle was dressed in a dark black skirt and high heels, and she wore minimal jewelry. Her hair was now blonde and spiky. Leo's appearance had been altered even more radically. His toupee was gray and thin, with a hard widow's peak. He sported a small goatee, slender glasses, and a 3-piece suit. He said,
You know, the only thing that bugs me about this is ratting out other cons.
Like they wouldn't do it to us if they had the chance to walk away with millions. Besides, the ones we pegged aren't all that good. Sooner or later, they'll get caught anyway, and it's not like the old days. They'll pay their fine or do their bit of time and go hit the casino boats in the Midwest.
Yeah, but it's still a raw deal.
She shrugged.
If it'll make you feel better, I'll get their names and send them 20 grand each for their troubles.
Leo brightened, but then said,
Okay, just don't take it out of my share.
They had left Freddie and Tony and checked into one of the best hotels on the boardwalk. They would have no further direct contact with either of the men from now on. Before leaving them, she had admonished both, particularly Tony, to keep in mind that spies were everywhere in this town.
You don't flash cash, you don't joke, you don't say anything that might tip someone that a con is going down.
Leo and Annabelle rode in a cab to the Pompeii and immediately took up their vigils. Annabelle watched a crew that she'd been observing running a pass-posting scam at the roulette tables in casinos up and down the boardwalk. There were various incarnations of pass-posting. With roulette, it involved surreptitiously sliding big dollar chips on winning numbers after the ball had dropped and then collecting. Some teams used a different technique. The bettor would hide the big chips under the cheaper ones before the ball dropped. Then the bettor would either drag or pull the big chips off the table if the number lost, or do nothing except scream for joy if the number won, all right under the dealer's nose. Leo kept his eye on a blackjack table and a gent who'd been playing and winning for a nice stretch. Not big enough to arouse suspicion, but cumulatively, Leo figured the guy was making a lot more than the minimum wage for sitting on his butt and sipping free drinks. He used his cell phone to call Annabelle.
You ready to do this?
He asked.
Looks like my pass posters are just about ready to hit it, so let's go.
Annabelle walked over to a thick-set man she'd easily sized up as a pit boss and whispered into his ear, inclining her head toward the roulette table where the scam was happening.
There's a third section straight-up drag going down at table number 6. The 2 women seated on the right side are the check bettors. The mechanic's in the chair near the bottom of the table. The claimer's the skinny guy with glasses hanging back behind the dealer's left shoulder. Call up to the eye in the sky and tell the layout camera to zoom in on the action and hold until the drag's executed.
The pit boss stared at her for a second, but Annabelle's authoritative description couldn't be ignored. He quickly spoke into his headset, relaying this order. Meanwhile, Leo sidled up to the pit boss in his section and whispered, "At blackjack table number 5, you got a bad dealer doing the zero shuffle. The player in seat number 3 has a card counter analyzer strapped to his right thigh." As with Annabelle's warning, the pit boss only took a few seconds to call upstairs. 5 minutes later, the stunned cons were led away, and the cops called. 10 minutes after that, Annabelle and Leo found themselves in a part of the casino where no grandma with a Social Security check to blow would ever be invited. Jerry Bagger rose from behind the huge desk in his lavish office. "Excuse me for not thanking you for saving me a few lousy grand," he said in a bark of a voice that revealed his Brooklyn background. "Fact is, I'm not used to people doing me favors." The 6 other men in the room, all in high-dollar suits, stared at Leo and Annabelle, their hands clasped in front of them. Annabelle stepped forward.
We didn't do it as a favor. We did it so we'd end up here to see you.
Bagger spread his hands. "So you're here. You seen me. Now what?"
A proposition.
Bagger rolled his eyes. "Ah, here we go." He sat down on a leather couch. "Is this the part where you say you're going to make me a ton of money, even though I already got a ton of money?"
Yes. And you can serve your country at the same time.
Bagger snarled. "My country? Is that the same country that keeps looking to lock my ass up for doing something that's perfectly legal?"
We can help with that.
"Oh, so now you're feds." Annabelle sat down on the couch next to Bagger and handed him a card. He looked at it. "Pamela Young, International Management Incorporated," he read. "Means shit to me." He tossed it back to her. "My guys tell me you two really know your casino scams. They teaching that in Fed school now? Not that I believe you're feds." Leo said in a gruff tone, "You run what in the day, 30, 40 mil? You have to keep a certain level of reserves to comply with state gaming regs, but that leaves a lot of cash to float. So what do you do with the excess?" The casino owner looked at him in amazement. "I wallpaper my fucking house with it, asshole." He looked at his muscle. "Get this jerk-off out of my face."
What would you say to a 10% return on that money?
"I'd say that sucks." Bagger rose and went toward his desk.
I meant 10% every 2 days.
He stopped, turned, and looked at her.
What do you think of that?
"Too good to be true, so it is." He took a steel gray $5,000 casino chip from a desk drawer and tossed it to her. "Go have some fun. No need to thank me. Consider it a gift from God. Don't let the door hit that nice ass on the way out."
Just think about it, Mr. Bagger. We'll be back tomorrow to ask again. In accordance with my orders, we're required to ask twice. If you don't want in then, Uncle Sam will just go down the boardwalk and give the deal to one of your competitors.
"Good luck on that."
Worked in Vegas. It'll work here.
"Yeah, right."
Gambling revenue topped out 5 years ago, Mr. Bagger. So how can the Vegas crowd keep putting up billion-dollar properties? It's like they're printing money.
She paused.
And they are. And helping their country at the same time.
He sat down behind his desk and stared at her with, for the first time, just a hint of interest. That was all Annabelle needed at this point.
And did you ever wonder why none of the Vegas players have been investigated by the feds in the last 10 years? And yet, like you said, the Justice Department is all over your butt.
She paused.
And I know a man as smart as Jerry Bagger can't believe in that much luck.
She laid her card down on his desk.
You can call any time. People in my business don't keep regular office hours.
She and Leo left. When the door closed behind the pair, Bagger snapped,
Tail 'em. Annabelle and Leo were in a cab. Her gaze had never left the rear window. "They back there?" Leo asked in a whisper.
Of course. Where else would they be?
The cab pulled in front of their hotel and they got out. Annabelle walked down the street and then crossed it. She rapped on the window of the Hummer parked there. The glass slid down, revealing one of Bagger's burly men.
You can tell Mr. Bagger that I'm staying in room 1412. Oh, here's another card for you, in case he threw the other one away.
She turned and rejoined Leo, and they walked into the hotel together. Her phone buzzed. It was Tony, calling to confirm he was in position. She'd bought him a very expensive pair of surveillance binoculars and had him check into a room of a hotel right across the street from the Pompeii, which had a fine view of the window line to Bagger's office suite. The call she'd been expecting came 10 minutes later. She immediately signaled Leo, who was standing by the window. He did a quick text message to Tony on his BlackBerry. Annabelle poised her hand over the phone and motioned with the other one to Leo.
Come on, come on.
The phone rang 5 times, 6, 7. On the 9th ring, Leo got a confirming reply right back and nodded. Annabelle snatched up the phone.
Hello?
"How'd you make my guys so fast?"
Bagger bellowed.
When it comes to surveillance, my employer really can't be beat, Mr. Bagger. It's merely a question of thousands of assets on the ground and unlimited money.
"Meaning I'm under surveillance?"
He snapped.
We're all being watched, Mr. Bagger. You shouldn't feel singled out.
"Okay, we'll just let that go for now. What exactly do you want?"
This isn't something I'm prepared to discuss over the phone. Hardline phones aren't very secure.
There was a silence on the end of the line.
Are you still there?
He snapped.
"I'm here."
Do you want to meet at your office?
"That's no good. I'm already headed out of town."
No, you're not. You're sitting in your office right now.
This information was what Tony had emailed Leo. The line immediately went dead. She put the phone down, looked at Leo, and gave him a reassuring wink. He let out a deep breath.
"Deep waters we're treading in, Annie."
The phone rang again. She picked it up.
"This is my town,"
Bagger said menacingly.
"Nobody spies on me in my town."
Mr. Bagger, since this whole thing seems to be upsetting you, I'll make it easy. I'll report back that you turned down our second and final offer. That way, you won't have to worry about it anymore. And like I said, I'll just go elsewhere.
"There isn't a casino around here that would believe your half-assed story."
It's not just a story. We wouldn't expect savvy casino operators to take this on faith, so we do trial runs. Let them make a lot of money very quickly, and then they decide. Either they're in or out, and they get to keep the profits regardless.
She could hear him breathing on the other end of the line.
"Why would the government offer me this kind of deal?"
There are many forms of the government. Just because one part doesn't particularly care for you doesn't mean other elements don't see advantages.
"Are you with NSA?
No.
CIA?
I'm going to answer every question like that with an unqualified no.
I got politicians in my pocket in Washington. One call and I'll know."
One call and you'll know nothing. Because the field I work in, the politicians know zip about. But call away.
"How do I know this isn't some kind of sting operation the feds are running?"
Oh, I'm not a lawyer, but I'd have to say it would be a pretty clear case of entrapment.
Bagger said,
"What kind of trial run?"
A few clicks on the computer.
"Explain that."
Not over the phone, face to face.
She could hear him sigh.
"You eating dinner?"
He asked.
No.
"Pompeii, 10 minutes. They'll meet you at the front door."
An hour later, they were finishing an excellent dinner prepared by Bagger's personal chef. Bagger took his glass of bourbon and Annabelle and Leo their wine and settled down in comfortable leather chairs near a flickering gas fire.
"Okay. Belly's full, liver's pickled. Talk to me,"
Bagger ordered. He held up a finger.
"First, what are you guys up to? And then tell me about the money."
Annabelle sat back, cradling her drink, glanced at Leo, and said,
You remember Iran-Contra?
"Vaguely."
There are occasions when the interests of America are best served by providing aid to countries and certain organizations that don't have popular support in the U.S.
So, what's that got to do with me?
We have money from very discreet sources, some of it private, but it needs to be finessed before it can be deployed.
You mean laundered, Bagger said. She smiled coyly. I'm still not getting the connection.
El Banco del Caribe? You know it?
Look, how do I know you're legit? I call anybody that never heard of you. Where does that leave me?
Money talks and bullshit walks.
Meaning what exactly?
Meaning call your money guy in here.
Bagger looked at her suspiciously for a moment and then picked up the phone. The man appeared a minute later. Yes, sir. Annabelle took a slip of paper out of her pocket and handed it to him.
Pull this account up on your computer. It's at El Banco del Caribe. That's a one-time password along with the account number. And come back and tell Mr. Bagger the balance in that account.
The man looked at Bagger, who nodded. The man left and returned a few minutes later.
Well?
Bagger said impatiently. $3,012,000.16, sir. Bagger stared at Annabelle, the new respect clear in his gaze. He waved his money guy gone. After the door had shut, he said, Okay, you got my attention.
To further allay people's concerns, we usually do a trial run, or runs, as the case may be.
You mentioned that. How does it work?
You park money at El Banco for 2 days in an account of our designation. You collect the interest, and then the money is put back into your account at your home bank.
How much money are we talking?
$1 million is typical. The money you wire down gets mingled with other funds. After 2 days, you walk away with $100,000 in profit. You can do it every 2 days if you want.
You want me to put $1 million of my money in an account of your designation and wait 2 days for my money plus interest to come floating back to me? Do I look like I got cow shit for brains?
Annabelle sat down next to him and gently touched his arm.
I tell you what, Jerry. I can call you Jerry, can't I?
I'll let it slide for now.
For the 2 days your money is hanging out there, my associate and I will stay here, at your hotel, with your boys watching us night and day. If your money doesn't come back into your account with interest, just like I'm telling you, we're all yours.
He shook his head.
This has got to be the craziest damn thing I've ever heard, and I'm a nutcase for even listening to it.
It's not crazy. When you look at the world today, things have to be done to protect this country, action that is not always completely legal or popular.
But this money is all electronic. Why do you have to launder it?
Even digital dollars can be traced, Jerry. In fact, they can do it more easily than with real cash. The funds need to be commingled with other sources of money that are non-governmental.
She rose and stood beside him.
There's tremendous upside for you here, Jerry. I don't throw darts at names on a wall. Guys like you are ideal for our purposes. You've got brains, guts, money, and you don't mind playing close to the edge.
She studied Bagger closely and added,
I'd hate to give the action to one of the other casinos, Jerry, but my mission is clear.
After another minute, he grinned and patted her leg.
I'm as patriotic as the next son of a bitch. So what the hell, let's do it.
The Camel Club held a hastily called meeting at Stone's cottage at the cemetery the morning following their visit to DeHaven's home. Stone explained to Milton and Caleb in greater detail what had happened the night before.
They could be watching us right now,
a frightened Caleb said as he glanced out the window. I would be astonished if they weren't, Stone replied calmly.
So what now?
Reuben asked. He checked his watch.
I need to get to work.
Caleb added,
So do I.
Stone said, Caleb, I need to get inside the vault at the library. Is that possible? Caleb looked uncertain.
Well, they don't really like people just bringing in friends and family without advance notice. What if the visitor was a scholar from overseas?
Caleb looked sternly at his friend.
Oliver, I cannot possibly assist in perpetrating a fraud on the Library of Congress, for God's sake. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I believe we are now the targets of some very dangerous people because we're involved with Jonathan DeHaven. So we need to find out whether his death was natural or not. Well, we know how he died, Caleb countered. The others looked at him in surprise. I just found out this morning, he said quickly. Jonathan died as the result of cardiopulmonary arrest. That's what the autopsy reported. Milton said, That's what everybody dies of. It just means your heart stopped. Stone looked thoughtful. Milton's right. And that also means the medical examiner doesn't know what actually killed DeHaven. He stood and looked down at Caleb. I'll be at the library at 11 o'clock. He wrote something on a piece of paper and handed it to Caleb. This is who I'll be. A few hours later at the library, Caleb was handing a book to Norman Janklow, an elderly man and reading room regular. Here it is, Norman. He handed him a copy of Ernest Hemingway's A Farewell to Arms. Janklow was a Hemingway fanatic. The novel he was holding was a first edition, inscribed by Hemingway. Janklow slipped on his reading glasses, took out his pieces of paper and a pencil, and lost himself in the adventurous world of Ernest Hemingway's prodigious imagination and spare prose. Promptly at 11 o'clock, Oliver Stone arrived at the Rare Books reading room dressed in a rumpled three-piece tweed suit and holding a cane. His white hair was neatly combed, and he sported a very trim beard along with large black glasses that made his eyes bug-like. As one of the attendants at the front desk approached Stone, Caleb hurried forward. I'll take care of him, Dorothy. I know the gentleman. Stone made an elaborate show of producing a white business card. As promised, Herr Shaw, I am here to see the books. His accent was thick and Germanic, and very well done. As Dorothy, the woman behind the front desk, looked at him curiously, Caleb said, This is Dr. Aust. We met years ago at a book conference in Frankfurt, was it? No, Mainz, Stone corrected. I invited Dr. Aust to take a tour of the vaults while he's in town, Caleb explained. Sort of a spur-of-the-moment thing. Caleb and Stone headed into the vault. All right, take me through your exact movements that day. Caleb did so, ending on the top floor. He pointed at a spot. That's where his body was, Caleb shivered. God, it really was terrible. Stone looked around and then stopped and pointed at something on the wall. What's that? Caleb looked to where he was pointing. Oh, that's a nozzle for the fire suppressant system. You use water in here with all these books? Oh, no, it's a Halon 1301 system. Halon 1301? Stone asked. It's a gas, although it's really a liquid, but when it shoots out of the nozzle, it turns to gas. It smothers the fire without damaging the books. Stone looked excited. Smothers? My God! His friend looked at him curiously. Caleb, don't you see? What Stone was referring to suddenly dawned on Caleb. Smothering? Oh, no, Oliver, no. It couldn't have been the cause of Jonathan's death. Why not? Because a person would have several minutes to escape the area before he'd start feeling the effects. That's why they use halon in occupied places. And before the gas is discharged, a warning horn comes on. We're changing systems, actually, but not because it's dangerous. Why, then? Halon significantly depletes the ozone layer. Stone examined the nozzle. Where's the gas stored? Somewhere in the basement level of the building. You say it's stored as liquid and then comes out as a gas? Yes. The speed with which it's blown out of the nozzle turns it into a gas. Well, it must be very cold. If you're standing in front of the nozzle, you could get frostbite, in fact. Anything else? Well, if you stay in the room long enough, I suppose you could be asphyxiated. The rough rule of thumb is if there's not enough oxygen for a fire, there's not enough oxygen to sustain life. While he was talking, Stone was staring at a large register built onto one of the columns supporting a bookshelf. Is that a vent for the HVAC system? He asked. Caleb nodded. Something must have fallen on it, Stone said, pointing to where two of the vent grills had been bent. It happens with people bringing book carts in and out. Stone said,
I'll have Milton research the Halon system and see if anything else turns up. And Reuben has some friends at DC Homicide and the FBI. I've asked him to call them to see if he can find out something about the investigation. That evening, they all rode to DeHaven's house to meet Vincent Pearl and Caleb's Nova. In the meantime, Milton had found out a lot about fire suppressant systems. He reported that Halon 1301 is odorless and colorless and extinguishes fires by tweaking the combustion process, which includes the depletion of oxygen levels. It evaporates quickly, leaving no residue. Once the system is activated, it'll discharge in approximately 10 seconds.
Can it be lethal? Stone asked.
I don't really think so, Milton said. Not after I spoke with Caleb earlier.
I looked more into the library's Halon system,
Caleb explained.
It's rated as a NOEL system. That stands for No Observed Adverse Effect Level, a standard protocol used in fire suppression. Bottom line, with a NOEL level, you'd have plenty of time to escape the space before being affected.
There was no way Halon could have incapacitated him so fast that he couldn't have escaped.
Well, it looks like my theory on how Jonathan DeHaven died was incorrect, Stone admitted. He looked up ahead. They had just pulled onto Goodfellow Street. Is that Vincent Pearl? He asked. Caleb nodded. Keep your eyes open, Stone warned as they got out of the car. We are undoubtedly being watched. Once inside, Stone suggested that the rare book dealer accompany Caleb to the vault alone. It's not that large of a space, and you two are the experts in the area, he explained. We'll just wait upstairs for you. Caleb looked unhappily at Stone. For his part, Pearl gazed at Stone suspiciously for a moment and then shrugged. Take your time, Stone called to them as the two men stepped onto the elevator. As the door closed, Stone said, Okay, quick, let's search the place. They split up, and for the next 30 minutes they covered as much as they could. Stone said in a disappointed tone, Nothing. Not a diary, no letters. I did find this on a shelf in his bedroom closet, Reuben said, producing a photograph of a man and a woman in a small frame. And that's DeHaven next to her. Stone gazed at the photo and then turned it over. No name or date. But judging from DeHaven's appearance, it was taken many years ago. Milton said,
Caleb told us that the lawyer mentioned DeHaven was married once. I wonder if that was the bride.
Stone slipped the photo into his pocket. We'll just hold on to it for now. He stopped and looked upward. This home has a steeply pitched roof. So? Reuben said. So, homes with a pitched roof of this vintage usually have an attic. Milton, you stay down here and keep watch. If you hear the elevator, call up to us. It took a few minutes, but Stone found the attic access behind a rack of clothes in DeHaven's closet. They headed up the stairs. Along the way, Stone found and hit a light switch. This illuminated their path only weakly. They arrived at the top of the stairs and looked around the large space. Reuben spotted it first, positioned in front of a half-moon window of leaded glass. Why a telescope here? He asked. Well, you wouldn't have one in the basement, would you? Reuben looked through it. Holy shit! What? Stone exclaimed. It's pointed at the house next door. Whose house is it? How do I... Reuben stopped and adjusted the eyepiece. Damn! What is it? Let me see. Now, wait a minute, Oliver, Reuben said. Let me just execute a nice long recon. Stone waited a few moments and then pushed his friend out of the way. Wiping the eyepiece clear, he gazed through a window of the house next to DeHaven's. The room was a bedroom, and Cornelius Bean was sitting naked on a large four-poster, while a tall and lovely brunette did a slow striptease for him. The dress had already hit the polished floor, as had a black slip. Come on, Oliver, it's my turn, Reuben called out. As Stone continued to watch, the panties slid down the young woman's long legs. She grasped one of the bedposts and proceeded to engage in a professional-looking pole dance. Stone gave up the telescope to his friend. I've seen a picture of Mrs. Bean in the newspaper. That is undoubtedly not the woman. Reuben adjusted the eyepiece. A little homely man and that beautiful woman. How does that crap happen? Oh, I could give you about 1 billion reasons, Stone added thoughtfully. So, DeHaven was a peeping Tom. Hell, can you blame him? Reuben exclaimed. Stone perked up. Reuben, that's Milton calling us. Caleb and Pearl must be coming. Stone grabbed his friend and pulled him toward the door. They arrived on the main level just as Caleb and Pearl emerged from the elevator. As Milton shot Stone and Reuben murderous glances, no doubt for cutting it so close, the rare book dealer looked stunned, while Caleb appeared triumphant. I know it must have been a shock, he said, patting Pearl on the shoulder. But I did tell you it wasn't original.
I almost fainted down there. Shaw here had to fetch me some water.
We all make mistakes, Caleb said in a sympathetic tone that was betrayed by his broad grin.
This morning, I called every institution that owns a psalm book, Pearl said. Yale, the Library of Congress, Old South Church in Boston, everyone. They confirmed that all was fine.
He wiped his face with a handkerchief. Caleb took up the story. We went over all the accepted points of authenticity regarding the book. That's what took us so long. Of course, the authenticity will have to be confirmed by a team of experts undertaking stylistic, historical, and scientific analysis, Caleb noted.
Precisely, Pearl agreed. Still, I believe in my heart what their answer will be.
Stone said, that there's a 12th existing copy of the psalm book?
Indeed,
Pearl confirmed quietly.
And Jonathan DeHaven had it.
After Pearl had left, Stone said, Caleb, while you were down in the vault, we searched the house.
You did what?
Caleb exclaimed.
Oliver, that is outrageous.
Tell him about the telescope,
Reuben prompted with a smug look. Stone did so, and Caleb's anger was replaced with astonishment. Then he showed Caleb the photo of the young woman and DeHaven.
If she was Jonathan's wife, that was before I knew him,
Caleb said.
If he kept the photo, he might have been in touch with her,
Milton suggested. Stone said, if so, she might be someone we need to find. He glanced at the book Caleb was holding. What's that?
It's a book in Jonathan's collection that needs some work. I didn't notice it the last time we were here. I'm going to take it into the conservation department at the library. Our people are the best in the world. One of them does some freelance work on the side. I'm sure he can repair it.
Stone nodded and said in a warning tone, Jonathan DeHaven inexplicably had one of the world's most rare books. He was spying on an adulterous defense contractor and maybe saw more than sex. And no one knows how he really died. He looked at his friends. I think we have our work cut out for us.
You will receive an email from my people.
She was standing in the operations center at the Pompeii Casino with several of Bagger's people in attendance.
When you open the email, it will provide you with detailed instructions.
When can we start?
Bagger asked. Annabelle checked her watch.
The email should be coming over your system right about now.
Bagger snapped his fingers, and one of his men checked the computer.
Here it is,
the man said. He hit a few buttons.
I'm just running it through some extra security scans to make sure it's clean.
2 minutes went by, and then the IT guy looked up.
Okay, it's good.
Open it,
Bagger ordered. 10 minutes later, $1 million of Jerry Bagger's money was on its way to a very special account. Leaving the office, Bagger said to Annabelle,
all right. You're my guest for the next 48 hours. Give us a chance to get to know each other better.
He smiled and let his gaze run up and down her long, lithe figure.
Sounds good.
Yeah, sounds good, Leo added. Bagger looked at Leo like he'd forgotten he was part of the deal.
Right, he muttered.
Over the next 2 days, they ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner with Bagger. Annabelle also sat up late into the night having drinks with the Casino King, but expertly playing off his advances with just enough encouragement to allow the man to remain hopeful. At the end of the 2-day period, Bagger was $100,000 richer.
Want to try for $5 million, Jerry? That'll get you $500,000 in interest in 48 hours.
Annabelle was casually perched on Bagger's desk, her long legs crossed, while Leo sat on the couch.
Only if you hang around until it comes back,
Bagger said. She winked.
That's part of the deal, Jerry. You get me all to yourself.
So you keep telling me.
2 days later, the $5 million wire had ballooned by $500,000.
Damn,
Bagger said.
This is better than printing money.
He was again in his office with Annabelle and Leo.
I know Uncle Sam has got a ton of dough, but how can even the government afford this?
Annabelle shrugged.
We can't. That's why we have trillion-dollar deficits. If we need more money, we just sell more T-bills to the Saudis and the Chinese. It won't work forever, but it does for now.
Bagger leaned forward in his chair, glancing at Leo as he did so. In a low voice, he said to her,
You ever lose the shadow?
Depends.
On what?
On how good of friends you and I become.
I know how we can be really good friends.
Tell me.
We do a run for 10 million, and I get an even mill for my troubles. Can Uncle Sam cover that action?
Just wire the money, Jerry.
And you stay right here until I get it back. We both do,
Leo said. Two days later, Bagger was ahead by a total of $1.6 million, since he'd run into Annabelle and Leo. Bagger's happiness was palpable, particularly since his dreaded antagonist, the government, was footing the bill. Sitting in her luxurious hotel room, upgraded to the presidential suite by Bagger himself after the latest payday, and awash in flowers sent by the casino king, Annabelle was scanning newspaper after newspaper for the kind of story she wanted, and finally found it. Before she stepped onto the elevator that would take her to Bagger's office, Annabelle drew a deep breath. This last step she was about to take was the whole ballgame. She arrived at his office and was quickly ushered in. Bagger greeted her with a hug that she allowed to drift down lower than it should have. His hand reached her bottom, gently squeezing before she removed it. Still, she'd let him go a little farther each time, which she knew was all he really required right now. Smiling, he stepped back and said,
What can I do for my magic money genie this morning?
She frowned.
Bad news. I've been recalled to my field HQ, Jerry.
What? What the hell does that mean?
It means I'm being reassigned.
To where?
He looked at her face and said,
I know, you can't tell me.
She held up the section of the newspaper she'd brought with her.
This might give you a hint.
He took the paper and glanced at the article she was pointing to. It detailed the breaking story of a government corruption scandal involving a foreign contractor in Russia. Bagger looked up at her, stunned.
How long will you be gone?
Hard to say. And after Russia, it'll be someplace else.
She rubbed at her temple.
You got some Advil?
He opened a drawer of his desk and handed her a bottle. She swallowed 3 with a glass of water he poured for her. He sat down.
You don't look very good.
She perched on the edge of his desk and said wearily,
Jerry, I've been to so many places in the last year I've lost count. It just gets to you sometimes.
Why don't you get out then?
He urged. She laughed bitterly.
Get out? And what? Screw my pension? I've put in too many years. Even civil servants have to eat.
Come and work for me then. I'll pay you more in 1 year than you'd make in 20 with those clowns.
Yeah, right.
I'm serious. I like you. You're good.
She hesitated and then said,
I have been thinking about my future lately. I'm not married. My life is my work and vice versa. And I'm not exactly a spring chicken anymore.
He stood and put an arm around her shoulders.
Are you kidding me? You're gorgeous. Any man would be lucky as hell to have you.
Her phone buzzed right on cue. She looked down at the number.
Oh, hell.
She rose and moved away from him, staring at the screen.
Who is it?
Bagger asked.
My section chief.
She composed herself and answered the phone.
Yes, sir?
She said nothing else for several minutes and then clicked off.
Son of a bitch, that asshole!
What is it, baby?
She paced in a tight circle and then stopped, obviously still seething.
My esteemed section chief has seen fit to change my field orders. Instead of a trip to Russia, I'm being reassigned to, get this, Portland, Oregon.
Oregon? They need spies in Oregon?
Oh, it's the graveyard, Jerry. It's where you get sent in my agency if people upstairs don't like you.
What's your section chief got against you?
I don't know, maybe I'm doing my job too well.
She started to say something else, and then stopped. Bagger quickly picked up on this.
Spill it. Come on, maybe I can help.
She sighed.
Well, believe it or not, the man wants to sleep with me. Only he's married, and I told him to back off.
Bagger nodded his head.
That bastard. It's always the same crap. The ladies don't put out, they get pushed out.
I just want to nail that little son of a bitch so bad.
Bagger looked thoughtful.
Well, maybe that can be arranged.
She looked up at him warily.
Jerry, you can't put a hit on the guy, okay?
I'm not thinking about that, baby. You said he might be pissed because you're doing your job too well. How's that?
I bring in too much money, then all of a sudden people start looking at me to move up. I start moving up, then I'm a threat to his job. If I keep bringing in people like you and flood our overseas operations with finessed cash, it hurts him and helps me.
Hell, only in the government sector do you get dinged for overproducing.
He thought for a moment.
Okay. I see how we can turn the tables on this bozo.
What are you talking about?
Our next run at El Banco.
Jerry, I'm being reassigned. My associate and I are on a plane tonight.
Okay. But here's the deal. Until you leave, you can do one last run, right?
Annabelle seemed to consider this.
Well, yeah, I mean, I have the authorizations. But even $1 million in interest isn't going to get me this guy's corner office.
I'm not talking a measly million. He looked at her. What's the largest single amount you've finessed?
She thought for a moment.
Most of the wires are 1 to 5 million, but I did 15 million in Vegas and 20 mil from New York, but that was 2 years ago.
Tell me, what would really hurt this guy?
I don't know, 30 million?
Let's make it 40 million. And let's make it 4 days instead of 2.
He figured quickly in his head.
So that's 20% interest instead of 10. And that comes to 8 million to yours truly. A nice piece of finessing.
Why are you doing this?
8 mil in 4 days is nothing to sneeze at, even for a guy like me.
He gave her neck a rub.
Plus, you're growing on me, lady.
But like I said, I leave for Oregon tonight by private plane.
I understand that.
What I'm saying, Jerry, is there's no way you'll have your money back before I leave.
He laughed.
Oh, the hostage thing. I think we're past that, sweetie. You've made me 1.6 million and counting, so I think you've proved yourself.
The $40 million wire left the Pompeii casino 2 hours later. The email that Tony had first sent to the Pompeii's operations center had a special component to it. Ultra-sophisticated spyware that had allowed Tony, from a remote location, to take control of the Pompeii's computer system. With that secret access, he had written new code into their money-wiring program. The 3 other wires had gone to El Banco, but when they'd sent the $40 million out, it had instead been automatically rerouted to another foreign bank and into an account controlled by Annabelle Conroy. While it would look to Bagger's people that the money had reached El Banco, not a dime of it would ever come back to him. As Annabelle was bathing, she thought again that the money loss was clearly not enough pain for the man who'd murdered her mother over $10,000 that Patty Conroy had duped Bagger out of. There was never enough pain for that. Yet even Annabelle had to admit $40 million was a nice start. Roger Seagraves had discovered where Stone lived and had sent men to the cottage when it was empty. They'd searched the cottage thoroughly, leaving no sign that they had been there. And most important, they had left with Stone's fingerprints, taken from a glass and a second off the kitchen countertop. Seagraves had run the fingerprints through the CIA's general database, finding nothing. Using a password he'd stolen from a fellow employee, he tried a highly restricted database. This led him to subdirectory 666, one that he was certainly well acquainted with.
although his search request for Stone's prints came back with access denied. Seagraves was familiar with subdirectory 666 because it was where his own personnel history was kept, or at least the sort of personnel he used to be. He had often laughed at the 666 label, thinking it rather cheeky, though accurate nonetheless. Seagraves pondered this development. Stone had worked for the CIA, judging from his age, a long time ago. He had probably been an eliminator because the 666 classification was never given to those who pushed a pencil or pressed computer keys for the agency. Should I kill him now? Or would that dig the hole even deeper? Seagraves eventually decided to forego that lethal step. He would always have that option later. But he would have to do something about the man, and there was no time like the present. 2 days after their last visit to DeHaven's house, Stone and Reuben rode on the latter's motorcycle to a rare bookshop in Old Town Alexandria. The name of the shop was in Latin, and translated meant Book of Four Sentences. Caleb had an ownership share in the place, which had once been named Doug's Books. Stone was not here because he wanted to look at more old books. He kept some items at the shop that he needed to consult. With Reuben's help, he found and pulled several journals and took them with him. Reuben dropped him off at his cottage in the cemetery. Stone said goodbye and stepped inside the cottage. He brewed some strong coffee, settled at his desk, and started going over the journals. The stories he'd selected dealt with the assassination of the Speaker of the House, Robert Bob Bradley, and also the nearly simultaneous destruction of his home, an event that only the most naive could have thought was a coincidence. Yet there seemed to be no connection between Bradley's murder, allegedly at the hands of a domestic terrorist group calling itself Americans Against 1984, and Jonathan DeHaven's seemingly innocent death. As he turned the pages of his journal, something nagged at Stone, but he couldn't quite pin it down. Bradley had been Speaker for a short period, after a political shakeup that had seen the incumbent Speaker and the Majority Leader both convicted of selling influence and laundering political campaign funds. Stone turned to another journal and another story. This one dealt with Cornelius Behan, recounting how he had come to this country with no money in his pocket and built an international conglomerate from nothing but his own sweat and nerve. Defense contractors had the reputation, often well-deserved, of playing fast and loose with ethical rules. Paying off congressmen for political favors was one of the oldest games played in Washington, and the tank and plane builders played it as well as anyone. Stone leaned back in his chair and sipped his coffee. If Bradley's predecessor had been in Behan's pocket, and Bradley had promised a crackdown on corruption, it might be worth it to take the new crusader out. The terrorist group could simply be a smokescreen, and an unverifiable one at that. Stone had initially started thinking about Bradley's death because there was only one connection he could see between the man's murder and DeHaven's, and that connection was Cornelius Behan, a man who'd made billions by selling myriad things that killed lots of people, all in the name of peace. Was it Behan's men in the D.C. Public Works van? Could they have somehow caused the Secret Service to retreat like that? He would have Milton find out as much as possible about Bradley and Behan. Milton could get into databases that he had no business being on, yet those were always the most interesting ones. A sudden chill hit him, and he rose to start a fire. Then he stopped and rubbed his skin. He was cold, very cold. What the hell had the woman said? He struggled to recall her exact words. Your temperature is coming back up. Yes, that's what the nurse taking care of Caleb had said. It had struck him as odd because in a hospital, one would normally hear that you were recovering if your temperature were coming down. But she had said he was almost up to normal. He was certain of it. The shot to his chest stopped him cold and dropped Stone to his knees. Already lapsing into unconsciousness, Stone looked over at the man standing there, wearing a black hood and holding the gun with both hands. It seemed to Stone that the man smiled, even as his victim fell to the floor and lay still. It was the darkness of interrogation. Stone recognized this as soon as he awoke. It was so black
that not only could Stone not see any part of his body, but it seemed as though he had no body. He was barefoot, painfully thrust up on his tiptoes, and his hands were bound over his head. The voice called out from the blackness. "Awake?" Stone nodded. "Say it," the voice commanded. "Awake," Stone answered. He would only give them the minimum, nothing more. He had been through this before. "Name?" "Oliver Stone." Something hard hit him on the back of the head, momentarily stunning him. "Name?" "Oliver Stone," he said slowly, wondering if the blow had cracked his skull. "Okay for now, Oliver." "DeHaven?" the voice said. "Who?" Now Stone could feel something grasping his leg. He tried to kick out, but then realized his legs were pinned. The thing was crawling snake-like up his right leg. He took a deep breath and tried to fight the panic. "DeHaven?" the voice said again. "What do you want to know?" The pressure eased a bit, but it was still there as not-so-subtle intimidation. "How did he die?" "I don't know." The pressure instantly intensified. It was now wrapping itself around Stone's belly. He was finding it hard to take a full breath. "I think he was murdered," Stone gasped. The pressure released a few notches. He grabbed a quick breath, his lungs expanding painfully. "How?" Stone desperately tried to think of what to say. When he didn't say anything, the pressure fell away completely. He fell to the floor as his bindings were released. He felt strong, gloved hands seize him. An instant later, he was slammed down on a hard object like a long board and secured there. Then he was being tipped back, and his face covered with cellophane. The water hit him hard, pushing the cellophane into his eyes, mouth, and nose. He gagged. They were waterboarding him. Suddenly, the gusher stopped, and the cellophane was ripped off. "How?" the voice said calmly. "Suffocated," he spat out. "Just like you're doing to me, you prick." That got him another quick dunk. "How?" the voice said. "Not the Halon 1301, something else." "What?" "I don't know yet." Stone felt himself being tipped back for another plunge. He frantically shouted, "But I can find out!" The voice didn't immediately answer. Stone took that as a good sign. Interrogators hated to be at a loss for words. The voice said, "We looked at your journals. You were reading up on Bradley. Why?" "Seemed too coincidental. His death, and then DeHaven's." "What do you think they have in common?" the voice demanded. Stone took a shallow breath and said, "Cornelius Bean." He braced for the last dunk. Instead, the voice said, "Why Bean?" "Bradley was anti-corruption. Maybe Bradley found out something Bean didn't want known. So he killed him, burned his house down, and blamed it on a fictitious terrorist group." There was a long silence. "DeHaven?" "He's Bean's neighbor." "Is that it?" the voice said, clearly disappointed. Stone felt himself being tipped back. No, that's not all. There was a telescope we found in DeHaven's attic, pointed at Bean's house. DeHaven might have seen something he shouldn't have. So he has to be killed too, but not like Bradley." Stone waited in silence, wondering if the answer had been the right one or not. He lurched up as he felt the painful jab in his arm. A second later, his eyes closed, and Oliver Stone let out a long breath and lay still. From the corner of the room, Roger Seagraves watched them carry Stone out. He was pretty tough for an old guy. Now he at least knew that Stone suspected Cornelius Bean to be the man behind it all. And because of that, Oliver Stone would get to live another day. Annabelle's hotel room overlooked Central Park. Her hairstyle and color had changed once again. She was now a brunette with short hair parted on the side, a look that matched the passport photo Freddie had made for her. After arriving in New York, she'd contacted Tony. As promised, Annabelle had made arrangements for him to fly to Paris. She'd given him one final warning.
"Even though he never saw you, Bagger will know I needed some con really expert with computers. and you have that reputation, so lay low for a year or so out of the country, and do not flash the money around. Get a small place, dig in, learn the language, and lose yourself.
Tony promised her that he would do as she advised. She still had 3 days before Bagger's money was due back, and he'd discovered he'd been conned. She would have given half the money back to be able to see his reaction. Her escape route would take her through Eastern Europe and then Asia. That would last about a year. After that, it was on to the South Pacific. She had debated whether to send Bagger a note of triumph, but in the end decided such bravado was both unworthy of her and the con she'd pulled. Let him spend the rest of his life guessing. Patty Conroy's little girl wouldn't be high on his list of usual suspects because she was certain Bagger didn't even know Patty had a daughter. Yet her picture had been captured on numerous Pompeii casino cameras, and she knew Bagger would take those photos and run around the con world paying people or even torturing them to get an ID on her. Well, she thought, let him come. He might find it a little harder to kill me than he thinks. It wasn't the size of the dog in the fight, it was the size of the fight in the dog. Ironically, it wasn't her father that had told her that, it was her mother. Tammy Conroy, despite her criminal ways, had been a good woman and a long-suffering wife to Patty. She'd been a cocktail waitress before tying her life to the charming Irishman. Jerry Bagger had personally put a bullet into her brain when she wouldn't rat out her husband. Patty certainly hadn't returned his wife's loyalty. He'd fled when Bagger started to close in. Annabelle couldn't even attend her mother's funeral because Bagger and his men were at the cemetery, waiting for someone to show up. She picked up the newspaper. Old habits died hard, and more than once she found herself looking at stories and wondering how to spin the details into a successful creative con. The last article she read caused her to sit up. She stared wide-eyed at the small, grainy photo that accompanied the back-page story. It was a short tribute to a distinguished scholar and man of letters. There was no cause given for the death of Jonathan DeHaven, only that he had died suddenly while at work at the Library of Congress. Though he'd died some time ago, funeral arrangements were just now complete, and burial was set for the next day in D.C. Annabelle grabbed her bag and started stuffing clothes in it. Her travel plans had just been changed. She was flying to Washington to say goodbye to her ex-husband, Jonathan DeHaven, the only man who'd ever truly captured her heart.
Oliver! Oliver!
Stone slowly came to and sat up with difficulty. He was lying fully dressed on the floor of his cottage, his hair still damp.
Oliver!
Someone was banging on his front door. Stone rose, stumbled toward the door, and opened it. Reuben stared back at him with an amused expression.
What the hell's going on?
He motioned for Reuben to come in, and Stone spent the next 10 minutes filling him in on what had happened.
Damn! You have no idea who they are.
Whoever it is, they're well up on their torture techniques, Stone said dryly, rubbing at the knot on his head. I don't think I can even drink water again.
So they know about the Bean connection?
Stone nodded. I'm not sure it was a total surprise to them, actually. But I think what I told them about Bradley and DeHaven was definitely new intelligence.
Speaking of DeHaven, his funeral is today. That's what we were calling you about. Caleb is going, along with most of the Library of Congress. Milton's coming, too, and I switched my shift at the dock so I could go. We thought it might be important.
The service at St. John's Church, next to Lafayette Park, was very well attended by many library and government types. Also in attendance was Cornelius Bean with his wife, a tall, slender, and very attractive woman in her early 50s, with expertly colored blonde hair. At Stone's insistence, the Camel Club members had scattered in the church so they could survey different sections of people. Stone sat in the very back, and his gaze swept the area with a practiced motion, until it stopped on one woman who sat off to the side. As she turned and flicked her hair out of her face, Stone's gaze intensified. He had seen that profile before. although the woman he was looking at now was older. After the service was over, the Camel Club members left the church together, stepping in behind Bean and his wife. Bean whispered something to his wife before turning and speaking to Caleb.
"Sad day,"
he said. "Yes, it is," Caleb said stiffly. He looked at Mrs. Bean.
"Oh," Bean said. "My wife, Marilyn. This is,
Caleb Shaw. I worked at the library with Jonathan." He introduced the other Camel Club members to her. Bean glanced at the church, where the pallbearers were bringing the casket out.
"Who'd have thought? He looked so healthy."
"Many people do right before they die," Stone said absently. His gaze was on the woman he had spotted earlier. She had put on a black hat and sunglasses and was dressed in a long black skirt and boots.
"I suppose they're sure about his cause of death,"
Bean said. He added quickly,
"I mean, they tend to get these things wrong sometimes."
Stone spoke up. "I suppose if they have, we'll know about it at some point. The media usually ferrets those things out." Bean smiled at Caleb and the others and said,
"Excuse us."
He took his wife's arm firmly and led her away.
"Nice of him to come today," Stone said. "I mean, for being such a casual acquaintance."
Stone was now eyeing the lady in black.
"That woman over there, does she look familiar to you?"
"How can one tell?" Caleb said. "She's wearing a hat and glasses." Stone pulled out the photo. "I think she's this woman." They all crowded around the picture, and then Caleb and Milton stared directly at the woman and took turns pointing. Stone hissed,
"Do you two think you could be a little more obvious?"
The funeral party headed to the cemetery. After the graveside service was finished, people started heading back to their cars. The lady in black lingered by the raised coffin as two workmen in jeans and blue shirts waited nearby. Stone motioned for the others to follow as he walked over to the lady in black. She had placed a hand on the rosewood coffin and seemed to be mumbling something, perhaps a prayer. They waited until she was done. When she turned toward them, Stone said,
"Jonathan was in the prime of life. It's so sad."
From behind her glasses, she said,
"How did you know him?"
Caleb said, "I worked with him at the library. He was my boss. He'll be very missed." The woman nodded.
"And how did you know him?"
Stone asked casually.
It was a long time ago.
Long friendships are becoming rarer these days.
Yes, they are. Excuse me.
She stepped past them and started to walk off.
"It's so curious. The medical examiner couldn't find a cause of death,"
Stone said, loud enough for her to hear. The comment had the desired effect. She stopped and turned.
The newspaper said he died of a heart attack.
Caleb shook his head. "He died because his heart stopped, but he didn't have a heart attack." She took a few steps toward them.
I didn't get your names.
"Caleb Shaw. I work in the rare books reading room at the Library of Congress. This is my friend—" Stone put out his hand.
"Sam Billings.
Nice to meet you." He motioned to the other two Camel Club members.
The big fellow is Reuben, and that's Milton. And you are—"
She ignored Stone and focused on Caleb.
If you work at the library, you must love books as much as Jonathan did.
Caleb brightened as the subject changed to his specialty.
"Oh, absolutely.
In fact, in his will, Jonathan named me his literary executor. I'm in the process right now of inventorying his collection, having it appraised and then sold, with the proceeds going to charity."
That certainly sounds like Jonathan. I'm assuming his father and mother are dead?
"Oh, yes. Jonathan inherited their home."
It would be nice to see the house. And his collection. I'm sure it's very extensive by now.
"You knew about his collection?" Caleb asked.
Jonathan and I shared a lot of things. I'm not going to be in town very long, so would tonight be okay?
"As it happens, we're going over there this evening," Stone answered. "If you're staying at a hotel, we can pick you up."
The woman shook her head.
I'll meet you on Goodfellow Street.
She quickly walked to a waiting cab. After closed-door testimony was completed before the House Intelligence Committee, Seagraves and Trent headed outside to stroll around the Capitol grounds. Since their official duties dictated that they spend a great deal of time together, this would raise no suspicions.
So you really think this guy is ex-agency? Trent asked.
Seagraves nodded. 666. You know about that bunch, Albert?
Only vaguely. This guy might be a complication. We might be talking thunderstorm status.
Seagraves shook his head. We do that, things will really heat up. For all I know, he's still got connections. For now, he thinks Bean's the guy. If that changes, then the weather forecast might read differently.
So, what's next on the list?
Seagraves tossed his cigarette and glanced at his companion. You'll see it when you see it, Albert. He was actually getting a little tired of his junior partner. And if things got dicey and it looked like the house of cards might tumble down, Trent would be the first person he'd kill for one simple reason. Mice always break under pressure. He parted company with the staffer, walked to his car in a restricted area, and headed home, which consisted of a 30-year-old split level. He did a quick but intense workout, and then opened the door of a small closet in the basement that he kept locked and protected by an alarm system. Inside, arranged on the walls and on shelves, were mementos of his earlier career. Among other items was a brown glove trimmed with fur in a glass display box, a button from a coat in a small ring case, a pair of eyeglasses on a plastic holder, a fur cap, and a child's bib. The bib he felt a little remorse for. Yet, when one killed the parents, often the child was sacrificed as well. Each item was numbered from 1 to over 50 and held a history known only to him and a few others at the CIA. Seagraves had gone to great pains and undertaken considerable risk to collect these objects, for that's what this was, his collection. Whether they realized it or not, everyone was a collector of some sort. A lot of people migrated to the ordinary end of the spectrum, collecting stamps, coins, and books. Then there were those who accumulated broken hearts or sexual conquests. At the far end of the continuum, Roger Seagraves collected personal items from people he'd murdered, or assassinated, rather, since he'd done it under the color of serving his country. Not that they made much difference to the victims. They were still dead, after all. Annabelle Conroy sat in a rental car at the corner of Goodfellow Street. It had been many years since she'd been here, and yet the place hadn't changed all that much. Annabelle held no ill feelings toward her ex. He was a man-child in many ways, erudite, kind, generous, and affectionate, yet he possessed not even a sliver of a backbone, and ran from confrontation like the proverbial kid with glasses did from the bully. He had been no match for his omnipotent and acid-tongued mother, yet how many sons were? Annabelle had to admit she'd changed while with him. Jonathan DeHaven, though he would forever be firmly ensconced on the conservative side of life, had inched a little toward her, perhaps enjoying life in a way he never could have imagined before. He was a good man, and she was sorry he was dead. She watched as a gray Nova rattled up to the curb in front of DeHaven's house. 4 men got out, the oddballs from the cemetery who'd said that Jonathan's death had no official cause. She slid out of the car and walked toward the house and a life that could have very well been hers if things had worked out differently. They were all in the book vault after Annabelle had been given a brief tour of the main floor of the house. Caleb didn't open the small safe behind the painting. He had no intention of letting anyone else see the psalm book. After she'd seen the collection, they went back upstairs, where Annabelle walked through the elegant rooms with probably more interest than she cared to show. "So you've been here before," Stone said.
The house hasn't changed much,
she said, indirectly answering his question. "Where did you and Jonathan meet?" Caleb asked. She ignored this question. "He might have mentioned your name, but I don't know what it is." He persisted, drawing a warning look from Stone.
Susan Farmer. We met out west.
"Did you marry out there as well?" Stone interjected. He was very impressed because she didn't even flinch. But she didn't answer him either. Stone decided to play his ace. He pulled the photo out of his pocket. "We were told that Jonathan's marriage had been annulled. He kept this photo. The woman bears a remarkable likeness to you. He handed the photo over to her. This time, he got a reaction. As Annabelle took the picture, her hand, rock steady all these years, shook a bit. She said wistfully,
Jonathan was a very handsome man.
She smiled.
This was taken on the day of our wedding.
Where were you married? Caleb asked.
Vegas. Where else?
She said, her gaze holding fast on the photo. She handed the photo back, and Stone put it back in his jacket pocket. Have you been in contact with Jonathan over the years?
And why would I need to tell you if I had?
We're doing our best to figure out what happened to Jonathan, and we need as much help as we can get.
His heart stopped beating, and he died. Is it that unusual?
Milton explained.
The medical examiner apparently couldn't determine the cause of death.
So you think someone killed him?
Let me show you something, Stone said. It's up in the attic. When they arrived there, Stone said, that telescope is pointed toward the house next. It's owned by the head of Paradigm Technologies, one of the largest defense contractors in the country. The man's name is Cornelius Bean.
He likes to be called CB, Caleb added.
Okay,
Annabelle said slowly.
Stone looked through the telescope, sweeping his gaze along the side of Bean's house, which stood across a sliver of grass from DeHaven's.
I thought so.
He motioned for Annabelle to take his place. She focused the telescope's eyepiece on the spot where he'd been looking.
It's a study,
she reported. That's right.
You think Jonathan was spying on this guy?
Perhaps, or he might have inadvertently seen something that led to his death.
So, this Cornelius Bean killed Jonathan?
Stone shook his head. We have no proof, but strange things have been happening.
Like what?
Stone hesitated. He had no intention of telling her about his being kidnapped. Let's just say that there are enough questions here to make us look further. I think Jonathan DeHaven deserves that.
Annabelle studied him for a moment, and then took another look through the telescope.
Tell me about this CB guy.
Stone briefly gave her a sketch of Bean and his company. Next, he mentioned the murder of the Speaker of the House, Bob Bradley.
Okay, what's our next move?
Stone looked startled. Our next move?
Yeah, once you give me a crash course on the info you're obviously holding back, maybe we can make some real headway. Can we meet tomorrow morning?
We can meet at my house, Stone suggested.
Where's that?
At a cemetery, Milton said helpfully. Annabelle didn't even raise an eyebrow.
Stone wrote down the address and directions. When she went to take it from him, she stumbled and fell against him, grabbing onto his jacket to keep from falling.
Sorry,
she said, as her hand closed around the photo in his pocket. A second later, she was pulling it out, and then something happened that had never happened before. Stone's hand closed around her wrist. He said in a low voice, so only she could hear, "All you had to do was ask for it." He released his grip, and she smoothly slid the photo into her pocket, her startled gaze on Stone's grim features. She regained her composure and faced the others.
I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, there's a nice view of what I'm assuming is Bean's bedroom from up here. He's getting it on with some hot chick right now. You might want to check it out.
Reuben whipped around. Oliver, you didn't tell me that. Annabelle looked back at an exasperated Stone.
That's okay, Oliver. Susan's not my real name either. What a shock, huh?
A minute later, they heard the front door open and close. Reuben quickly took up post at the telescope, but just as quickly moaned, "Damn, they must have already finished." He turned to Stone and said reverently, "God, what a woman." Yes, thought Stone, what a woman indeed. Annabelle climbed into her car. Her thoughts turned to the obvious issue. Jerry Bagger would be erupting in 2 days. The smart move would be to leave the country now, despite what she'd told the men about meeting tomorrow. It didn't take her long to decide. She was staying and seeing it through. Maybe she owed it to Jonathan. Perhaps she owed it to herself, because right now seemed a good time to end her collection of lost chances and make good, finally, on a second chance at a normal life. Annabelle and the Camel Club gathered at Stone's cottage at 7 o'clock the next morning.
Nice digs,
she said, gazing around the small interior.
Let's get to it, guys.
Here's my plan, Stone said. Milton will find out as much as possible about Bob Bradley. There may be something about that we can use. I'll visit Bradley's house, or rather what's left of his house, and see what I can discover. Reuben used to be stationed at the Pentagon. He'll work his contacts there to find out what he can about Behan's military contracts that Bradley's dethroned predecessor might have helped push through.
But what about Jonathan's death? How do we find out if someone killed him?
I have a theory about that, but it'll require going to the Library of Congress and checking out the fire suppressant system there. The one problem with that is we don't know where it's located in the building. Caleb can't find out because it's classified for some reason.
Wouldn't the architect who did the building have the plans that would show both the fire system and the HVAC?
They would, Stone said. Although the Jefferson Building was built in the late 1800s, it underwent extensive renovation about 15 years ago.
Did they use a private architectural firm to help with the renovation?
Caleb snapped his fingers. You know, they did. One right here in D.C.
Can you get me the name of the firm?
I believe so.
The only issue will be whether they'll let us take pictures of the plans. I doubt they will, and copying them is probably out too.
As she was thinking out loud, the Camel Club stared at her, mystified. She finally noted this and said,
I'll get us into the architectural firm, but we need copies of the designs if we're going to locate the fire room.
Milton said, I have a photographic memory. If I look at the plans once, I can memorize them. She looked at him skeptically.
I've heard people make that claim before, and it never quite works out.
I can assure you that it works out with me, Milton said indignantly. She grabbed a book off the shelf, opened it to a page in the middle, and held it up in front of Milton.
Okay. Read the page to yourself.
He did so and nodded. Annabelle turned the book around and looked at the page.
All right, Mr. Photo, start regurgitating.
Milton read the page from memory, including punctuation marks, without one misstep. For the first time in their company, Annabelle looked impressed.
You ever been to Vegas?
He shook his head.
You might want to try it sometime.
She turned to Stone.
So, how do you think Jonathan was killed? And no more doublespeak, or I walk.
Stone studied her and then made up his mind. Caleb found Jonathan's body. Right after that, he fainted. At the hospital, the nurse said that he was getting better, and that his temperature was coming up, not down.
And your point is?
The fire suppressant system at the library uses a substance called halon 1301,
Caleb said, taking up the explanation.
It starts as a liquid in the pipes, but turns into a gas when it comes out of the nozzle.
It puts out fires in part by eliminating oxygen in the atmosphere.
Meaning Jonathan might have suffocated to death.
There was no evidence that the system was even engaged, Stone said. The warning horn didn't sound, and Caleb learned that it was operational, although it could have been disconnected and then reattached later. And the gas leaves no residue. And on top of that, halon 1301 could not have killed Jonathan. Not at the levels that are used to suppress fires at the library, Caleb added.
So, where is this leading? You seem to be saying two different things. It was the gas, but it wasn't the gas.
Stone took up the discussion. One element of the suppressant being engaged is the lowering of the temperature in the room. Caleb said he saw Jonathan's body, got an immediate chill, and fainted. I believe the chill came from the gas, which led to the nurse's comment in the hospital about Caleb's temperature coming up. And I think Caleb fainted because the oxygen levels in the room were low, but not low enough to kill him, because he'd come into the room about a half hour after Jonathan.
So, it obviously wasn't this halon 1301 stuff. So, something else.
Exactly. We just have to find out what. Later that day at the library, Caleb sent an email to the administrative offices. An hour later, he found out the name of the private architectural firm that had helped with the Jefferson Building's renovation. He telephoned Milton with that information. He next phoned Vincent Pearl, knowing that he would get the answering machine. The fact was he didn't want to talk to the man because he hadn't made up his mind what to do about the sale of Jonathan's collection yet. But most of all, he didn't know what to do about the psalm book.
The only thing that stopped him from going full bore ahead was a nagging thought. What if Jonathan had gotten the psalm book somehow illegally? That might account for his secrecy about the book. Caleb didn't want to do anything to besmirch his friend's memory. He was working at his desk about 20 minutes later when he heard the door to the reading room open. He glanced up and froze. Cornelius Bean was walking toward the reference desk when he spotted Caleb. "Mr. Bean?" he said. "Please, just call me